Well, hello and welcome to glorious sunshine at Breedy Cricket Club, an opportunity to enjoy some very fine international action. It's match number 3 of the Evara Women's One Day International Series between Ireland and West Indies. Now, West Indies have already secured the series. They hold a 2-0 unassailable lead following 2 very good victories chasing against Ireland in the opening 2 one-day internationals. But Ireland have an opportunity to turn that around today, find some consolation in their home series. Indeed, West Indies have an opportunity to whitewash. Whose way will it go today? Well, before we get a chance to get into the nitty-gritty of it, the 2 captains were out with Julia Price for the toss and Isabel Joyce was out for the pitch report a moment ago.
Well, it's the final game in the Evara Women's ODI series here at Breedy Cricket Club, and it's toss time. I'm with Hayley Matthews from the West Indies. I'm with Gabby Lewis from Ireland and match referee Phil Thompson for the toss.
Heads the call. And tails it is.
Oh my goodness. Come on over, Gabby. First win for you. What are you going to do?
We're going to have a bowl first today. It's a fresh wicket from the last day, so hopefully you can do a bit early on.
Not the greatest results for you so far in this series. Good opportunity, though, for you to finish on a high.
Yeah, I think that's the perks of this championship. Every win matters. I know, obviously, a series does matter as well, but I think, if you can sneak 1 or 2 wins from every series, that does make a difference. So every game matters today, and hopefully we can get a win to finish it off. You've
had a few days off as well. Were there conversations around the game? Were there areas that you could work on, or was it just a complete decompress?
Yeah, 100%. No, I think we had 2 days, which was nice. Day off, and then some good conversations and some training to try rectify those mistakes. I think it's more mental switches more than physical, but yeah, hopefully we can put that into practice today.
Any changes for your team today?
Yeah, we've 2 changes. Cara Murray is out and Kai McCartney is in, and Alana Dalzell is out and Jane Maguire is back in.
Any reasons for those?
Just best team on the day. Alana's got a bit of a niggle, but yeah, look, back our team that we put out here today, and hopefully we can get off to a good start here this morning.
Good luck.
Thanks so much.
Hayley. First toss, you've lost this one. What would have you done if you'd won the toss?
Yeah, fresh pitch, so we would have probably had a bowl first here again today. But still, it looks like a good enough wicket to go to have a bat on as well.
2-0 already in the series. You've already won it. How important is it to get the 3 straight, obviously, championship points up for grabs still?
Yeah, I think those points are key. I think a really good job from us to have won the series, but we still want to be here and picking up 6 points and as many as possible in this series. So I think this game is just as important as any of the others.
Long tour for you guys so far. Obviously, the Tri-Series here, pre-World Cup. You're here for the 3 one-dayers. What did you do on your days off? Did you go and see the sights?
Not too much, to be fair. I think some of us wanted a bit of rest after the long days in the field, and I think the football was on, so some of us caught up and got in the pub and watched some of that as well.
Any changes for your team today?
Yeah, we've got 1 change. Ashmini Munasar comes in for Shanisha Hector.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So that's the news from the middle. Ireland have won the toss and they will have a bowl. And to see what's actually happening with this pitch, fresh pitch, I've got Isabel Joyce.
Thanks, Pricey. Yeah, so we're in pitch number 7 here in Breedy for the final match of the series. Moved over from pitch number 9. It does have a different look to how the pitch a couple of days looked. You can see there's a different colour, and also it looks like there's less grass in it. Now, it is still 8 mils, but there's just less density of grass on this surface. So I don't think that's going to have too much of an impact. We did see that the pitch was a little bit, not wet, but there was a bit of moisture in it a couple of days ago, the first day on the previous pitch. I don't think that's going to come into play here. It looks a little bit drier. There's been a lot of sun obviously on this square, and they've been able to work on it in between matches, so this one will probably be harder and start off better. Dimensions the same as the other day, apart from this way towards the playground is 62 metres, so 62 metres all the way around. A beautiful day, not a cloud in the sky, so it is a brilliant day to bat first. However, I can understand why Gabby Lewis wants to bowl first, because chasing has looked a little bit easier. The pitch, if anything, gets better in the second innings. So a great pitch for cricket. The better team should win on this deck.
Well, plenty of news from the middle then. Delighted to be joined by former international captain and player for nearly 20 years, Isabel Joyce for Ireland, and multiple World Cup winner, Julia Price of Australia. Let me start with you, Isabel. In terms of team changes today, a couple of changes for Ireland, but also bowling first today after winning the toss. So there's quite a bit for Ireland to manufacture into today's game.
Yeah, two bowlers who went at nines the other day are out of the team, so it's pretty easy, I suppose, if you look at the economy rates, who should go out and who should come in. That's Cara Murray went 5 overs, 0 for 45, and Alana Dalzell went at nines as well. So Jane Maguire, having not had the best day first game out, comes back in, and then Kaya McCartney, off spinner, quite a tall bowler, comes in. So it'll be exciting actually to see how she goes. In terms of bowling first for Ireland, I think just for Gabby Lewis in terms of her captaincy, she doesn't have to think about the scoreboard and how much she has to play with, so she can really just go with her instincts a bit more. I think at times in the first two games, obviously you're searching for wickets and you know that you've got some of the best players in the world out in the middle, so we might see more interesting bowling changes, fields, and yeah, I just think it'll let her express herself as a captain a bit more without worrying about the scoreboard as much, which sounds a bit strange, I know, but yeah, they'll feel like they can chase down anything, having seen what West Indies have been able to do here in the first two games.
By contrast, Julia, it's going to be interesting to see what West Indies can do with bat first up to post a total to defend, but they too have made a change. Hector out, Munisar in.
Yeah, well, that's not going to affect their batting too much, unfortunately for Ireland, but they're in some really good form. They've seen Matthews get 200s back-to-back. Taylor got 100 the other day. They've been getting some really, really good partnerships as well. So the difficulty is going to be can Ireland break those partnerships at the top order, and who's actually going to be able to step up if they do that and start to get into the depth of the batting lineup for the West Indies.
Isabel, when you get to a series and it's 2-0, it's unassailable lead, sometimes there's a bit of a dead rubber element to a third and final one-day international. Not so the case today.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a view you have from outside, actually, when you look at a 3-match series, because for anyone who's playing international cricket, you're competitive, you want to win every game. What it does mean is that for selection, there's pressure on not to just give people a game, see what people can do in the middle. You want those points, and West Indies desperately need the points after two subpar series that they've played against Australia and Sri Lanka. So yeah, I think for that element, it means that you're going to get the best from both teams here today, and a lot for Ireland to play for, even though they've lost those first two games.
Critical as well in terms of World Championship, Women's Championship points, and indeed for net run rate should that come into play at the end of the cycle. But from a West Indies perspective, we've spoken about the giant killing antics, as it were, of Hayley Matthews, Stefani Taylor, Deandra Dalton over the years, but are you seeing a depth emerge around them?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a lot of young players that have come in through the under-19 system. Obviously, we mentioned Ashmini Munisar's coming in as the off spinner, and she's had a great World Cup. It was a little baffling why she didn't play more games actually over in England, but she picked up 5 wickets last time against Ireland. She picked up Lewis and Leah Paul as well, so she'll be coming into this with a bit of confidence. They've left out the pace bowler in Hector, probably just didn't get her lines right, but I think they've got a really nice attack of some young players that are coming. Glasgow also opened the bowling brilliantly in the last couple of games, very accurate, and I think her batting is also outstanding. So some really good young players coming through for the West Indies that hopefully will be able to support and complement the senior players.
Not too many batters, though, have had an opportunity with batter in the middle so far this series. Maybe a chance today?
Even more reason for them to get some runs. They're actually going to be excited to get out in the middle, and it looks like a pretty good deck, I think, as well. Obviously, the use of the new ball for Ireland first up might be a slight advantage, but I think it's an opportunity for them to get through that top order and just test out that middle order for West Indies.
Briefly, Isabel, in terms of the Ireland bowling, 3 centuries and the 91 that have been scored against them so far this series, what do they need to do differently today?
Yeah, I think that, like I said, that scoreboard pressure, not having that, not looking there and thinking, okay, this game is slipping away from us, it will be good for them. But I think as well, it's just about keeping those tighter lines, which they did in the second game, and now it's about bringing in better lengths as well. So you need both elements, good lines and good lengths.
Just on that point, very briefly, as the teams start to make their way out ahead of the national anthems, when Ireland bowled different lines, West Indies scored in different areas with different shots. Their adaptability is key.
Absolutely, but it's also about the fielding team backing up the bowlers as well, making sure the captain's got attacking fields in play and making sure you take advantage of any possible false shots.
Thank you very much, Julia Price, Isabel Joyce. You'll hear Isabel and Julia throughout the commentary today. We're just about set for the third and final one-day international of the Evara Women's One-Day International Series. It's Ireland against West Indies. West Indies with a 2-0 unassailable lead after the national anthems, back with the first ball.
But through it all flashing their willow and leather. These keepers of the flame must feel our undying love. This Caribbean nation is rising fast, a sunbeam cutting through a clouded past. A passion fills the world like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know we can take it higher. Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and forever. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and
Now, can we please remain standing if able for Ireland's
Following on from rally around the West Indies, it's Ireland's call, and we're just about set for a third and final Evara Women's One Day International. The series concluded between Ireland and West Indies here at Breedy. The visitors have already claimed the series following their successive victories to start, but this is not a match that lacks significance. ICC Women's Championship points still on the line. Qualification for the 2029 Women's World Cup running through every match here, so every wicket, every run, every net run rate could matter come the end of this cycle. West Indies, though, have been clinical. They've been powered by two magnificent centurions, Hayley Matthews with back-to-back hundreds and Stefanie Taylor in the second. Ireland, though, have really shown enough with bat to believe that they can challenge without quite putting together a complete performance. And maybe on that point, it's time to introduce Isabel Joyce, one of the mainstays of Ireland cricket for nearly 20 years. And Isabel, in terms of head-to-heads, in terms of dominating the series, West Indies certainly have the upper hand. But Ireland have showed that they can compete. They just need to string together maybe longer phases and put together that complete performance in. Is that fair?
Well, I think the comparison between the two teams is stark. The top players for West Indies have stood up, and the top players for Ireland haven't quite as much. So looking at Hayley Matthews, back-to-back centuries, one of them 159, and Stefanie Taylor 100 from 105 when that was needed, plus one of their up-and-coming players making a big score in Janita Glasgow, in fact, not Janita Glasgow, really Anna Grimmond, 191 from 107. For Ireland, Amy Hunter made a 90, 96, and other than that there hasn't been big scores. Rebecca Stokel made 50, Amy Hunter made another 50, so that's great that she's backing that up. But Orla Prendergast, Gabby Lewis, the two names that stand out that haven't had big impacts. They've made starts, both of them, and I think that will actually frustrate them more, because Orla Prendergast 30 in the first game, only 9 in the second. Gabby Lewis, 39 and 24. She's someone who tends to keep going when she makes a start. So I think that's been the biggest change. We haven't really seen younger players for West Indies having to have a huge impact or win a game, you would say, for West Indies, while there have been contributions.
Yeah, that's ultimately the position in Ireland want to get West Indies in. They have won the toss and opted to bowl first, so it's the first opportunity to have a go at West Indies, who haven't had a look at this pitch, because this is a new pitch that we're playing on today.
Yeah, and they haven't had a look at Orla Prendergast bowling from this end either. It's a change of ends for Prendergast, maybe a change of fortunes. She's bowled well in the series so far, but probably hasn't had the wickets that Ireland would need from her to assure early breakthroughs. And the big breakthrough they want is obviously Hayley Matthews. First game, they had a couple of opportunities that went to begging. Second game, I can't recall a chance that she gave, really. And for Grimmond, she went from 91 in the first game and a first bowler in the second, or not a first bowler, she was out for a duck in the second. So she'll be looking to try and bounce back.
So we have Orla Prendergast bowling to Hayley Matthews. The two definitive match winners for their respective sides will go head-to-head for the very first ball of this third and final one-day international between Ireland and West Indies women. Roily Black is standing at the clubhouse end. Deb Polisak will be standing at the Mason Road end. The first delivery to come from the clubhouse end, courtesy of Orla Prendergast. 24-year-old who seems mature beyond her years in virtually every facet of the game, and bowling to one of the best in the game, 28-year-old Barbadian in Hayley Matthews, first ball. Well, that one looked to move away.
Well, we've seen this actually a couple of times from Orla Prendergast, where she goes for the away swinger first up against Hayley Matthews. It's been well documented that that's the one weakness that teams feel like she has, that she'll chase wide ones. Maybe if she'd been brought up more on 50-over cricket as opposed to T20, that's not one that you generally expect from a player of her stature. But in T20s, you feel like you have to chase those ones.
Let's this one go. Hayley Matthews just having a good look as it flies by.
Yeah, just having a look at Amy Hunter for those first few deliveries behind the stumps. Not getting the carry, she needs to come forward, it would seem. That being said, Orla bowling pretty full. Maybe if she bowls a slightly better length, she'll get better carry. But yeah, I think there's signs that if there is an edge, it might not carry to either Hunter or Lewis.
This one is thickish outside edge, but it'll be first runs off the bat. Down to Leah Paul.
A really good line that to Hayley Matthews. That's pretty much exactly where you need to be with that movement away, because as she's trying to play it straight, she tends to poke at the ball rather than the flowing hands you'd see when she actually gets the width and the length outside off in the cover drive. So if Ireland can find a few bowlers who can bowl that length and move it away from her, then they might get a few more chances.
Really, Anna Grimmond removed by Prendergast in the second.
It's quite a different action, isn't it, when Prendergast is trying to bowl it away. That ball in particular looked really different to what we're used to seeing from her. Two fielders out. Third that we just saw the ball go to for the first runs, and then a deep backward square.
Back into Grimmond. There's something very, very pleasing about the sound of Grimmond's bat. She seems to strike the ball very cleanly indeed, often off the middle. And it's a very crisp crack when leather meets willow.
That was the ball that came back in. And you could see a huge difference in the way that Orla Prendergast followed through. She seems a lot more comfortable with her wrist position, being able to get through when she's bowling the in-swinger.
Worked away. That's good fielding from Georgina Dempsey. It's the end of one. West Indies won without loss. It was interesting to see, you're right, Amy Hunter just moving half a step forward. Two balls into the Paula Prendergast over. Maybe not quite having her pace marked out. And I'm seeing on the opposite end, she's actually gone back to a mark that she had made clearly before the start of play. She looks to have looked down at it, taken a full step forward and made another mark. So she might be moving a full step forward as well for Georgina Dempsey's first over.
It's so funny, isn't it? We spend so much time before a game looking at a surface and trying to read how it's going to play, and the teams will be no different. In fact, they'll probably look at it more and talk to the ground staff about how it's going to play. And before the game, Pricey and I were talking to the ground staff, and they reckoned it would play better, but actually it looks a little bit slower, doesn't it? And like there's not as much carry, which I have to say was what we initially thought when we looked at it, because there's less dense grass on the surface. It just looks like it's going to hold in the pitch a bit more. Let's see what Georgina Dempsey can get out of it.
Oh, there's a little gap there, but down to Kai McCartney, who is playing only a second Women's One Day International today. So Kai McCartney with some fielding, very athletic fielder.
A very good hockey player. So it's unusual really to get the hockey players coming across and being bowlers. It's usually hockey players that come across and they're batters. So I remember the first time I saw her, and she'd only taken up cricket for a short time, and she wasn't a bowler then. She was kind of a fielder who I think could pick out gaps, as you would expect from someone who plays a sport where it's all about passing through gaps. She didn't have great technique, but she had great match awareness, and they thought, okay, this is someone that seems to have an interest in cricket. What can we do with her? And so it was off spin that was lacking at the time.
Slightly wider channel. The carry is very low through to Hunter. Again, she's going to look down at her mark.
I mean, you can see from Georgina Dempsey's approach and then her low arm angle, she puts a huge amount of effort in, generally seen as one of the quicker bowlers around Ireland. She's not getting great carry, then you know that it's a little bit of a slow surface.
Oh, very full.
That shot alone shows you that Grimond is sweating on some width.
Yes.
The straight ball doesn't have an option down the ground or into the leg side from that full toss. So a couple of loose ones that she's got away with here, Dempsey.
Yeah, Grimond's still very much in the fledgling stage of her career for West Indies. Still only 21, playing her 8th One Day International. There was some width, not quite wide enough to be called wide by Claire Polisak.
Well, she's that young in her career because she just gets injured a lot. Georgina Dempsey, she's got a knee injury that just keeps on coming back. What I'm pleased to see from Ireland is the change in the angles in the field on the offside for Grimond. From day one to today, you've got backward point. I think Rebecca Stokoe's right on point, and then cover is very square. And that's gone straight to that cover, who would normally be about 10 yards to her right. So good finish to the over for Georgina Dempsey. 2 overs gone, 2 without loss.
A single and over from Hayley Matthews, currently where things stand. That'll do quite nicely for Ireland if they can continue that trend for a little while. Among those not playing today, Kiana Joseph. Just a little protection from the sun.
This is great to see, isn't it? We get players from the West Indies coming across and it's too hot for them.
Shanisha Hector, and that's only just behind. So Prendergast to continue into her second over, bowling to Hayley Matthews. She just finds the gap with consummate ease, does Matthews. She ran the first one with not quite the intent of a guaranteed 2, but she comes back quickly.
One of the biggest skills you have as a batter is running exactly as fast as you have to get the number of runs you should.
This sounds like a comment from experience, Isabel.
Never run too fast, Dwayne. You want to arrive at the other end exactly when the ball does, or just before. You are playing with fire, though, obviously.
That's off the pad. Great take by Amy Hunter. Awkward, not only with the deflection down leg, but the bounce just in front of her. Diving sideways and forward to take. Good take.
I think actually that length is better than slightly shorter, isn't it? Like if it bounce another yard in front of her, that's when you're thinking it's...
Well, if the bounce is true, it's pretty comfortable. It's when the bounce is slightly awkward or when the ball holds up in the surface. Sometimes it catches the seam side on and holds up.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You don't know what's coming.
Yes.
Half volleys you do. And this is what I was talking about when we were chatting before the game, where Ireland can focus singularly on each ball when bowling first here. They're not thinking, oh, 241, we didn't get enough, and oh no, there's another run gone, and they're going to do, all the other things that creep into your mind, even though you're not supposed to let them.
Yeah.
You can see that each player is just thinking about this bowling innings.
Oh, that's lovely. Finds the gap. It's just a push more than anything else. Certainly had the legs to get to the boundary, but it's Rebecca Stokel who manages to reel it in and deny Matthews a first boundary of the game.
There are lots of theories on what makes Hayley Matthews so good. Obviously, her footwork is brilliant. I think it's underrated, actually, when people talk about her as a player. But for me, it's her forearms and her wrists, the strength that she has in them, because most players won't find the gap with enough power to get it through with that shot.
It's wide ball. First extra of the game. Roly Black. There's Claire Polisak standing at square leg. 56th one-day international for her today. Claire Polisak. She's left-handed, but she sticks everyone right.
Traitor to the cause of left-handers.
Oh, has that got a nick? I think it has. It's carried as well, and Roly Black says Hayley Matthews is gone early. Matthews goes for 6, and back-to-back Centurion in the series falls early in this tie. That's the end of Matthews. Prendergast claims her first, and it's a massive wicket. West Indies 7 for 1.
Well, you wonder who's going to get Hayley Matthews, who's going to manage to get her early for Ireland, and you'd have to say you'd bet on Orla Prendergast being the one to make the breakthroughs. Matthews goes for 6, and Ireland get an early breakthrough, so needed in this series to keep their hopes alive of getting some points. And previously in the over, she'd pushed Hayley Matthews onto the back foot, and then the fuller one. Well, we'll give her the credit up here anyway. A little bit of a way swing. There's the drive. Looks to go too straight, Hayley Matthews, and the head whipping around gives you the clue that she had edged it. The question was it going to carry to Hunter?
Yeah. Just
about is the answer. But she celebrated because she knew she'd taken it cleanly. And I think for the neutral observer, this is a great moment.
Yeah, head whips around straight away, and then Amy Hunter, thankful that she had taken that half a step forward in the previous over. Otherwise, it might not have carried. So, new batter is somebody who came off an unbeaten ton in her last game, Stefanie Taylor, one of the highest averages in women's one-day international cricket. Taylor is always menacing at the crease, not always the most ferocious early on in an innings, but my word, when she gets going, she can get going. An average of nearly 44 in one-day internationals. Stefanie Taylor, that unbeaten century in the last game. Simply magnificent.
Extra catcher comes in. I like it from Gabby Lewis. Go on the attack, and this is something we might not have seen actually in the previous 2 games when you're thinking too much about runs. Jane Maguire goes into gully.
Whitish ball left alone by Taylor, and that's the end of 3. West Indies 7 for 1 after Prendergast's successful over.
Well, one of the reasons why I think it's important as a learning cricketer, and we're all always learning, but if you're trying to learn your craft, that you come and see top level, not just cricket, but women's cricket if you're a female, is what we've just seen there with Amy Hunter being a keeper. If you were a keeper and you're at this game and you were watching laser focused on her, you would have noticed the ball not carrying and then seen her immediately making a change and pulling Gabby Lewis forward as well. And I think just having played a lot and seen a lot of club cricket, you would see young keepers being afraid to do that. They would feel like they need permission or someone to tell them. But Amy Hunter able to just do it herself. as she obviously should. She's a professional cricketer, but that, as an example, is all sorts of players up on the bank there, and I would hope that there are youngsters up and around the Breedy area that would come down and watch whoever it is that you can liken yourself to in the team, whether that be someone who fields in point or mid wicket, or a bowler like Georgina Dempsey, and seeing just how she goes about things, but in person, not just on the screen.
Slightly freer flowing stroke from Grimond, but straight to Little. But yeah, you're right. I think that's something that we see sometimes, particularly in club cricket. Captains will often field it slip, and keepers don't always have the confidence to say to the captain, take a full step forward. I'm taking a full step forward when it isn't carrying. But Amy Hunter, spot on with that today.
I think a lot of young female keepers in particular just wouldn't move. They have their distance they go for a particular bowler that maybe they've worked out with a coach, and what surface they're playing on doesn't come in. So it's just whenever making decisions as a captain or just as a player in a team, I always tell players, if you feel like something's the right thing to do, do it, and then you'll learn if it wasn't. If you don't go, if you don't move, if you don't follow your instincts, then you'll never know, was it the right instinct?
From a West Indies perspective, given the reliance on Matthews' big runs at the top of the innings, what does this do for their plans?
Well, they just look for someone else. Obviously, they still have Stefanie Taylor. Deandra Dotton is to come in as well. So it's not like they don't have experienced players who can score big runs. Both those players have 150s to their names. But I don't know, for me, when I get into the commentary box, I kind of become a neutral observer, obviously. So I'm excited to see who else is going to step up.
Oh, that is a glorious delivery. Dempsey appeals. Hunter didn't look overly interested, and Claire Polisek is not interested.
Well, I think Gabby Lewis went up and she brought everyone with her. This is a coat of paint away from bowling, Grimond, but I didn't think that I heard anything in terms of an edge. Beautiful little bit of away movement, and how that's missed off stump. Well, she's in the right areas here, Georgina Dempsey, but she went up quite late. I think she followed her captain and thought, oh, I better appeal. But no edge. Great decision from Claire Polisek from my point of view.
I have to concur. And that's one scythed away, outside edge, down to McCartney.
Yeah, so from a coach's perspective, they should be hoping someone else will stand up instead of Matthews. Foregone, 8 for 1 West Indies. Much more sedate start than we're used to seeing in this series.
Certainly has been. Only going at 2 and over so far. That is likely to change significantly as the day progresses. But it's a very positive start for Ireland. Prendergast with some great pressure, and that battle between her and Matthews this time, it's Prendergast with a big green tick next to her name.
When you get to the third game of a series, I think you're kind of coming in thinking about who's actually performed across the series so far, and can they then back it up with a third performance. Georgina Dempsey's done that for me so far. Obviously, she's only bowled a couple of overs, but making her way back into the team, she went for 51 and 8.4 in the first game, and then 0 for 27 from 7 in the second, which is really quite good for someone coming back in and trying to cement a spot.
This one is hit firmly. That's going to be the first boundary of the innings. Grimond strikes true, strikes clean, and strikes it through the gap.
Long half volley for Morla Prendergast. The line was good, but the length was lacking. And we've seen how good she is on the front foot, Grimond. She's been waiting for just such an opportunity. Again, not too much foot movement, but the push forward onto that front foot was all that was needed. Lovely swing of the bat.
Work that away again. This time can't find the gap. Stokel with the fielding.
Again, Louise Little's gone square there in extra cover. For me, she can just stay there for Grimond, who, even that ball, that was just outside off, and it's gone very square. So that's her back pass. She can't really hit straight. Even when she got a full toss, didn't punch it down the ground like you'd expect from someone at this level.
Straighter.
That was on middle stump and went to cover. So yeah, you can see her practicing her bat swing there, Grimond. She's still so young in her career, so that's something she needs to work on. Stefanie Taylor down the other end practicing the shot and thinking, I would have hit that straight back down the ground. No doubt she would have.
That's a big swing at this one. This one dropped short of Hunter, though. Not carrying again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a keeper, so I won't pretend to know better. But, yeah, I would be coming forward if I was Amy Hunter. That one that she caught for Matthews, it only just about reached her as well. So what you don't want is for a bowler to pull an error from a batter and then the chance to fall short.
That one's wide down leg. Carry was decent.
I think that was the indication of why she doesn't want to come close, because that was onto her a little bit too quickly, Amy Hunter, with the error in line.
Second wide of the innings for Orla Prendergast. Bowling to Grimmond. He's just struck that first boundary of the innings. Grimmond and Amy Hunter actually played together at Guyana Amazon Warriors last season as they made the WCPL final. Again, power behind it. Little cuts out the potential of a run.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good shot, but you can see the difference in power from Grimmond to Matthews. When we saw Matthews play through that area, it's with a lot more power. But also with the straighter shots, she doesn't get as much power on either. So Little staying more to her left than usual, able to cut it off when it's to her right.
A little shorter, but fended off her thigh and through for the single. That'll be the end of 5. West Indies 14 for 1. Stefanie Taylor might have a word with Grimmond here. She's facing 6 balls and over at the moment. Taylor's been in now since the third over. She's faced 1 delivery. But Grimmond has faced back-to-back 6 balls.
I think if it continues for 10 overs, she might have a word with her, but a couple of overs we won't. I think Ireland have bowled well to Grimmond, though. The different line, the length doesn't matter as much when you're facing Grimmond, when you're bowling to Grimmond. I think she's just caught this on the hand, though, that previous delivery, so they're going to have to get some treatment.
So really, Anna Grimmond, 93 runs across her first 5 one-day international innings. She made that stupendous 91 in her 6th, just 9 runs short of a maiden international century in that commanding, record-breaking 258-run opening partnership with Hayley Matthews in the first one-day international here. Now she's batting with Stefanie Taylor, who put on a record partnership as well for West Indies in the 2nd, as they just plundered runs. And what was a phenomenal chase from West Indies to secure the series. Yeah, maybe a little bit of damage, but it is an incredible opportunity to bat with the likes of Hayley Matthews and Stefanie Taylor while you're still learning your trade on the international front, so to speak, at elite level.
Yeah, I wonder what way you should look at it, really, because if you get overawed by who you're batting with and think too much about it, then actually it can take away from your ability to perform with the bat. But if you don't appreciate it, then later on when those players aren't there, you might look back and think, oh, I maybe didn't ask enough questions. Interesting for me was that hit Grimmond on the hand, and then it took Stefanie Taylor going down and having a chat to her, and then Stefanie Taylor actually called the physio on and almost gave permission to the youngster.
So Claire Polisak of Australia and Rowley Black of Ireland. Breedy is home club, but he never got to play on this field. He played on the field down next to the playground, which is down from, this is not quite an upper pitch, but there are a few tiers at Breedy Cricket Club.
I don't think I've seen the lower tier. We're kind of in the middle tier right now.
Yeah, we are. The old ground was, I think they changed around 2007, 2008 to this field. Yeah, he's umpiring at his home club, played his entire career. Opening bowler, middle order batter, he'll tell you, but I've heard stories that he might have batted a little lower.
I was wondering which way you were going to go with that, because he's quite. He doesn't toot his own horn, Rowley.
No, he doesn't. Not at all. And he's thoroughly deserving.
Quite reserved.
He was a fine player for Brady over the years, Rowley Black. Turns 55 next Wednesday, actually.
Keeps fit, doesn't he? I was going to say you get a lot of male cricketers talking about the grounds around Ireland because of the Irish Cup and then, well, more laterally the National Cup, but it's something that we missed out on as females when I was growing up, because cricket almost completely disappeared for women by the time I was kind of hitting my straps in club cricket, let alone Irish cricket. So you didn't get to come up and play in grounds like Breedy or Stormont, and we didn't hold international games there because there were no international players really from the area, Claire Shillington aside. Julie Logue actually rang the bell on the first day, so she would have been right at the end of her career when I was kind of starting out. She would have been one of the last ones from this region before the new breed that we're seeing coming through now.
Moved off her pads by Grimmond as Dempsey begins her third over. I see Julie Logue, her nephew Kian Hilton, some runs in the Interpros as well. Still cricket in the family.
Yeah, but it's great to see the likes of Kaya McCartney, Alana Dalzell from up this region. There are lots of talented youngsters as well coming through. When just a few years ago, when Leinster would have played and I would have coached Leinster teams, we would have had two Leinster teams in the All-Ireland competition, and the Northwest wouldn't have competed too closely. But it only took a couple of years, and they've been winning titles. They've got really exciting youngsters coming through. So it does just show what you can do with a bit of development, a little bit of extra funding, and I think as well there are definitely a few parents that have stepped up. Kaya McCartney's dad has been instrumental by managing and coaching teams that she's been on, so it can be done. I think cricket probably more so than any other sport, you have the ability to impact whether your child gets to play the sport, and whether they, if they choose, that they can excel at it. I saw Peter a couple of days ago, and he was sitting on the sideline supporting the team, even though Kaya was running the drinks. I'm sure he's watching nervously from somewhere, wondering when's she going to get the ball in hand. Not sure how nervous a watcher he is, actually.
Yeah, there's a few parents who've gone above and beyond in terms of parenting and support, encouraging their children's dreams. Think of Mark and Martha Maguire. Parents to double internationals, Jane and Amy, both playing today. That's going to work away, and all the way to the boundary. Taylor off the mark with a boundary 4.
Well, that's the difference between these two players. I think if Grimmond had faced that, she would have struggled. Can't really play those fuller, straighter deliveries. Just slightly two leg side from Dempsey. Just about misses the line. The length not too bad, but yeah, good hands as well from Taylor. Whips it away in front of Sarah Forbes in the deep.
Oh, that's glorious. Simply glorious. Straight down the ground, Stefani Taylor whipping out one of her trademark shots over the years, back past the bowler for 4.
Well, missed the length again. The line was okay, but too full from Georgina Dempsey. A skiddy action, and Taylor picture perfect with that technique. You could see almost from the way she was jogging the rest of the run, she wanted to watch that hit the toe rounds in the deep, enjoyed that shot.
Back to away again. Thought about 2, Taylor. Sarah Forbes. Yeah, I said thought about it.
I think she thought about it for 0.1 of a second. That was between Jane Maguire and Sarah Forbes who'd get there first, but I tell you what, the ball was definitely getting back to the stumps before Taylor was running that second. Much better length there from Georgina Dempsey. Recognised that she'd been too full on 2 occasions, back-to-back boundaries, relieving the pressure for West Indies.
And that's going to be another for Grimmond. So 12 off the over. It'll be the end of 6, 26 for 1.
With that shot, I think Gabby Lewis has to think about taking herself out of slip and coming in front of the wicket. That's exactly where you would put yourself, where that ball went, where you would put yourself if you feel like the ball is holding up and the player's going to play in front of them. Grimmond with that shot shows that she's feeling the pressure of being previously 7 from 21, pushed at one that wasn't there, the length wasn't there, and was through the shot too early. So Gabby Lewis, I think she's sticking with having a slip, and I don't mind it for Orla Prendergast because it does look like she's getting proper carry, but for Dempsey, when she bowls it into the pitch, I think in front of the wicket would probably be the way to go. 2 extra covers for Grimmond, which good fields. She's got a very specific scoring zone.
Prendergast to begin her 4th. 1 for 12. That's hit firmly. Can't find the gap. Does find the knee of Louise Little, who for a moment loses it before Forbes collects.
Yeah, mid-on has come out. So just 2 fielders on the leg side for Grimmond. And I wonder how much of that was decided before the game and how much they've just decided in game now. Sarah Forbes actually in mid-off is very wide, which is, we were calling for that, weren't we, day 1. So it's an incredibly packed offside field from about extra cover to point.
That's a big go. You need to power it through the offside.
Well, I'm surprised Stefanie Taylor's not gone down and had a word, because that's the shot of someone whose head is slightly gone. She knows she probably has to go over that infield. Jane Maguire isn't catching extra cover, but she's very tight in there, so she's hoping to send it over her.
Amy Maguire, just behind square. So good start to Prendergast's 4th. 3 dot balls. After that little pressure release in the previous over, 12 off it, including 2 boundaries. Good over from Prendergast to start.
Yeah, Ireland, the chat will have been clear. Keep Stefanie Taylor off strike if you can. Everyone hunting singles here.
Surreptitiously spread the field in the after 5.
Or do it really clearly.
It's going to be wide down leg. Again, a good take from maybe Hunter.
I wonder at this level, would you just go, everyone, give the one, and just try and, you know, hammer it home?
How did you do it as a captain? Was it
Well, it depends if
little
you're trying
cloak and
to,
dagger, or was it very, very deliberate and obvious?
if you're trying to let someone know that you think you want them on strike, then you make it very obvious, I think. Definitely have on occasion switched fielders. If you've got someone who's a brilliant fielder and they, you know that they're taking a single to say mid-off or mid-on all the time because someone else isn't quite as good, you definitely do it just quietly in between overs. I'm not sure that there's that much difference in the fielders at international level these days where that would have much of a difference, but
Oh, that is wonderful again. Just beats the bat. It's a kind of delivery where you feel some batters might have got something on it, but it is fairly substantial in the way it straightens.
I'm amazed she didn't get something on it. Now, it would have fallen short, so she was safe, but she actually didn't look around, so she doesn't know that she would have been safe. Her front foot just goes straight down the line of leg stump, and then the hands are just waving at the ball. So when the ball is bowled at that length and moving away, you're in big trouble.
Big wide down leg, good take from Hunter.
That's a good grab. When it goes down leg off Prendergast, it's just shooting through. Went with the away swinger, trying to set up Grimmond and bowl the in swinger to maybe bowl her. So good plan, just not quite executed.
We've seen Orla Prendergast bowling a few more wides than we're accustomed to seeing from her, but is this because she is trying to have more in her repertoire? I mean, and you don't sort of mind that, I suppose, if she's going through it?
Yeah, I think you're spot on. She's bowling the away swinger and then probably bowling the same line for the in swinger where she needed to take it wider. End of a decent over though, 2 wides and pressure being applied on Grimmond again. 7 overs gone, 28 for 1 West Indies.
So a nice round 4 and over so far. Taylor, though, 9 or 5. Might be chomping at the bit to get down the other end. Grimond has faced 28 deliveries for her 8. And it's still early days yet. And plenty can happen from here. 43 overs remaining in the innings. Ireland, a reminder, won the toss, opted to bowl. So everybody who's won the toss so far this series has opted to bowl first. So we are seeing a change now. Georgina Dempsey, after going for 12 in her last over, has been replaced by spin, and specifically Amy Maguire. She and Georgina Dempsey, incidentally, the two biggest beneficiaries in terms of ratings points in the world rankings. The two bowlers for Ireland who've moved up the highest places.
Yeah, she's changed ends as well, hasn't she? She's coming from the Mason Road end. We've generally seen her from the clubhouse end. That picture that we just showed of Amy Maguire, the one-day kit for Ireland, big fan. What do you make of the change in colour and the design? The Celtic cross.
Good take. Yeah, love the Celtic cross.
I reckon it looks a lot better in the long sleeves, actually, this shirt, if I was to get one.
Definitely not short sleeves.
Well, you're a keeper. So.
It's a thing.
Well, lots of the Irish players, though, have long sleeves. Most of them. So it's becoming a thing in the Irish team as well, it would seem.
Little bit there for Amy Maguire to feel positive about. Just a little bit of grip, it seemed.
And she started nicely. I think she generally does. It's actually, she's unusual as a spinner in that when she gets into her spell, she seems to throw in those wide balls down leg. Maybe not focusing on her processes quite as much. So the challenge for her will be starting each over afresh, mentally playing or going about things the exact same way as the previous one must have been going down leg. Nobody was too interested. Gabby Lewis nice and tight there at extra cover, so has to be wary that she doesn't play it in front of herself, Grimond.
Big shot, expansive stroke, and looking to go over the top, and very successfully done by Grimond, who just releases a little pressure. She goes to double figures as well now, to 12 to end 8. West Indies 34 for 1.
Kind of a shot from nothing, wasn't it? And there's the swing of her bat just shows you how open the face of her bat is, because the bat went straight down the ground, but the ball went over extra cover. And I think for a second she thought it was going to the boundary really quickly, and then thought, uh-oh, I better run. But no, it had the legs.
It was interesting that Amy Maguire, who was bowling a particularly tight line sort of into the pads, then put that one a little wider, a little more floated. So the shot was on.
Yeah, I don't mind the line and the floaty nature of the ball, but if she could pull her length back 6 inches, I reckon then she might get the wicket. That's when it'll balloon to cover as opposed to get kind of more of a sweet contact. Interesting to see Prendergast continue. Ireland feel like they have an opportunity to get a second here.
It's just about to go there. Not often we see Orla Prendergast go beyond 4 overs in her opening spell in one-day internationals.
No, well, her overs are so valuable. So if you feel like she's getting tired or like she doesn't look like taking a wicket, you would definitely take her out of the attack. That extra cover has come out and gone back into mid-on. Taylor technically much more proficient at this stage than Grimond.
Happy to let this one go.
Well, I think that Taylor has recognised the change in angle for Orla Prendergast's wrist when she's bowling the away swinger. So she's had a look at that one. Obviously, it's a good lead because she's got slightly close to it so that if the line was a little bit closer, she can play at it.
Nicely played, finds the gap, that'll be 4.
I had a look at the previous one, and this one was there to hit because it was that bit fuller from Prendergast. They've given her this over to try and take the wicket of Taylor. Shot on the up. It's a shot of real class. It's never really been a flaw we've pointed out in Taylor, that ball moving away. She gets a bit closer to the ball, doesn't try and overhit it, uses the pace on offer. Dealing in boundaries, really.
I'm happy to let this one go, despite a little bit of width on offer. Yeah, you're right, she's got 3 4s in her innings of 14 so far. Oh, comes back in.
Oh my goodness, that wasn't far away.
No, no, I think Stefani Taylor had a double take on that as well after it had passed.
I'd love to see it side on to see, well, I suppose you need to side on and front on at the same time, don't you, to see how close it was when it was actually passing the stumps, or did it kind of make it look like it was closer than it was by the time Amy Hunter took it?
Five done, 1 for 18 for Prendergast, West Indies, 38 for 1 after 9.
And clever stuff from Taylor there, just recognising, look, this is probably the last I'll see of Prendergast for a while. I'm not going to play it another one. Might have been there to hit, but just see it through to the keeper and have a look at the other end. For West Indies, I think for the team in general, obviously you never hope that someone's out when you're in a team, but I would love to see how they go about things if Taylor goes for not too much, having seen the back of Hayley Matthews quickly, because it's not that I think they don't have the talent in their ranks to have lots of other players score big, but they just generally haven't either had the opportunity, haven't had to.
There's a chance for Grimond to score some runs, just whips it over Forbes. Should be reeled in by Little right on the boundary rope. Gets a hand on it, very close to that boundary rope though. Restricts it to 2.
That's brilliant from Louise Little. She had to run such a long way, but to not give up on that, I think many players would have. The fact that they only ran 2, Grimond has some kind of limp on with her front foot. I don't know what's happened there. But taking her guard again. Tough for a spinner to bowl in the power play. Just 2 fielders out. That's Louise Little in mid-wicket and Rebecca Stokel is in deep cover. 5 fielders on the offside. There's 2 extra covers operating for Grimond pretty much for the last 5 or so overs.
So just the 1 wicket to fall today, and that of Hayley Matthews for 6. Caught behind by Amy Hunter off the bowling of Ola Prendergast. Well, she fell relatively cheaply today, still 265 runs in the series. At an average of over 130. And Taylor is looking to take the attack to the Ireland bowlers, 14 of 12. Grimond, though, a little more sedate in her innings. She's got 14 of 37. Now 38. Good comeback from Maguire, who's maybe a little too straight for her first delivery. That's a good way to finish. End of 10, West Indies going along at a nice run rate of 4, round figures 40 for 1. Batters coming together. Taylor and Grimond. Grimond looks to be readjusting her pads at the moment. She's had her hand looked at. She looks to be walking a little gingerly at times. Now she's adjusting her pads. Very busy at the crease. But not making quite as many runs as she'd like, looking to settle into her innings. As I say, still relatively early in her fledgling career. So, Rolly Blacks is the end of the opening power play. More fielders allowed outside the circle, the restricted area. But we have a change in commentary as well. Isabel Joyce has departed, and Julia Price has made her way into the commentary booth as Jane Maguire makes her way into the attack for Ireland. It's been a good positive start from Ireland so far. Many good deliveries early, and of course the prized wicket of Hayley Matthews to start.
Yeah, well, they set her up perfectly for that. One that goes away from her, she likes to drive, has nicked off in the past.
Straight from Jane Maguire. And Amy Hunter up to the stump straight away. Not always the case.
With the shape that Jane Maguire gets, I would really love to see her still have a slip in. I bang on about this all the time back home. I know it's not quite as bouncy as it is in Australia, but she gets really nice shape away. Stefani Taylor's only faced 13 deliveries. It's not like she's completely set. Just put a little bit of pressure on her by having someone, particularly with the keeper up.
Oh, this one an awkward bounce, and Jane Maguire might be a little unhappy with her younger sister Amy.
Yeah, there are always some awkward conversations, I'm sure. And Ireland have had plenty of siblings play in the same team. Obviously, our co-commentator, Isabel Joyce and Cecilia Joyce, playing in the same team for a long time.
Yeah, very many across the men's and women's game both. And a handful where brothers and sisters have both played as well. The Tector family, Alice and her brothers Harry and Tim. Alice unfortunately injured for today's series. There's Louise Little and Josh Little and Hannah. Louise and Barry McCarthy.
Gabby Lewis and Robin.
Yeah.
A long time ago. Interesting enough, they bring the slip in for Grimmond, and she is very comfortable hitting through the offside and seems to be really her only scoring area, which makes you think, how did she get 91 on day one? She hit them really nicely, but I think the bowlers, and Jane Maguire was probably guilty of that on day one, went for 62 from her 6, just putting it in those perfect areas for her to drive through her strength. They haven't seen a lot of her. They now know where her strengths are.
Oh, that's brilliant from Jane Maguire. Bowls Grimmond, and it's 2 wickets down. Maguire strikes in her first over in her comeback. And West Indies suddenly 41 for 2. Grimmond gone for 14.
Yeah, well, that's a wonderful ball from Jane Maguire. She's just tightened up her lines today from that first game. Brought back her length a little bit. It made it more difficult for Grimmond to drive. That strength we were just talking about through the offside. She's managed to play all around this one. A little bit of extra movement. Slip in play. Great work from Ireland, and they're off to a wonderful start, picking up 2 wickets for 41. And then both openers now back in the sheds. Grimmond out for 14. So we just have another look at this setup from Jane Maguire. Very comfortable approach to the wicket. Gets really nice shape on the ball. That length, very difficult to drive. Just played on the inside line of it. Little off balance, as you can see Grimmond fall over there at the end with that foot that steps straight down the wicket. Reaching for the ball, going away. Wonderful work from Ireland. West Indies now 2 for.
So 41 for 2, not yet 50 on the board. Just another look at the delivery that brings Shemaine Campbell to the crease. Jane Maguire. Just straightens beautifully on Grimmond. Isabel Joyce picked up not a huge amount of footwork around the ball, just a little sort of shuffle with the front foot straight down leg stump effectively. Shemaine Campbell likely to score at a slightly quicker rate. At the end of 11, a successful over for Jane Maguire. West Indies 41 for 2. Really good start for Jane Maguire, now bowling in tandem with her sister Amy. Spin from the Mason Road end, Amy to continue. And Jane, seam bowler from the clubhouse end. Let's look at the previous delivery.
I like the reaction from Ireland as well. It's sort of like, yeah, you know, it wasn't like we're surprised we've got the wicket. It was like, beautiful, that's exactly what our plan was, and it's come off.
Taylor just tickles this around past Forbes, a little finer of Forbes. He goes deep now at square leg with Campbell on strike.
The one area that they can, and I spoke about this the other day, the West Indies could still work on, is that pushing for the second run there. And I feel that Stefani Taylor was never looking for the second there. We always talk about running the first one hard. That's where they miss out on some runs. In fact, they haven't got Hayley Matthews getting those runs for them today. They really need to make sure, even if Hayley is there, in fact, they still need to make sure they're maximising the number of runs they can get per game by running those twos when available to them.
Shemaine Campbell, one of only a handful of individuals who've ever scored a one-day international century for West Indies, the most capped West Indies player in T20 internationals, and playing a 139th one-day international today as well. Over 300 white ball internationals for West Indies. And scored a fantastic 105 against Sri Lanka.
That'd be 100, not 300.
Yes.
It's a lot of players that have got that many.
That just beats Hunter. Should get there. It's running out of steam, but it's still got enough to make it to the rope. So that's 4. And Shemaine Campbell does enjoy getting down on one knee and getting something on it.
Just managed to get it right on the splice of the bat there, but enough to race away, and good running between the wickets. Was forcing Stefani Taylor to at least make the second there.
Thought about the single and decided against it. End of 12, 46 for 2. You get a sense, though, that with these two, the run rate is going to shoot up for West Indies should they play their natural game.
Absolutely, quality players. We've still got Deandra Dotton to come in next as well, and we know how destructive she can be. But these two really need to start putting together a bit of a partnership. Ireland, I feel, I'm going to say they're on top at the moment. I think they're in a very, very good position. They've just got to make sure that they keep squeezing. And the fact that we've got the slip still in play is wonderful captaincy from Gabby Lewis. Just recognising that they're still in with an opportunity. The ball is still doing a little bit. This pitch is just offering a fraction as well.
Oh, good take, Hunter. 1 for 1 in her first over. Jay Maguire comes back for a second, unsurprisingly. But I think if you said to Gabby Lewis at the start, West Indies wouldn't have brought up their 50 by the end of 12. And you'd have the prized wicket of Hayley Matthews as well. She would have taken that on any given day. This one, though, quick single.
Yeah, Campbell quick between the wickets. It's great to have Jay Maguire back in it, and I love the fact they've given her another opportunity after being pretty expensive, didn't really execute what her plans were in game 1, but she was been outstanding in the qualifiers prior to the World Cup in January in Nepal. I think she got the most number of wickets, 9 wickets for her. Injured herself, missed out on a lot of the World Cup, then got back in with another injury to another player. So she's sort of, it's like a bit of a roller coaster at the moment for her, but great to see her back today and performing well.
And the other thing about Jay Maguire is, aside from her cricketing abilities, as this one is a close run thing with Campbell dropping her bat on the way back. And maybe, just maybe, I think we are going to have a look. Claire Polisek says, let's have a look.
Oh, was she holding a bat when she got back into the crease? That'll be one thing that I'll look at. Left-hander as well in Maguire.
So Amy Maguire whipped that in very quickly. As you say, straight to her left hand. And so often you run when the ball goes to the left hand of the fielder, presuming that they are right. Amy Maguire, though, whipped it in with her left. And then Campbell dropped her bat, it seemed, in trying to ground it. And that might have caused the problem.
It's so important to understand the fielders, which are the stronger fielders, who've got the good arms on the boundary, which hand they throw with.
And you can do that a lot more these days. I mean, you've got video evidence to support. Let's take a look. So Campbell thinks about it. It's to the left. Hunter is behind. Looks to come back. Oh, that's gone. She's dropped the bat. So Shemaine Campbell is going to be run out in the most unfortunate of circumstances here, having dropped her bat.
Well, it's hit the foot of Amy Hunter, which prevented it from... Although, is she holding the bat
Well, this
when
is the
it's
thing.
slid in? So therefore, no, it's outside the crease.
It is outside the crease.
Yeah, this is going to be out, I feel. Yeah. The good fortune is it was a bad throw and she had to go out of the crease to get in that position in the first place. But yeah, no connection with the bat that is currently in the crease. Good presence of mind as well from Amy Hunter. Nowhere near the crease there. That is going to be out. Good stuff from Amy Maguire. Excellent from Amy Hunter. I was still having a look at this one, though.
And there is the red light. Ireland can celebrate. Shemaine Campbell needs to go, run out. She feels aggrieved in the fact that the bat was stubbed into the foot of Amy Hunter. And I think she's expressing that as well, out of screen.
Yeah, it was an obstruction because she was in position to take the ball, which she's got every right to do. So as unfortunate that may seem, unfortunately Shemaine Campbell is going to have to go scoring the 4, and Ireland have a bit of luck on their side today. Campbell trudges off 4 off 7 for her, and West Indies in maybe a little bit of trouble. 47 for 3.
That is one unhappy keeper. And she's coming off some decent form as well. That magnificent unbeaten 90 against New Zealand in the T20 World Cup. Hard to think that she'd never scored a half century in T20 International, Shemaine Campbell, for all the runs that she had scored. And then goes and chips in with a career-defining 90 in her T20 International against New Zealand. So still no Deandra Dottin. Janelia Glasgow's made her way out to join Stefani Taylor. And maybe there's a reason behind that, Julia Price.
Yeah, I think the left-right-hand combination, just to sort of mess around with the bowling attack. Someone like a Jane Maguire might throw her a little bit, trying to bring the ball into the right hand, the left-hander. Does she come around the wicket? Just got to adjust the lines a little bit and just see if they can find a way of putting together a partnership. Because at the moment, the biggest partnership they've had is, and I've got to work out this in my head, which I'm not very good at, 34 between Grimman and Taylor.
So Janelia Glasgow. She's a very aggressive batter, likes to score runs quickly, does Glasgow. Looks to run 2 early on. The ball whipped in towards Hunter. They appeal for another run out here, and maybe there's a chance. That was a very confident appeal. Janelia Glasgow, first ball, looks to run 2.
And that is tight. It's interesting that Glasgow's come out and immediately pushed Stefani Taylor to run that too. Glasgow running to the danger end though. Excellent throw again from Ireland. Right over the top. Probably slowed down a little bit there, lost some momentum. Had a quick look, pretty much decided straight away to go. And that is very, very close. What a throw from Ireland. Umpires have been having to work overtime today.
This one right in front, that's gone. First ball, Glasgow. Run out, well, score it. Well, she'll get the one. She'll get the one. Grounded her bat on the other end. So coming back for a second. Takes the ball in front of the stumps, but importantly doesn't break it before the ball is in her gloves. Amy Hunter.
Well, that'll be very disappointing for Glasgow.
And that's out. Successive deliveries, successive run-outs. Ireland's fielding. So Louise Little will get a few pats on the back. And Janilia Glasgow has to go. Well, she goes for 1 off 1.
Well, it's a rejuvenated Ireland today. They've just come out, they've got better plans. They've really had to think about how they're going to execute up and about in the field as well. They're just taking it up to the West Indies at the moment. So this time we see Deandra Dotting coming out, but Glasgow out 1 off 1, run out. 2 excellent pieces of fielding from the Irish, one from Amy Maguire, one from Louise Little. And the West Indies dig themselves into a little bit more of trouble. 48 for 4. Went the Australian way there for a minute.
Well, 4 wickets down, not yet 50 on the board for West Indies, but they do have 2 of their all-time greats in the middle now. Do you say on a hat-trick of run-outs? I've never been in this position before.
Well, we can start it. We can start something new today.
Well,
A world exclusive.
well, after the blue line world exclusive, I'm the blue-white lines.
I know, it's
Nothing
below
is
par,
quite
isn't
so
it? Exactly.
exhilarating. So Jane Maguire, she's got 1 for 3. She's been bowling very nicely, but 2 run-outs in 2 balls have set West Indies back some way. Campbell and then Glasgow. Dotton to face. Slower ball, but not the off-cutter slower ball from Jane Maguire. Deandra Dotton doesn't leave her crease.
Wise. And again, and I'm not blaming Stefanie Taylor at all for that run out, but there can be confusion with the different paces between wickets of different players, and that understanding. Glasgow, quite a new player in this group. But understanding when the efforts are being made between the wickets can be difficult sometimes. 48 for 4 after 13. And there are going to be some good conversations between Taylor and Dotton at the moment, no doubt. Quite animated. It's Deandra Dotton coming out, just sort of pointing where the areas are. Maybe just saying to Stefanie, come on, we need to dig deep here. We're both experienced players.
Oh, well, these are 2 of the great match winners of all time. And, I mean, T20 World Cups, they both wrote their name into history. They're not just footnotes, they are genuinely chapters in the history of the women's game in T20 World Cups. Amy Maguire to continue. Bowling to Taylor. And Stefanie Taylor, top run scorer, 8 wickets as she captained West Indies to the 2016 title. Deandra Dotton, the very best. First ever woman to score a century in T20 international cricket. She did in the T20 World Cup. Not that one, 6 years previous.
I think this is really an opportunity where Gabby Lewis might want to bring back on all the Prendergast. You've got maybe the West Indies on a little bit of toast. They're going to be... Dotton hasn't... Well, she's only faced 2 balls. A little bit nervous, I would think. And you want to bring your premier bowler back on just to really test them out. Just bowl her a couple of overs. She's only bowled 4 so far. Just to keep the pressure on. And this is where sometimes the T20 format has influenced the 50-over tactics a little.
Doughton.
People just get into that defensive mode just a little too soon where you can keep squeezing. Wickets are far more important. Occasionally you can let a boundary go or two in order to pick up that wicket.
Fuller wider and only just wide of the fielder. Well, Deandra Doughton, maybe a lucky escape there. That is not too far away from Jane Maguire.
He just didn't have the lateral movement there as much as was needed.
Well, that's 50 up for West Indies. It's come in the 14th over. So run rate a little over 3.5 and over. Yeah, that was genuinely a chance. And that's not quite where Taylor wanted it to go. 3 off the over, West Indies 51 for 4. And this is the delivery again. Floated, wide.
Yeah, aiming for over cover. Just managed to skew it off the bat. Fortunately for her, just away from the outstretched hands of Jane Maguire. You've got your 2 right-handers on. So Maguire could be quite effective. Still got the slip in play, which is great work from Gabby Lewis.
Fuller, there's a gap and it's going to be fully exploited. Overpitched, Taylor puts it away. Another boundary.
That's a lovely shot. As you mentioned, just overpitched. Made it nice and easy to drive through, extra cover. They've got a deep cover boundary fielder at the moment, but that was far too square to be effective at all to field that delivery. Wonderful shot. They've got a deep backward square at the moment, which I'm not 100% what the point of that fielder is. Jane Maguire isn't really of the pace that she's going to be bouncing anyone, causing some issues. Doesn't really have the off cutter that's going to come back a lot from this pitch.
She hasn't really gone to the slower ball off cutter that she bowls in this game.
If it was going to go anywhere, it's probably going to go forward of the wicket, being a little bit slower.
Yeah.
It's certainly going to get cut. That's nearly for a bad ball, I would say.
So Gabby Lewis has brought cover in close for Doughton on strike. So Louise Little in off the rope. Outside edge, lands just short of Gabby Lewis. Oh, I think everybody around the ground with an oh.
Yeah, she probably is a fraction deep there, but good hands to be able to pick this up. Good signs as well that she's catching the outside edge from Maguire, getting some lovely shape.
This one hit a lot more cleanly. Prendergast with the fielding.
Yeah, I'd be nearly bringing that fielder over and putting maybe a gully in. Just pushing around the deep third and just keep attacking outside the off stump there. They've got to get runs. That's the beauty of 50 over cricket, is the batter has to at some point start to hit the ball. So yeah, if you're taking it away like this, set her up for it.
Deandra Doughton right over the top of that one. When she gets in, she scores quickly, but she hasn't been allowed to settle. Jane Maguire is putting it in a similar position, but doing different things with the ball, it seems. Keeping one straight, changing her lengths and speeds as well. She does bowl some good variations. And this one is collected by Kaya McCartney, end of 15, West Indies 56 for 4. So advantage Ireland through 15. 4 wickets, 2 of them. Run-outs, though. Well, that's got to be concerning for West Indies.
Yeah, and that probably could go back to the efforts of the bowlers and then being quite economical, bowling in better areas. They haven't been able to get the boundaries that the West Indies have been able to in the previous 2 games. So bowling attack, big tick for you guys. And being supported in the field as well with some excellent fielding. Some good glove work as well from Amy Hunter.
How does Taylor handle this, though? Because she's left a few decent balls alone, and then she's punished several others. She's going quicker than run the ball 24. But nobody else so far has been able to bat anything like her today.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the conversation that's happening out in the middle. She's just passing on some information to Deandra Dotton. Different style players. Dotton does like to go hard, and I think actually that's the better role rather than her trying to play the 50-over role that Taylor's playing. When she takes a good shot at the ball, she gets good connection. In saying that, nicely worked around the corner for 1. She didn't have a great World Cup. She hasn't had a lot of runs for a while, and the one game that she did do really well was the semi-final against Australia when she's had some issue at the anthem, got carried off, came back on at number 8 and ended up getting 26 not out of 16.
Taylor, very firm. Hand on it from Jay Maguire, but it still squeezes away and far enough away for Taylor to collect 2.
So yeah, I think she's just got to keep that positive mindset, but still be clear in a plan of how she's going about scoring. She could probably nearly play a T20 innings here. The pitch hasn't got all these demons in it. It's got a little bit of hold in the wicket fractionally, a little bit of movement in the air from the swing bowlers.
And Taylor's not playing any sort of egregious stroke. She's not playing anything that you would look back on and say, oh, that was dangerous or that was risky. She's playing very good, composed cricket, but she's still scoring quicker than a run a ball. Her career strike rate's just under 70 in this format. Dotton, though, just under 80 in this format. She goes over the top, looks for her first boundary, and will get it.
Maybe a little scratchy to get that boundary then, but still going for shots, and I like this from Deandra Dotton. I like the way that Stefani Taylor's got her role in the team, which is more that stabilised at the moment, getting deep in this game. She's going to need to bat into that 40th over to ensure that they've got someone who can take this team home and put a decent score on the board. We've seen that the team batting first hasn't had the advantage so far in this tournament. It's much easier to be able to understand how hard you can go.
9 off the over, end of 16, 65 for 4. Yeah, if Taylor can play stabiliser and Dotton gets into T20 mode, they could really take the pressure off themselves and put it right back on Ireland.
And when I say stabiliser, that doesn't mean you have to dot up everything. It just means you probably stay in safe shots. You've still got your 4. You know where you can hit your boundary balls. And at the moment, she's doing that absolutely perfectly and showing that experience. Good 100 last game for her. Oh, 200s, in fact. So Hayley Matthews got 100 and then followed up with Stefani Taylor also getting an unbeaten 100.
Maguire sisters continue in tandem. Jane starts her 4th.
And I don't mind that as well. Just giving the 1 to Stefani Taylor.
Yep. Deep cover out, but she's brought inside the circle now for Dotton.
It's been a bit of a scratchy 6 runs so far from the 11 balls Deandra Dotton's faced.
A little too straight. Easy pickings for Dotton, who might get 4 and does. So into double figures she goes. So a couple of boundaries now for Dotton. 2 in her last 3 deliveries.
Yeah, this is good touch from Dotton. Didn't try and overhit this. Played it nice and late. Just that fielder down at deep backward squares. No chance of stopping that ball. Just didn't quite get the execution right there from Maguire.
And that is going to be powered through the offside. Beats the fielder. And it'll run away. Pressure on the bowler now. Jane Maguire started with 1 for 1. She's got 9. That's, she's conceded off the first 3 deliveries of her 4th over.
Yeah, line and length wrong for that one. That's the flick off the pads, and then again, just the length, allowing Dotton to push onto that back foot, punch it through the offside with the field up. This is just allowing, with the early boundaries and 9 off the first 3 balls, it just allows the West Indies to be able to attack this over now. Jane Maguire's got to be a little more defensive at field, straight back for Dotton now, where they've been squeezing before on her, putting that pressure on her. Now she's run a ball 14, looking a lot more comfortable.
Well, that's what Dotton can do. We'll take the single here as well. A little pressure on Forbes. And immediately apologetic as she whips the ball in and strikes Dotton's bat.
You don't want to get in Dotton's bad side.
No.
Apologise straight away.
Particularly not if you're a bowler. I mean, she's a 6-hitter. And in the T20 game, 6-hitters are the most glamorous of all the players. Indeed, Deandra Dotton is very flamboyant in that department. 6-hitter galore. End of 17, 75 for 4. And if you look at a T20 strike rate, we'll have drinks here as well. 17 overs done. West Indies 25 away from bringing up the 100.
It's Wicket. It's cricket for girls aged 12 to 15. It's Wicket. Try out batting, bowling and scoring runs. Try it out with your friends. You'll love it. It's Wicket. Find out more and register now.
So third and final one-day international of the Evara one-day international series between Ireland and West Indies. The first drinks break is done. Ireland, having won the toss and opted to bowl, find themselves in a really handy position. They've got West Indies 4 down for just 75 runs on the board through 17 overs. And they trail in the series 2-0. It's an unassailable lead for West Indies. But bear in mind, there are still Women's Championship points to play for. And there's so many opportunities for players to impress from an individual perspective. Maybe, just maybe, a win that Ireland will want to take into England, which is their next series in this ICC Women's Championship. So what we've got now is a change in bowling after the drinks break. It's Kai McCartney who will bowl in only a second one-day international. She did play a one-dayer against West Indies, but it was a warm-up match for the ICC qualifiers last year against West Indies. She took a wicket in that game. So Kai McCartney, off spinner to start. And how often we see wickets fall in the over immediately after drinks.
Very true. I'm just questioning if that is her debut then. This should be her debut.
No,
it's
no.
only a warm-up game.
No, she played against Thailand in the qualifier itself, but she played
Gotcha.
Yeah. That was on me. 2 for 73 on debut for Kai McCartney.
Well, she's certainly quickened her action up since I last saw her. I saw her in the Under-19 World Cup. And she had quite a success there as well. Picking up plenty of wickets. Nice tall bowler, high in her action. Get probably more bounce out of this pitch than most. And as a spinner, a few of the pace bowlers will be a little jealous as well.
An extra pace on it, but that doesn't trouble Stefani Taylor. Worked away. Louise Little out on the rope. Tremendous throw from Little to secure that run out of Glasgow. The fourth wicket to fall. Kai McCartney, very good value in the field as well for Ireland. Her first chance to bowl. There's just another example of her fielding ability.
Nice little bit of shape on that. A little bit of drift away. Slight breeze going across field.
Pete Stoughton.
Yeah, it's good to see that Under-19 World Cup system is producing quite a few players for both Ireland and West Indies, all featuring today.
Yeah, Shmini Munasar in for West Indies today. It'll be a single off the last ball of the 18th, the first for Kai McCartney. West Indies 78 for 4. Decent start from McCartney, who hails from the northwest, from Coleraine. So not too far away for her. So, going to see a change in bowling here. Just taking a look at that last delivery.
That toe off is really nice from an off spinner. You see her, she's driving up, not through, slightly different to the pace bowler, using that full height.
So the change here for Ireland is Georgina Dempsey. She's coming into bowl from the clubhouse end. So back into the attack. Amy Hunter up to the stumps. It's very firmly struck, and that's asking too much of Louise Little to get around. Another boundary, and this time Dotton going at a runner ball now for her 21.
Nothing against Georgina Dempsey. I think she's been really good with the ball most of this tournament. But I just feel Orla Prendergast is the player that should be bowling this over. In fact, probably should have come on about 4 overs ago at the other end, just to tighten things up. I think the swing in that Prendergast will just restrict the arms of someone like a Stefani Taylor and Deandra Dotton. So I think she's has a good match-up to both of these players, and as I mentioned, she's the premier bowler for this team. So just think they've made a little mistake here with their bowler management. That is a line, though, that Dempsey needs to stick with. That slingy action tends to sort of skid on, swing away from the right-handers, and if she starts the line a lot straighter like she did that one, she's going to cause a few difficulties potentially with the field set nice and straight.
She's been bowling well without taking wickets, as Georgina Dempsey, by and large. When Ireland bowlers have been at times flayed by Hayley Matthews in particular, she's bowled very nicely, very steadily. A few wayward deliveries that have been punished, as with the first delivery in this spell.
Gets through overs pretty quick, though, which is also a big bonus for Ireland. Sometimes if you take your time in between balls, it can sort of allow the batters to reset. Sometimes if you're getting through them very quickly, they suddenly realise that they're into the 30th over and they haven't even realised it.
Oh, an inside edge. Has that gone, or has that come off Amy Hunter? I think it's come off Amy Hunter and then back onto the stumps. Georgina Dempsey celebrating.
Oh, that's Orcs. Thought she had the wicket. I thought she had the wicket. We're all up. So happy for Georgina Dempsey, but good areas, much better from her. And just the 4 off the over. Excellent over. 82 for 4 in the 19th.
Well, here it is, side on view. Yeah, off Amy Hunter.
Is that out?
No. Amy Hunter, though, she's got to be careful with her gloves in front of the wickets. It hits Amy Hunter's pad after it's chopped onto the ground and then it goes back onto the stumps.
I'd be having a look at where that foot, because it doesn't matter if she's gloved it or not, it can still be out.
Yeah, true.
At the moment, Dotton is out of her crease, and this is going to be out.
That's true.
That is out.
That is out. Oh, foot is up in the air, and that's going to be gone.
That's a great miss by Amy Hunter. Straight off the pads, very, very quick.
Yeah, red lights. Well, West Indies might feel aggrieved. Dotton has to go. And Georgina Dempsey has the wicket that she so dearly desired. Deandra Dotton dragged out of her crease.
Well, I'm sure the umpires have explained to her that she's been stumped. If she's out of a crease, she needs to get off the field. I don't think Stefani Taylor can give her any more clue than what the umpires have told her. And unfortunately, it's one of those dismissals that seems a little unfair. But well bowled from Dempsey, much better areas. Wouldn't say the glove work of Hunter was amazing, but the inside edge always hard to take off the pad straight onto the stumps. And she's caught short of her ground, so
this is going to be a bitter pill to swallow for Dotton, who drags her back foot out of the crease as she's trying to have a go, catches the underside of the stumps off the pads of Hunter while her foot is raised, not back behind the line. And that will go down as stumped. At the moment, it is Dotton who is stumped as to why she's out. And that is why. Side on view, referred by the match officials. Indeed, given out. So Dempsey has her first of the series. Dotton gone for 21. And now a first opportunity for the star fielder of the series, Zara Claxton, to have a chance with bat in hand. Kyle McCartney into her second, bowling to Taylor. starts with real width. And Kai McCartney, I think, will have a big thank you for Amy Maguire for wrapping that one up.
Yep, spinners unite. Got to back each other up.
New club. Darted in again from Kai McCartney. Not always easy to read. She holds the ball in her left hand for the longest time and then switches it to her bowling hand just before the delivery stride. She might think about coming round to Jazara Claxton, the left-hander.
Yeah, Claxton started batting up the order, well, sort of in that middle order, number 5, in the T20 format. 50 over down the order a little, but certainly has some great talent. Another under-19 product.
She is coming round. Very wide to start. Claxton scores her runs very quickly. Even in one-day internationals, she's got a career strike rate of nearly 110 in one-day internationals. Not with an enormous number of matches behind her, only playing her 10th one-day international today.
And I think that might be the undoing of her, maybe just playing an ODI a little too much like a T20 game.
But you're seeing that from some of the younger players coming through. They do want to carry that sort of tempo into the one-day international game, and sometimes come unstuck, sometimes can be very valuable. Oh, beautiful cricket shot. Just leans into it, Taylor.
It's also, when we go back to the strike rates in the ODI format, there's also a lack of exposure to the 50-over format. How much are they actually playing domestically to understand their 50-over game, and how does it vary to a T20 game? And it can be quite difficult because it does ebb and flow throughout the 50-over game much more than it does in a T20 format.
Noted. Fuller. Claxton gets a good straight firm bat on that, but Louise Little with the fielding. That the end of 20. West Indies 86 for 5. And with that, a change in commentary.
Well, Stefanie Taylor sort of holding ground at the moment for the West Indies. They're going to run a ball, making it look quite easy out there, but the rest of the team at the moment just having a few little hiccups. Maybe the luck of the Irish has finally arrived in game 3. And to divulge more about that, Isabel Joyce.
Yeah, I don't know what the look of the Irish. I'm not sure it translates most of the time. I think it's quite unfair, actually, that when anything good happens, everyone puts it down to luck just because we're Irish.
Just catches that outside edge. The ball's going to come into Claxton. Just be attacking the stumps. I don't think Dempsey will be unhappy about the left-hander being out there. It's just, can she adapt to the left-right hand, constantly changing that line?
Oh, she's lucky she got something on that. Looked for a while like she wasn't going to. But I think that for different bowlers, it's some bowlers it's easier than others to bowl left-right hand combination, depending on the type of bowler that they are. I always found as a left-arm bowler, it was easy to change because, and it's something that I've said to left-arm bowlers before who sometimes struggle because you spend so much time pushing the ball across right-handers, then how do you adjust? So I would always start wider in the crease than when a left-hander came in, just bowl a channel outside off and then get tighter to the stumps as I felt comfortable with bowling. That's gone all wrong for Georgina Dempsey. And Amy Hunter up to the stumps, needs her bowler to back her up. Sent that wide down leg, and it's going to be a handy little number, 5 wides for West Indies.
Yeah, tough one. Started too short, line all wrong. Very difficult for Amy Hunter to get on. Just needs a little bit more of that front shoulder towards the target. This might come down to how much are they practicing around the wicket, 2 left-handers at training. Working on your cues.
Yeah, well, when she's, and that's a bit of sloppiness coming into the fielding there from Amy Maguire. Don't need that when you've just bowled 5 wides. But when she's bowling to right-handers, Georgina Dempsey comes from really wide of the crease, comes into the stumps so that she can kind of bowl in at the stumps and then swing it away. When she's bowling to the left-hander, she's running straight at the crease, which is, I think she should be coming from maybe behind the umpire so that she can come wide and then angle it back in.
Yeah, it does look a lot more comfortable over the wicket. And majority of players are right-handed, fortunately, as much as we love our left-handers.
Yeah, I always felt really annoyed when I was old enough to think about it, the fact that I'm left-handed and then bat right-handed. It's like, why?
Yeah, that was a rookie error, that one.
Yeah, why did nobody force me? I was too late in the order for anyone to care. By the time I came along, it was just like, yeah, sure, just come on.
Was it the hockey influence as well, potentially? Obviously, right-handers, no?
No, nothing to do with that. I mean, I think if my family had anything to do with it, we never would have played hockey, because it's like the afterthought. My dad absolutely thinks that hockey is the worst.
Really?
So no one ever came to watch any.
Big shout out to Mr. Joyce.
Yeah, Jimmy. He's fine with that. Jimmy would be fine with the world knowing that he thinks hockey's a terrible sport.
No doubt he'll be very pleased to know the cricket is now in the Olympics as well as hockey.
Yes.
End of the over, 94 for 5 off 21.
Yeah, we'd come home from hockey matches and be like, if anyone wanted to know, we just won the All-Irelands, but no one did.
Well, we have a look at that bowling card, and it's, to me, Prendergast the standout. I'm still calling for her to come back on, but it's been a much better effort today from Ireland. They've got their plans right. They've executed well. Very attacking. The luck is certainly going their way, and you create your own luck. It's not just the Irish, Isabel.
Yeah. Well, I would argue Amy Hunter's pad was in the right place for that stumping.
Very true. It's all about technique.
Yeah, when you talk to, I mean, I'm desperately trying to teach my kids how to, not desperately, but it's a tough one teaching a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old how to catch, because they think they know everything. And they say, oh, what does it matter? I caught it, when you're talking about technique. And it's like, well, technique is what's there when you're under pressure, so that your body knows how to do the right thing. Another misfield. The misfield just creeping in for Ireland. I know that was slightly bobbling, but Order Prendergast, I would assume, would expect a little bit more.
Well, that was a single off the bat as well. Yeah. And that's another area where, like, Stefanie Taylor's been around for a long time. She needs to make sure she's still ticking over these singles when they're there. And that was a great shot from her, forcing mid-off wide.
Well, the good thing for Ireland is Jazara Claxton is brilliant between the wickets, but Stefanie Taylor's not running 2 there.
Correct.
So there's less pressure on the field to maybe come in or cut angles. What'll be interesting is if Stefanie Taylor, if they do manage to get her out, and she doesn't look likely to get out right now, but if they do manage to get her out and you get someone who's a little bit more energetic between the wickets, how they go about it then.
Her acceleration the other day as well was excellent from Taylor, more with her batting strike rate than her running between the wickets, of course. Yeah, this is where the batting pair really need to understand each other's games.
Oh, I thought she'd made a meal of that. Jazara Claxton was home and hosed for that too, long before Taylor even thought about turning. I think she thought it had gone to the boundary, but it's not the greatest sound off the bat.
No, didn't quite middle the full toss. Wicket-taking delivery. Just work this one square. Ireland, knowing that that's a scoring area, have blocked it off successfully. 99 for 5 after 22. Dalzell and Cara Murray out today. McCartney coming in and Jane Maguire returning as well, and they've both bowled very, very well so far, warranting their selection today.
Another occasion when you're just saying it's great to see a squad, like it really feels like both groups of players, the coaching staff and there's just confusion here. That was, they almost high-fived in the middle of the pitch and then ran back, and Stefanie Taylor is saying, you need to call me there. I think Jazara Claxton just blocked it and then ran. But yeah, we've seen a lot of West Indies over the last 6 weeks, which I've mentioned a number of times, but it really does feel like you bring someone in and it doesn't weaken the group. It's about maybe matchups or who's just hitting their straps at the time, or the format that they're playing.
We'll flick this one fine off the legs. That's a great effort out there in the outfield by Leah Paul. That was a certain 4 off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching that and I was thinking, right, you can kind of tell when they're, 5-6 yards away, oh, that's going to be a boundary, or there's an opportunity. I didn't think she had a chance, actually, but the way she stopped it was brilliant, to put her hand there and then tumble away from the ball.
I'd actually really like to see Georgina Dempsey coming over the wicket. And that way they're at the moment quite exposed behind the wicket there, and they're bringing a fielder now to cover in that same area. Oh, it's the right-hander. Ignore everything I just said there. But I just would love to see her come over the wicket so that she can cut off those angles a little bit. They can be a bit more attacking on the leg side, and she can also bring the stumps into play as well.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you there, because I think the reason she does it is because she played a series against Australia a few years ago when she bowled really well, struggled against Phoebe Litchfield, kept on bowling wides down leg. But that series,
I think a lot of people struggle against Phoebe Litchfield.
It wasn't when she bowled a good ball, she was fine. It was that she struggled with the line. She couldn't get it across and back in, but that just takes practice. So she needs to recognise it's something she has to work on. But also the reason why it doesn't work for her around the wicket, where for other, like say for Jane Maguire, for example, she's good coming around the wicket to left-handers. But even though she doesn't have that much more of a front arm, she's a much more up and down bowler. So when she comes around, she's bowling a similar line. Whereas for Georgina Dempsey, because she's so slingy, she's got to work so hard to bring it back in. So that second half of that over that she's bowled to Taylor would be perfectly fine against Claxton. She's bowled them all on the stumps. 23 gone, 102 for 5 West Indies.
The other thing with Dempsey is that she actually swings it from the hand, as opposed to Jane Maguire, who actually swings it quite late. So she's always, you're able to track that line quite easily from Dempsey. So she can still bowl in some really good areas. Obviously, swinging it late would be ideal, but I still think the fact she's a bit skiddy, she can still keep the stumps in play. There's still a lot of potential in Dempsey, the off-cutter, the back of the hand.
I think she could go cross-seam as well to the left-hander and try and use that as a variation if she's struggling with the line. And almost target the left pad of the wicketkeeper, bowl across with cross-seam, and then you'll get the natural variation of the seam and the... not seam. The rest of the ball. Leather.
The leather.
That's it.
Isabel's first game today, everyone. Taylor just looking to be a bit more of the aggressor now against McCartney. She's noticed that it's not really getting a lot of turn out of this wicket. She is a quicker bowler. Probably hasn't got the revolutions quite on the ball and the seam position that she needs to get that turn, and that will come with time. I'm impressed with how much she's improved in just sort of 18 months.
Yeah, I think that was genuine turn on that occasion. But using the pace nicely, Jazara Claxton, Sarah Forbes, just about bringing it in. We've seen that area be, I think it's for Afi Fletcher has been the most frustrating when she's straight in line, and it's just seemed to be like downhill. But Not on that occasion, maybe a little bit too much bat. I'm just seeing Orla Prendergast warming up, by the way, Pricey, which I know you'll be happy about. Bit too late, says you. There you go, lovely. A little bit of turn away.
Yeah, and this sometimes is the confidence that off spinners get against the lefty as well. They can really get into it. Might have been a little worried about Taylor just taking her on, not knowing exactly what lines to bowl to Taylor.
Slip in?
That'd be nice.
Well, they need to shore up that region if they possibly can, because that's a full-blooded cut shot from Jazara Claxton, hit nice and late, and the area where she hit 2 previous in the over is gone for 4.
They're probably just starting with a little bit too much width here, difficult to protect. They've got a fielder back on the boundary, sort of at a deep point. And they probably could just pull them slightly further back. The fielder at short third and bring that slip in just to tighten up that area if she is getting that little bit of bite out of the wicket.
Yeah, there's a 45 in and a backward square, so one of those fielders you'd think could come across and tighten up that area outside off. That boundary is slightly ruining things for Kyle McCartney. 24 gone, 110 for 5 West Indies. And the cap is off, or for Orla Prendergast. So her second spell loading. She's bowled 5 overs, so I think she'll probably bowl 2 more spells. That's the plans from Gabby Lewis, maybe 2 or 3 in this spell, and she might save 2 for later on. Unless she takes a bucket load of wickets, and she might bowl her second 5.
Yeah, you've got to constantly be adapting, don't you, as a captain, of knowing when your bowlers should bowl and how to use them. But yeah, definitely Orla Prendergast, I'd say 2 or 3 now as well. I've also been told to call her OP1 Kenobi.
Yes.
Yes, so yeah. Just, and if that's the case, they use the force, Orla.
Who's been telling you to call her that?
That'd be Mary Waldron.
Yeah.
Big shout out.
Yeah.
Down under, in fact, in Adelaide.
Well, a good friend of ours, Ananya Upendron's a big OP fan. What does she call it? OP supremacy. OP supremacy. Shall we see it now? Oh, not on that occasion.
No, use the force, Orla. Yeah, for the Star Wars fans out there, if you're not, just tune out for a minute.
I think even if you're not a Star Wars fan, you know what Obi-Wan Kenobi is, do you?
I would hope so. Or Ben.
You can try and contact us and let us know, and you'll fail. Uh-oh. Chance that the non-strikers... Oh, dear. How close was that? Gabby Lewis, I think she's actually bounced it over the stumps. Jazara Claxton puts the big dive in. What do you reckon? In or out if she'd hit?
I'd say out. But I like the intent that Claxton has in getting down there. They went together before, Taylor and Claxton, because they'd had a little bit of a mix-up in the middle. A big chat about when to call, when not to call, and obviously she's told Claxton, be ready. It's a really nice delivery as well. Oh.
Well, they both set off. They both did, and Taylor called her through and then almost sold her down the river.
It's called a barbecue then.
Yeah, so I don't know if maybe she's coming down saying, sorry, mate. I reckon if it's the other way around, if it's Claxton facing and she drops in there, that's an easy single. See, it's not just about every single time the ball gets put in somewhere that you run a single. It's who's actually hit it is important. I know I'm saying this to you as if you don't know, but it's just more of a statement. So for me, as someone who's not as quick often as the person who's down the other end, I'll say to them, I will run from the non-strikers if you call. But remember, I'm not as fast as you. So that kind of communication is important, because some players think everyone's as fast as them.
Yeah. I feel sometimes the problem with a different pace as well, and there's a seniority thing here as well. Is Taylor, when they were talking about for her running or not running, then it puts a little bit of doubt in Claxton's mind. She knows when she can make it, when there's a gap, and if your partner is calling over the top of you, it makes it really difficult. You start second guessing yourself a little bit. So that's something they're going to have to keep working on. Yeah,
I think the seniority thing is a really interesting one because you don't want a senior player annoyed with you, for running you out, probably worst, but for calling when you feel like there shouldn't have been a run or there should have been a run.
Well, I'm just starting to slow down Taylor, 39 off 48. She was going at a run a ball for quite a long time, just with a loss of a couple of wickets. Just a little more conservative.
I'll tell you what, Orla Prendergast ran so slowly up to the crease then, it was almost like she'd written a postcard and it had reached Jazara Claxton before she bowled that slower delivery. Work to do.
Possibly, yeah, might have given away the fact she was bowling the slow ball then.
It might have been a good outcome that it was a wide down leg side, because Claxton had plenty of time to come up with a plan before that ball was delivered.
Well, quicker ball, same outcome. Again, that's that slight adjustment. It can be difficult, and we talk about the left-right hand combinations, and that's one reason why it can be difficult, and it's a bonus for the batting team to have both of them out there at the same time. Just slight variations, the angle of the run-up sometimes, just the landing foot, just aligning yourself to that target for the left-hander.
Just staying strong in your action for that slight bit longer as well. Gets there in the end. 25 gone. West Indies 116 for 5. Ooh, I've gone early again. I've gone early.
You keen to get through these?
The scorer is just doing too good a job. We got the dot ball in there too quickly for me.
We look at the score. What do you think is going to be a good score today in the situation that West Indies are in currently?
I still think they could get to 280. I mean, a lot hangs on Taylor. I think if she can stay out there for a good long time, well fielded from Jay Maguire. Now it is 25 overs gone, 116 for 5. But she can stay out there. She doesn't have to stay out there for the whole innings, but if she can take the game another 10, 15 overs, even if Ireland get her out, then they do have, then T20 comes into play, doesn't it? And they have players that are very adept in that. The problem for West Indies is that they haven't seen a lot of batting time. So I think there's a long time left in the game. It could really go either way. You could see Ireland keeping them under 200 if they do get Taylor soon, or it could go another 100 more, you know. So that's why we love 50 over cricket.
Well, if they go at fives from here, they'll probably get close to 250, probably about 240 in fact.
Beautifully played, waited for it so nicely. Taylor, and that gap behind point is proving a problem for Kaya McCartney and a fruitful area for West Indies.
That's that to the right-hander, just struggling with getting that turn. It's nearly, she doesn't quite go underneath the ball, but just not getting a lot of turn to the right-hander, so it's just a little easy for Taylor, and she is looking very, very good at the moment. Apologies, Taylor.
That's better, much better line. Keep it within the stumps as much as you can and force Taylor to do something. I can understand this field to Taylor, because you want to bowl straighter. So you have the 5 fielders on the leg side, so the third would be for a bad ball. But it's going there again. So maybe change the plan. Say bowl a channel outside off, if that's where you feel more comfortable, and put a fielder in, because it's another boundary in the over for McCartney, and both in similar areas.
And straight away we see Leah Paul is getting pushed across from 45 into a short third. And I think that's a good option. Not a huge amount of turn, so she can still really bowl at the stumps. Just doesn't want to give that width. Why staying at backward point. So 5-4 now.
Straighter this time, and of course it goes to where the fielder has been moved from. Taylor getting on her skates, comes back for a second. Amy Hunter doing the fielding. Leg byes signalled though, so the runs don't go to Taylor.
It's always quite frustrating when that happens. You know the bowler's probably thinking about don't bowl here, because they've just moved the fielder out of 45, and she's done exactly what she was not going to do. So she just needs to focus on what the positive is of her plan. I'm trying to bowl fourth stump line. I'm trying to bowl fuller. I'm trying to bowl, or pick a target area, and that way she's set the field for exactly where she wants to bowl.
Well, I reckon she probably just hadn't changed the plan in her mind, had she? She's still thinking bowl at the stumps. That's the problem with setting a field for something you're not planning on bowling. When you do bowl what you want, then you can leak runs. Well, checking for the no ball, I assume here. I don't think it was too high, but we're not best placed here.
Apparently it is.
Well, in fact, it is a no ball. So an opportunity as she approaches her 50 for Taylor to get there with ease. We've seen a few free hits, and I don't think we've seen any runs from them so far in this series. Nicely played into the offside, but Rebecca Stokel will come off, and it's one away now. As an expensive over from Kaya McCartney so far, 2 boundaries. Oh, and a no ball again, oh dear. Oh, that was a replay of it wasn't a no ball for height, it was a no ball for front foot. That explains it. 43rd one-day international half-century for Stefanie Taylor. We saw Hayley Matthews score back-to-back centuries earlier in the series. Stefanie Taylor halfway to backing up her century from the last game in this one.
Yeah, well, she's looked really good from ball one, Stefanie Taylor, and she's needed to with the loss of Matthews and Grimmond early. And what a wonderful 50 for her. You mentioned, obviously, she got 100 in the last game. As we have a look at that wagon wheel, very much hitting forward of the wicket, other than those last couple of fours off the off-spinner, just providing a little bit too much width. But generally hits forward of the wicket. Very traditional style player. But she's just timed it to perfection today. Hasn't overhit too much, and just starting to put together a bit of a partnership with Jazara Claxton now.
Yeah, more varied kind of wagon wheel than we might have seen from other players, though. So it does show that no matter where you bowl, she's got an option. Some she prefers more than others. But Ireland need to bowl better to Claxton. It's been very much... She's scored off poor deliveries. Hasn't scored heavily, mind you, but she's been given the opportunity with a bit of width outside off. Ireland have often been too straight. Prendergast coming around the wicket to her now. That's better.
Yeah, I'd really like them to squeeze a bit more on Claxton. I know I bang on about this a lot, but you know, she's faced 18 deliveries now, going at run a ball, but they haven't. She's just been punching singles to fielders that are on the boundary, and if you bring them up, suddenly does that become a dot and put some extra pressure on her?
Yeah, 4 fielders allowed out at this stage. Third, cover, square and fine are out.
And I think for someone who's only on 17, that's unnecessarily having the 4 out.
Especially with your strike bowler on.
Correct.
So who are you bringing in?
I'd bring in your deep third. She's coming around the wicket. She's keeping a tight line. Not allowing too much width.
Be cover for me. I think I'd bring in cover. Although it's a good thing she's out there for that, because that would have gone between them.
It's always the case. Always happens.
It didn't happen to you.
No.
50 partnership between these two, but rebuilding after a couple of, well, a bit of comedy with the runouts. 2 that I haven't seen too much of. One where the batter sliding the bat into the keeper's foot, which is a questionable technique, and then questionable keeping technique from Amy Hunter looking to... And she's deflected it off her pad into the stumps. Good fielding from Kaya McCartney. Great body position as she goes to pick that up. Not as good a throw, will be said.
The two run-outs were odd. But yeah, as you mentioned, the Campbell one straight into the foot of Amy Hunter with the foot outside the crease, therefore the bat didn't get there.
There's that gap again. So Prendergast, second over in this second spell, goes for just 4, 27 gone. West Indies 134 for 5. And with Hayley Matthews being dismissed, Dotton as well, we have Stefani Taylor out there. We are seeing the youth of West Indies coming to the fore. It's been something that has been talked about for actually quite a long time, about how there's been a top-heavy West Indies team. How important have you seen the Under-19 Women's World Cup being in developing that next level of talent for not just West Indies, but around the globe?
Yeah, extremely important. The first Under-19 World Cup back in 2023. Sorry. And it really probably highlighted a few countries that hadn't really been working on that pathway for their younger players. And West Indies was one of them. They didn't make the next group round, which I think was a bit of a shock as a full member nation. And since then, they've been really working hard on how to make sure that they've got sustainable talent coming through. So if anything, it's enabled countries to focus on those areas that they mightn't have realised that was a weakness. And obviously we've seen a few of those players come through today. We've got Munasar back in the team, who was an under-19 captain, Zeta James from the 2023 version. Claxton in now.
Jane Maguire replaces McCartney. Replacement from Claxton. Claxman. For Ireland, I suppose Kai McCartney is in today. Amy Maguire is the obvious one that's come through. Amy Hunter was in that first one, but she'd already played a good bit for Ireland at that stage. But I totally agree with you. And I think as well for West Indies that WCPL, so the combination of under-19s and WCPL has meant it's much more palatable to stick with cricket as opposed to other avenues you might go down. Certainly, I'm seeing it across club cricket in Ireland that there's a real carrot there for a lot of young players in clubs that take their women's cricket very seriously. Now, Jane Maguire is very good against left-handers. It's probably an underrated part of her game, because not only she is good at just because she's so up and down in her action. Like I said, she doesn't need to change too much, but she does have a very good off-cutter slower ball. And actually, I reckon if she gets an injury, she could turn into an off-spinner. It's proper. She gets proper revs on the ball. So she makes a lar of me and bowls one down leg.
You're on fire.
I'm the Dwayne of today.
She did have a little knee injury as well, Jane Maguire. Not that you're wishing her to become a off spinner anytime soon.
No, it's usually more of an all-rounders thing to do, isn't it? Like, you're still in the team for your batting, you don't really bowl anymore, and it's like, I might just roll the arm over in nets, and then this isn't doing too badly.
We can go back to that under-19 chat, and India won both versions of it so far, and they've also now won a World Cup. Up until then, they hadn't won anything. So whether that 19s has really pushed hard with that talent into the Indian team, which probably was a fairly stable team for a long time, has it created a few questions around who's in the team, who can come into it, what we're seeing at a lower level, and whether that's the same in Ireland or not. The other thing is Kim Garth going to Australia. When she came to Australia to look at playing cricket professionally at a higher level with regards to domestic cricket,
there's that slower ball.
I don't know how that was perceived by everyone here in Ireland. Was that a carrot for them as well? I'm going to throw it over to you. 137 for 5.
A carrot, as in Kim Garth going over, is something that
forged a path and other people could follow her.
Correct, and also in Cricket Island, realising that they've lost one of their greatest players potentially to another country because they didn't have the systems in place at that point.
Yeah, I think that was a number of different things coming together. So Kim would always, I always said to Kim that she should be one of the best players in the world if she had different types of players. I think when she's pushed by other players around her, that's what makes her better, and that's why other people might not have known she was good enough to be in that Australian team. I'm not surprised at all, because you could see the ability there, but I don't think she ever would have been as good as she is now if she'd stayed in Ireland. She still would have been brilliant, but she probably wouldn't have been pushed. Now, that being said, she would have been around the likes of Orla and Gabby and those players that might have pushed her a little bit more than when she was in Ireland. Lulu Little coming into the attack. But, yeah, I think there's a little bit of... For playing state cricket, you would have to move over full-time, so you've got to make that decision and then try and force your way into a state team. So it's really it's a big choice to make. For Kim, she was going over playing club cricket, and then the timing of it was good in that we had COVID and all that kind of stuff happened. So things aligned for her, and also she'd played those years as a rookie in the Big Bash, which is not an opportunity that players get anymore. Again, just forced down leg side by Lulu Little. A bit of glove on it from Amy Hunter. Now Jazara Claxton, very quick between the wickets, comes back for a second.
And she gets right out of the way of Amy Hunter. She was going to have the same fate as Shameen Campbell.
Well, the other thing is now with the championship and the tours that Ireland are playing, I don't think it's an opportunity really to go across for such a long period of time as Kim would have when she played a number of seasons club cricket and then state cricket. So you'll have players that will go across for half a season, or if they're not in the squad, they might get permission, like Alana Dalzell had a couple of years ago. She went and played a full season. She was kind of really on the outskirts, and that was the catalyst to her actually forcing her way back in, because she was an overseas player in a club I think it was in Queensland. And all of a sudden she had to elevate her game and really think about things and coach others and be a real leader. So that seems to have been a big turning point for her. So it's just different for different players. But anyone who's able to do that is not close to the Irish team, and you would think aren't close to forcing their way into a state team.
I think the system, though, since Kim has gone, has changed a lot, so therefore it's not required for that. She wanted to make a career out of cricket, and now it's absolutely possible. And you see those young kids coming through that also see that as well, see the girls playing in the World Cup. They watch that West Indies win, and they want to be part of that, which is exactly what this is all about.
Yeah, and one of the things that we don't have is club 50 over cricket, really. That's fallen away, and there's actually an appetite, I think, now. So there are a few things that have been said to me from parents, which is, there's an appetite, but there's not an opportunity. So young players in my own club have to go and play men's cricket, which, again, that's great, but there should be an avenue in female cricket that we would have had growing up. 50 over cricket was, as usual as T20 cricket. It wasn't really like T20 cricket back then either. You played it like 50 overs. So, yeah, it's definitely something that needs to come next.
Now, you're probably going to poo-poo me on this one, but I actually think Lou Little has a little bit of the Kim Garths about her. She's the way she runs in, her run-up is very similar. She keeps her, for some reason, there's a same characteristics. Very good in the field. I think I'm really impressed with how Louise Little's gone so far in this tournament. Once she's got to go, she's really grasped it with both hands, and I've been very impressed with her as well.
Yeah, I don't poo-poo that at all. She's from the same club. They've produced so many seam bowlers, Pembroke Cricket Club. And it's not like you look and go, well, it's because of this coach that's seen them all. Good start from Lulu Little, brought in quite late. The two wides ruining what would have been a good over to start 8 from at 29 gone, 145 for 5. Very useful partnership, this, for West Indies. 62 it is now, which is just 4 away from their previous best against Ireland. They've had a 6th wicket stand of 96 against India's previous best for West Indies. But no, just in terms of fast bowlers from Pembroke, players that you would know, like Louise McCarthy, Kim Garth, Louise Little. But on the men's side, Barry McCarthy, Josh Little, obviously, Hannah Little. The Little's kind of a bit of a theme there. But yeah, so many fast bowlers. So they do have this ridge in Pembroke that if you bowl into, you get extra lift. So I don't know if that's encouraging for fast bowlers. Jane Maguire continuing. But yeah, they've produced not only internationals, like all types of internationals, but in particular fast bowlers. So we need to find out what the common thread is. It's not been told before. The other thing that needs to change in the domestic game is the youth system for girls. A lot of their interprovincial cricket is played on a mat, which is, at this stage, just can't continue. They'll play at the same time as the boys at the same age groups. The boys will go and play on grass wickets, and the girls are on the mat in Campbell College. So, yeah, for me, especially at the older age groups, that absolutely has to change.
Do you need a little lie down now? You've got it all out of your system?
I was thinking about that all the way up here, and I was just because I was involved when it started, and at the time we were thinking, okay, we've got something going, that's fine. I don't mind that it's a mat, but that was a number of years ago. Let's be better. Let's move on from that. Let's see boys and girls the same, give them the same opportunities. Oh, well, she's thought about pulling that one, but a nice length from Jane Maguire, and she does bring that, like, well, she's not express pace because she bowls into the pitch. She's got a little bit more pace about her, so she can draw those full shots.
Yeah, I think she's bowled in some really nice areas today. That late swing I was talking about earlier as well. The control is what she's known for, and that first game was a little unlike Jane Maguire. A bit wider on the crease this time, and just gets this one fine. Slight variation of the delivery position. Goes for 4, and that brings up the 150 for the West Indies.
Yeah, disappointing after good pressure applied by Jane Maguire. She's been really good in that area, which all left-handers are. They recognise the line from around the wicket in particular so early, gets her feet in position and just gets a little bit of bat on it to beat the fielder at backward square. Gets out of the over though, and at 30 overs, West Indies 150 for 5. Taylor well set, 56 for her. Claxton getting into her innings as well, 27 from 34. A well-earned break for Julia Price. Well, the standout there, the 2 run-outs in the middle that has hollowed this West Indies batting lineup. An unusual miss from Matthews. She went early from 6. Prendergast started the game really well with ball in hand, and Jane Maguire coming back in, dislodged the other opener, Grimmond, for tortuous 14 from 42. Campbell, Glasgow and Dotton went in reasonably quick succession. Taylor still out there, coming off the back of 100, looking to double it up. Louise Little continues, Dwayne Delaka back in place.
Yeah, nicely pushed into the offside. Thank you very much. Some fascinating discussions. I've been absolutely riveted by the conversation that's been going on for the last 10 overs. Particularly enjoyed the if Jane Maguire gets injured conversation. She's just come back from injury, but I understood it as potential back injury, which many cricketers have actually suffered over the years and changed.
Well, I think it's probably more likely to be a later in her career club cricket bowling when you're taking things easy.
There was some great cricket. Do you remember Andrew Simons used to bowl seam to open, and then he'd bowl off spin in the middle of an innings? The late great Australian, very much a batting all rounder, but Garfield Sobers did that as well.
I'm ashamed to say I've done it actually as well.
No, I wouldn't have put that past you.
I bowled seam in a game, and then it was such a spinner's pitch. I said, do you know what? I think I can land it today. I'll bowl a bit of spin.
Much better from Lulu Little.
Good fielding there from Jay Maguire, who I know she didn't cut it off, but just the virtue of the fact that she went to try and cut it off, running the line to the stumps, meant that Claxton had to wait for the ball to get past her. By then, the single was gone. So, an underrated skill.
Yeah, as a batter, you're always waiting until that fielder either gets there or doesn't. But if they commit, it cuts out any early start. Just a little sign again that there's something just holding up at the pitch ever so slightly, uppish from Claxton.
Well, the two bowlers who seem to have managed to cause troubles in that way are Louise Little and Jane Maguire, and they've tall action bowled into the surface. Georgina Dempsey, by comparison, is a little skiddy. The problem for her is that she just seems to struggle to left-handers as well, so that'll be something that the coach and selectors will keep in mind if they come up against teams that have a lot of left-handers.
It's very nicely whipped off her legs. Out to Leah Paul.
Well, we saw Stefanie Taylor's wagon wheel when she made her 50. I would say Claxton's is fine leg and cover. It's two areas.
Not far wrong, Isabel Joyce, not far wrong at all. The final ball of the over. Only 2 runs off the bat and the wide. Taylor can't get this one away. It's a dot ball to finish the end of 31. West Indies 153 for 5. So 150 odd after 30 overs. You can usually double it, but West Indies don't quite have the wickets in hand, don't quite have the strength in batting remaining to genuinely double this unless one of these batters goes on and makes a big score, does so very quickly. And what has been interesting is the way that Ireland, even through run-outs, not necessarily wickets taken by the bowlers, have managed to transfer pressure onto West Indies with a great deal of consistency in today's game, which has been different from the first two.
Well, there's 3 types of run-outs, really. There's incredible just piece of athleticism that comes out of nowhere. There's just a mess-up by the batters as Amy Maguire comes back into the attack. Or there's pressure applied by a lot of dots. And it's the third area that Ireland have managed to do today to get those run-outs. So and that's the most pleasing type, obviously.
Yeah. Ireland have been competitive without sustaining pressure, and it's just little moments like that. Brilliant fielding from Gabby Lewis, very quickly back into Amy Hunter as well, that could lead to those moments.
100%. And I think as well it's good field placement, knowing the strength of Claxton through cover. Oh, that's uppish as well, not far away.
Gabby Lewis has decided Norma Prendergast and Kai McCartney are going to switch sides. Mid on and mid off, changing.
Yeah. She thinks that maybe a catch is coming to mid off, and Orla Prendergast, the best fielder in the team. She wants her there.
Cut away. Big scoring zone for Claxton. Should get 2. And does so relatively comfortably. Yeah, Orla Prendergast, if I'm not mistaken, she's level with you in terms of catches for Ireland in one-day internationals at the moment.
I see. That's very rude of her.
Not that you ever pay attention to milestones and landmarks. Big appeal. Claxton goes. Partnership broken. Amy Maguire strikes. Pressure building. Claxton with a little tickle behind. Amy Hunter with a catch. And West Indies 6 down now for 155.
Well, hats off to either Amy Maguire or Gabby Lewis, whoever decided on that field placement, because I think they've manufactured that wicket of Claxton. 30 from 43 with just 2 boundaries in the score. 155 for 6. Because she's shored up the area in extra cover, she's created that wicket because Claxton was so keen to play a ball that was far too full, square, went on the back foot and in no control of that shot. Good work from Amy Hunter as well behind the stumps. After the cut shot that went for 2, she's just gone fuller here, Amy Maguire. And have a look there, way too full to go back. Had to clear her front leg, almost at square leg by the time she got a tickle on that. Seemed to be waiting for the finger to go up. Yeah, let's see where this lands, how full it is. Nice bounce as well.
Rides it really well, Amy Hunter. Very fine, not much of a deviation. So relatively comfortable in that regard, but well held still. I think you're right. I mean, it was the field setting that put pressure on the batter. Very good captaincy, but the ball needed to follow the plan to work, and it did. So Aliyah Lane makes her way out now to the middle. And this is somebody who is very capable with Willow in hand, former opening batter.
But I think for Ireland, this is a great matchup, having her come out and face Amy Maguire first up. Just what you want as a captain spinner who seems to be in probably the best control we've seen from her in this series. Straight away, Gabby Lewis brings herself into catching extra cover. She's got a fielder over her left shoulder as well. Field stays spread.
Foolish from Amy Maguire to start. McCartney tidies up. End of 32. Successful over for Amy Maguire. Just 2 off it on the wicket of Claxton as well. West Indies 155 for 6. The bowling has been really good for Ireland today. Kyle McCartney's gone at 6.4 and over. Everybody else under 6. Prendergast 1 for 28. That's bowled very nicely. Amy Maguire 1 for 27 from her 6. And 1 for 26 for her sister Jane, who for the time being has bragging rights. 2 of the run-outs off Jane Maguire's over as well. She might remind her sister, no doubt. Some conversations that would happen between siblings from time to time, I imagine. Not that you would know about playing with your sibling.
I think that's a boy thing that you've just described.
Okay. Oh, kept a little low from Louise Little, who usually extracts a little more bounce. Amy Hunter just catching the underside of her gloves as well.
It'd be great if we can get Jane Maguire or Amy Maguire up for player of the match if they manage to take a load of wickets, and ask them, do they go home and lord it over each other when they do better than each other?
Is this not what siblings do? Oh, was that put down? Did that come straight back, or was it bump ball?
I think it's a bump ball, but
Louise Little's reaction, I'm not sure. Okay,
straight into the
bump
ground.
ball, yeah.
It doesn't come at you like that. If it's not a bump ball, it would have been higher up. You can usually tell from the trajectory of the ball, which is why I'm always amazed when it isn't a bump ball and people are. I think Bisma Maroof had one where it was just clearly out in the past, and she was amazed at it being given out.
Very firmly hit. Georgina Dempsey, though, very quick to get around and puts that ball in. Just one. So bringing the new batter on strike, Aliyah Lane. Her first opportunity on strike with the bowler coming in from the clubhouse end.
Went for 8 in her first over, Lulu Little. So it's been a good 9 balls since. Cover comes inside to put pressure on the new batter.
Away, not too far away from Jane Maguire. A little bit of work to do around the rope for Stokel. Won't get there. And Aliyah Lane off the mark with a boundary.
A little bit uppish, but the connection was just brilliant from Elaine.
She's been one of the mainstays for Barbados Royals, as they were for the last few seasons. I think the Barbados Trident's upcoming for the forthcoming WCPL, but they've won 3 on the trot now. She hit the winning runs in last year's final. She can bat.
I think the thing that strikes me about her, having seen, I remember watching that final and I've seen her over a number of years, is that she seems like someone who relishes the opportunity to be a match winner, which is something you can't really teach. It's just in you or it's not. So she'll be coming out there and thinking, yeah, I've got ages to bat. That's great.
She's got that attitude with bat and ball,
Yep.
which you love to see.
Well, she was kind of only bowling 2 overs in a game early on in the World Cup, and we were thinking, why? She keeps on taking wickets. She doesn't go for many runs, so she was almost forcing Hayley Matthews to use her 4 overs in those games.
It's been in stark contrast, though, for West Indies today. End of 33, 161 for 6. Two convincing chases told the story of West Indies' batting dominance. Today has been quite contrasting. It's been good sustained pressure from Ireland. They got the early wicket of Hayley Matthews, and that maybe just settled everybody very quickly. Matthews, having scored 259 runs in her last 2 innings, going for 6 in today's 3rd and final one-day international. Amy Maguire to continue. Little push to square. Sarah Forbes. That's the fielding, gets it in.
Still scoring at such a healthy rate. It's just the wickets that are a problem for West Indies. So for Ireland, they really need to try and get Taylor here, because if she stays in, they'll continue to score at that rate, obviously, unless she runs out of partners. But another wicket or 2, she might start farming the strike.
She's been in for effectively 170 deliveries of the West Indies innings, but she hasn't yet faced 70 balls of her own. She hasn't seen an enormous amount of strike, but she's been able to use the ball wisely when she has.
Great change up there from Amy Maguire. I wonder, did she spot Taylor advancing, or was it just a bit of luck that she bowled that one quicker and into the pitch? Taylor, though, experienced, she managed to bail on the shot.
That move is one that you see from the very best. The very best, when they come down the wicket, have plan A, plan B, plan C, and they can adjust. Not everybody can.
I was a fan of coming down the wicket and sweeping myself, which I don't think was the sign of a top-level player.
This one hasn't got quite so much on it. Sarah Forbes will come around and collect.
She kind of slowed that down, actually, if anything. Stefanie Taylor. Yeah, the come down and sweep is a sign of someone who's not very good at coming down the ground, but trying to force themselves to do it.
Should have just gone for the ball dictated the versatility on show.
I think, yeah, I claimed it changed where the ball went, so listen, we'll take it. Gabby Lewis nice and busy in there at extra cover once again. And then keep Aaliyah Elaine on strike, which is a good outcome. 34 gone, 165 for 6. And with that, a drink for the players and one for us as well.
Thank you to Evara for your support of women's cricket and helping to inspire next generation.
So 16 overs remaining of the West Indies innings, 165 for 6 as things stand. And both West Indies and Ireland, it might be fair to say, have a relatively long tail in today's fixture. So Ireland might be buoyed by the fact that if they take the wicket of either Taylor or Lane, they are into a relatively long tail, which includes Afi Fletcher, Ashwini Munasar and Karishma Ramarak, both the last two not renowned for adding runs, although Fletcher has a couple of good innings to her name internationally. But Aliyah Lane, the last of the recognised batters for West Indies. As Louise Little will continue from the clubhouse end. Is that likely to be the thinking for Ireland? Get one more wicket now and you're into the tail?
Well, I think so. And just having a look at the overs left for Gabby Lewis to play with, use up your strike bowlers now. Would be like, don't be saving Orla Prendergast for the back end because you think there's going to be an onslaught. So I'm seeing her warming up now. I wonder, will this be the last over for Little, or maybe she's going to replace Maguire?
Worked away, struck very firmly, work for Stokel to do, and can't reach it again. Elaine with her second boundary of the innings goes to double figures.
Yeah, very odd shot this. It didn't look like it was going to go there at any great pace, looking to go straight, and somehow it skewed off the inside half of the bat and gone past Jane Maguire in mid-wicket on her right-hand side. So when you get a player like this, it is very hard to set a field to them because they're not hitting the ball in a regular way like you would have been trained to look for from all your years of playing and bowling in the nets. That's how you glean the angles for different batters and for you as a bowler. So if you're shaping the ball slightly back in, as Louise Little is, and at the height that she's coming from, you know where the ball generally goes. Christina Coulter-Riley moves into mid-wicket. She's the sub-fielder.
Oh, on the side, and maybe a run-out chance again. Amy Hunter can't hit the stumps this time.
She's like a cat on a hot tin roof here, Aliyah Lane. There's so much time left in the game. She needs to wait and see where that ball has gone on another occasion. Just sets off without thinking. And Amy Hunter, for me, should have taken the glove off as she turned to get that ball, because an overarm throw might have been a better option. I don't know if Elaine had actually got home if that ball had hit the stumps from the underarm throw.
From the angle that we're watching, we're unable to completely see, but the reaction, the body language of the fielders would suggest that she would have been short. Good fielding by Prendergast as Elaine drives powerfully past Louise Little.
It's been a real change from Ireland actually having Orla Prendergast in mid-off all the time, because she used to always be wherever the ball's going to go, but with her workload in terms of batting, bowling in 50-over cricket, they've decided to keep her in one of the straights.
And yes, to go back to that, I did check. My memory served correctly. She is indeed level with you on 23 catches for Ireland on one-day internationals, and only Claire Shillington has more in terms of anybody who's a non-wicket keeper, that is.
Yeah, well, Claire spent a lot of time in slip, so she was taking all those Barbara MacDonald and Heather Whelan catches. I think I got a lot of run-outs more so than catches, if memory serves. Fielding and point. The old left-hander fooled a few people.
Something that Amy Maguire has certainly benefited from on a few occasions. Getting a run-out today. Maguire running out Shemaine Campbell. Maybe an element of fortune for Ireland in that run-out as well. Last ball of the 35th over.
Really good line that to Aliyah Lane once the ball bowled at her. 35 gone, 169 for 6. So now I think the focus for Ireland needs to be get Elaine on strike and try and bowl as many dots as possible. What's worked really well for them is actually just building pressure with those dots. When you're not one of the strike bowlers, if you're not someone who feels that you can get someone out, then just try and be conservative. Try and make sure that they're hitting to your fielders on the ring, because then that will hopefully, from an Irish perspective, put pressure on Taylor to advance the innings. The gap for Taylor now, who's, I think, thinking boundaries by the way she's looking around the field, is over mid-on.
Finds the gap. Consummate ease.
It's almost like with that single she said, off you go, Aaliyah Lane.
That's right.
You go and hit the runs.
If there's anybody hungry to do that, Aaliyah Lane.
Field stays the same, except for mid-off comes inside the ring. So if she wants to be brave, which we've said she generally is, she can try and take the fielders on down the ground.
And tries to take the fielders on, goes over the top and gets the boundary. Aaliyah Lane, quicker than a run of ball 14 now.
It is a boundary, but in terms of how she scored it, it's not the worst one for Amy Maguire to concede, because you're seeing that it's a batter that wants to take you on. Best spinners like when batters take them on because you feel like you can set them up. So Amy Maguire, the question is, does she have the skill to just pull the length back, maybe pull the pace back?
Aaliyah Lane, some power in that shot. Louise Little has got some work to do, can't get around. Back-to-back boundaries for Elaine, who's putting pressure back on Ireland's bowling.
Well, that's her favourite spot. She's got there with in different ways. For the seamer, it's kind of with a straight drive that's hit the inside half of the bat. This time, a sweep across the line. She holds the bat in a very unusual manner. I think that adds to the fact that it's hard to tell where the ball's going to go, but great power from her.
This time, doesn't go all power. Instead, finds the gap. 10 off the first 4. Good runs coming now, and for the first time in some time, the run rate is up over 5. Taylor down on one knee. Christina Coulter-Riley very quick across the turf. Substitute field cuts it off.
I'm just trying to figure out who's off the field. I think it might be Sarah Forbes.
Yes, it is. Taylor thought about it. Turned back by Elaine into 36, 181 for 6. So we'll see now what the plan is. Gabby Lewis is making her way to the clubhouse end, but it's Louise Little who's gone over to Rowley Black. So Prendergast is not coming back into the attack just yet.
Well, she's having a quick chat with Gabby Lewis. She's vice captain to Lewis as captain, so maybe she is going over and saying one more for Lulu and then I'm ready to go. Again, Louise Little just showing her value to this team though with this bowling performance so far.
Yeah, there's enough on that. Stokel comes around quickly. So Elaine, it's 20. Louise Little, the only Ireland bowler who's picked up a wicket in both games so far in this series, looking to become the only Ireland bowler to claim wickets in all 3. With a wicket today.
Well, I was just going to ask you, who was giving out that? Someone let out a very frustrated shout. Aaliyah Lane wasn't happy with the contact, I'm told by Gia Price. Thank you. Ears of what do you say? Ears of an eagle? No. You were the one who heard the clip down leg from Gabby Lewis the other day. Yeah, no, 100% Louise Little. What I was going to say is that she's going at a pretty decent economy. As you say, has taken a wicket in each of the previous games, and remember a couple of days ago it was a win by 9 wickets for West Indies. So with her batting down the order, that's a tough spot to fill, where someone's going to bowl 5-6 overs, hit you late runs, is a genuine batter, opens the batting in T20 cricket a lot of the time. And in the absence of Laura Delaney, she's kind of putting her hand up for that spot. Laura Delaney would generally bat higher and would usually bowl earlier as well. But still so young in her career, Louise Little almost saying, I'm ready to take over that spot. Laura Delaney still recovering from injury, so it'll be interesting to see if she is back in the reckoning for the England series, which is the next series for Ireland.
Given the inexperience in this Ireland squad, it would be invaluable if Laura Delaney were part of that team. Another 3 matches in England
Well,
at the beginning of September.
just for me, the problem is that Laura has struggled with injury the last number of years, and in T20 cricket you can kind of get through, and you can take a gamble by picking someone who you think, you know, they might not make it through a game, but it's only a short game. But 50 over cricket, you need people fully fit, because if you lose them in the first 10 overs or so, it's just so damaging.
A good early call. Dempsey reminding us of her quality as a fielder. Very quick around the turf. She's picked everything up cleanly today as well.
Well, cue her fumbling one. Thanks for that, Dwayne.
Why am I always being blamed for this?
We have to blame someone. You're the easy one to point at.
Up-ish, just wide of Gabby Lewis. This one, though, is very wide of Dempsey. Can't get around. 4 to finish. And West Indies 10 away from 200. 190 for 6 after 37.
Well, you know whose fault that is, that it didn't go to Dempsey. But the sound was good. The shot was slightly false. And actually, I think she probably, as that went in the air there, thought, why didn't I just go right through with the shot? Because if Gabby Lewis had been slightly to her left, it could have been a chance. But as it was, the aerial nature of it helped to get to the boundary and past Georgina Dempsey, who I think probably was thinking, could I have come straighter after those first couple that she had to chase down? 37 gone, 190 for 6.
So it is Dempsey who is coming into the attack now. Short ball from the Mason Road end. Just something to speak about, and I don't want this to seem a silly question, because these are all elite athletes who are wanting to win, but as a former player, as a captain, as a leader, how difficult is it to mentally get everybody to maintain their standards once you've secured a series? Oh, looking for that elevation over the infield, one bounce away. Elaine really taking the attack to Ireland here.
Yeah, a little bit full from Georgina Dempsey, and Elaine always takes the attacking option because she's got that grip so closed. She can't really get it to cover. So you might think about changing the field here, Ireland, and bringing that boundary fielder that's out at cover for the whole game pretty much, and bringing them to extra cover, because her ability to access that square is limited by her grip. In terms of keeping motivations high for West Indies, I would say it's easier to keep it up because you've just won 2 games, and winning is fun. You want to keep winning, and winning as a habit as well. The danger is sometimes if you're losing a series and you've been beaten quite comfortably, feeling like you're in with a chance. So if you've been hammered, and you know, the margins have been quite big that Ireland have lost by, so trying to keep people upbeat. But I think that's why it's having a squad that actually you feel like anyone could come in at any time, so no one's kind of resting on their laurels going, oh, I'm going to turn up and bowl my 10 overs and I'll get to play every game. But also those points for the championship. I mean, you should be able to keep up for every single game that you play. But we've all played in leagues where, you know, the team that's at the bottom, you know, they turn up to play and they're half beaten before they even get on the park. And I'm not saying that's what's happened here, but you know, losing can be hard to book. And when someone like Stefanie Taylor, who scored 100 in the last game, is now scoring runs against you again, you can fall into that thing of, oh, not again. But credit to this team, this group is very resilient, always have that belief.
Stefanie Taylor, 171 runs, and she's not been dismissed so far this series.
Well, hopefully you've just put the mockers on her there, Dwayne. You need to do more of that. Positive mockers application.
Converse to what you said a moment ago, before that comment, Ireland have done really well to create those opportunities against a side that has looked so very comfortable through the opening 2 matches.
Yeah, the difference in mindset when you're bowling first, I think, has helped.
The mindset change as well from West Indies here. They're rotating the strike really well. Elaine and Taylor, when they can't hit boundaries, are taking the single.
I think it's clear to see, and I thought it might be Stefanie Taylor who would try and start scoring boundaries at this point, because the numbers of wickets down is going up. But she's actually put that responsibility on Elaine's shoulders. It seems to sit more comfortably there for her than being more defensive.
Takes the quick single as well. Will retain the strike. End of 38, 197 for 6. Alia Lane, she's never scored an international 50. She's had quite a few 40s, and twice, in fact, has been left on 99. She was dismissed, I think it was against New Zealand on 49. Oh, on 49, not 99.
I was just going to say, never scored an international 50.
49.
And suddenly she's on 99.
She was bowled against New Zealand in 2022, if memory serves, on 49. And then it was against Ireland in a T20, in an 8-wicket win a few years ago in the Caribbean. She was left stranded on 49. So Jane Maguire back into the attack.
I am a little surprised not to see Orla Prendergast at this point. With someone on the attack like this, yes, she's scoring runs, but you always have to think as a captain, they're coming at you, you should be able to find a way to then get them out. What kind of attacking option can you set up? Like, for example, Orla Prendergast is probably one of the only ones who can bowl a bouncer, so we haven't seen the short ball against Elaine. Will she be able to handle that?
It's an edge, it's a fine edge, it'll run away quickly as well. And that's the 200 up for West Indies.
Well, it was a rare kind of deft touch, this, from Elaine. I'm not sure she meant it to go quite as fine as this, but she usually comes harder at the ball. So she might have been thinking fine and looking to push it to third. She got the better outcome of a thick edge that goes for 4.
Slow ball. Bring Taylor back on strike.
I like that option of the slower ball from Maguire against Elaine, who just played exactly the same shot as she would have if it had been pace on. Can easily balloon up.
So, dangerous partnership developing here. 3 away from a 50 partnership, and Elaine's got 33 of those in double quick time. Very firmly. Louise Little. Well positioned, good arm, only one.
That's the highest 7th wicket partnership by a long way between these two. 33, previous best. And that was a year ago in Lahore. That was between Chanel Henry and Alia Lane.
At the end of 39, West Indies 203 for 6.
Well, in the absence of Chanel Henry, you kind of don't have that power lower middle order batter. Well, yeah, what number would Chanel Henry be in this team? I'm not sure, but somewhat filling that gap, Alia Lane. Chanel Henry. It was really unfortunate for West Indies, I think, that she got injured in the World Cup, because they had such a good start and then it kind of fell away. And against Ireland, she was injured, and that has to have played some part in how they went in that game, and also then in the semi-final, where she made a valiant half-century, but against England, sorry, before the final, the semi-final.
Taylor running the first one hard, and then once again taking on Little's arm.
She's very good at squeezing that ball out from kind of middle and leg for a single, but it always looks awkward, Stefanie Taylor. She's played it the exact same across her whole career. And it's one of those where it works for her, and you say to other people who are trying to learn it, don't play it like that, because she's so singular in the way she plays it. It's very hard to imitate.
Just over 10 overs remaining. What do West Indies do from here to get a defendable total on the board? Because this is a good wicket.
I think they're doing exactly what they need to do. Run rate's 5.2. They haven't let the bowlers get on top of them, and the longer these two stay together, then the longer your launch can be at the back end. If they lose a wicket now, that kind of pushes it back a little bit. So if they can keep growing this partnership until 43, 44, then you can start.
That is the 50 partnership with the wide. So 205 for 6 now. They came together on 155 of just 45 balls. That's how they've unsettled Ireland's attack.
The danger now for Ireland is you start thinking about the 50th over and counting down towards that, rather than thinking how you're going to get one of these two out. If you can, probably a lane feels like the one that you can figure out and come up with a plan for. So if you can get her out and start bowling to the lower order. Oh, that's obviously an area to bowl to her that did not look comfortable at all for Leah Lane.
Yeah. Getting Stefanie Taylor out has looked very difficult for Ireland throughout the series. She hasn't given a chance. She was 2 not out and she came in right at the end of the last. She was 100 not out at the end of the second. And she's 28 away from a century here. 2 straight. Maybe going down leg. Georgina Dempsey, muted appeal. Final ball of her 40th over.
It's a good field, this, against Elaine. I would like to see, the only thing I would like to see is Rebecca Stokel in cover go a lot straighter. Third can be quite square. Does mean that if there's a genuine edge, it's going to go for 4, but you're not going to cut that off in third anyway.
Oh, beautifully bowled. Georgina Dempsey has her second. The partnership is broken on 50. Elaine goes for 33. Well, that is the end of Aaliyah Lane for a very well played, quicker than a run of ball, 33. And that is the end of Isabel Joyce in commentary this innings. Give us a final take.
So don't take this wicket away from me, Dwayne.
I wouldn't dare. Talk us through this.
She suddenly went into her shell, Aaliyah Lane, 6 boundaries to her name, and had played a nice attacking brand of cricket. Unusual style, but something about Georgina Dempsey had her stumped this over. Didn't feel comfortable with the skiddy nature of the bowling into the surface. Went back to one she probably should have come forward to and just tailed back in, feet nowhere, and head goes to the sky, because that partnership could have been so important for West Indies. Let's have a look at where this pitch is. Yeah, pretty short, but just that skiddy nature from Georgina Dempsey means that it doesn't get up for Elaine, and with the tail back in, takes her middle stump. An important moment for Ireland as they look to see, can they dismiss West Indies before the 50 overs?
10 overs to go. West Indies 205 for 7. Stefanie Taylor will be on strike. Harvey Fletcher is the new batter in. Harvey Fletcher's had a couple of good innings, a higher score of 36 and an average of 10. But it'll be Stefanie Taylor on strike, with Elaine bowled off the last ball of Dempsey's 8th over, the 40th. Jane Maguire has got 3 overs remaining. And that'll be wide down leg. Hunter can't get on the end of this one. It's got something on it to slow it down. With that, welcome Julia Price back into commentary for the remainder of the West Indies innings. Julia, And again, momentum ebbs, twos and fro's in this innings. It was advantage Ireland for the bulk of it, though, but that partnership really put pressure on Ireland's attack. Elaine and Taylor.
Yeah, it certainly did. Elaine came out with a clear rolling plan. She sort of decided she wanted to go over the top, hit hard, and allowed Stefanie Taylor just to continue what she's been doing. She's been outstanding, and you need that one player that you can bat around. Her acceleration we saw the other day was very, very good at the back end of the innings as well. So Fletcher's role here is to find the singles.
There's the off-cutter. Slow ball from Jane Maguire. Taylor was wise to it, though.
Yeah, and you saw it straight away and sort of mentioned it to her partner at the other end. But Fletcher's role is really just to get Sarah Taylor, to get Stefanie Taylor on strike.
Another legend.
And then obviously Fletcher also to be able to find the odd boundary here and there. You've still got 10 overs to go. You don't want to waste those numbers because I still think this is a very good pitch. I still think it's a 300 plus. So Ireland have done very, very well to keep the West Indies to where they are. And this is just where they need to finish off. Not with that throw that Ola Prendergast just threw into Jane Maguire's heel. Need to raise the standards.
Well, that one has just got away from Jane Maguire, who berates herself as it goes wide down leg.
Yeah, I nearly think Jane Maguire, she's bowling the variation deliveries at the moment, and I think to someone like Stefanie Taylor, give her the one. Yeah. Let her have the one. You've got the fielder set back on the boundary, and let's focus on Afi Fletcher.
Which is how Ireland approached it when Taylor and Grimond were batting.
Yeah, well, Grimond was really struggling. I mean, I think she ended up with 14 or 42 in the end. So you just keep the batter on strike that's not able to get the ball away. If you're perceiving some difficulties, obviously Elaine was a little high risk as well when she was out there because she was going for shots. Even though she got 33 off 30, it felt like at any moment you could have got that wicket. And obviously someone playing those shots, and straight away they're squeezing as well, bringing Louise Little up into the ring on the cover boundary.
Shorter from Maguire, and it's snuck through. That the end of Afi Fletcher, first bowler. And Stefanie Taylor is in danger of running out of partners here. Two batters to come. West Indies 210 for 8. Afi Fletcher falls as Jane Maguire collects her second wicket of the innings.
Yeah, well, this is precisely why you want Afi Fletcher just to try and get the single. Probably didn't need to go the big hoik and try and find the boundary. Just get Stefanie Taylor back on strike. But Ireland will be very pleased with their strategy there. The one to Taylor, put Afi Fletcher on, expose her weaknesses, and straight away, Jane Maguire taking out the off stump with Fletcher going across a fuller delivery. Well, wasn't fuller, just didn't get up too high. Hit top of off, perfect coaching from the bowling staff for Cricket Ireland. And, West Indies might find themselves a few short here.
Ashmini Munasar, the 22-year-old from Guyana, makes her way to the crease now. She is considered somewhat of an all-rounder when she plays for Guyana Amazon Warriors. But in one-day internationals, has never made more than 4. So it's an opportunity for Munisar, and she'll be walked through this, I imagine, by Stefanie Taylor in as much as she can. Final ball of Jane Maguire's 8th over. Just errs a little in length. End of 41, 210 for 8. Well, the batting card has not been happy reading for West Indies women, but they did have a resurgence when Dotton was with Taylor, when Elaine was with Taylor, and also Claxton batted really nicely for her 30.
It'd be interesting what the discussion mid-pitch was then between Munasar and Taylor. Is Taylor going to try and take the majority of this, try and open up, try and find some boundaries, not knowing what the next two batters are going to contribute to the score. Mind you, I thought Munasar, a lot of confidence in that last shot, more so than I would have had with maybe Afi Fletcher coming in above her.
Just get a sense that Taylor would recognise she's not likely to have anybody hang around with her, so she's got the ability to go big and to go hard, and maybe if she can add an extra 20 or 30 while limiting the number of balls her partner faces. This is interesting, taking the single in.
Yeah, it might just show the confidence that Taylor's got in Munasar. She is a young player, hasn't played a whole lot with the team, thus maybe why Fletcher came in ahead of her.
And she would know Munasar's abilities better than we would as it stands. Munasar, a young player, so sometimes you see vast improvements in short spaces of time with younger players.
Play missed straight away.
Yeah, having a full-blooded stroke there. Yasmini Munasar.
He's got a lot of little ticks. Punches the right hip all the time, punches the air after she's done that. Generally, that would seem like a batter trying to get into their headspace. Just go through a little bit of a routine to get her ready. You can see there, punching the hip.
A lot of milestones against Ireland as well. We had a one-day international debut against Ireland and a T20 international debut against Ireland in the Caribbean in 2023. Captain West Indies at the inaugural Under-19 Women's T20 World Cup in South Africa, where they began the tournament, West Indies, with a 7-run win over Ireland. Didn't quite follow through on the stroke. End of 42. 211 for 8. So Taylor will be on strike to start the 43rd. Showed confidence in Munasar, who seems to be gesticulating rather wildly with what Amy Maguire's deliveries were doing. As a spin bowler might understand. Now, Orla Prendergast back into the attack.
I'm very pleased to see this because she's still got 4 overs, and by bowling now she can bowl 4 in a row. She's only got 3. How have I missed one on my... Maybe I should just watch the scorers.
It's very firmly played, cut away with a little bit of width. Stefani Taylor happy to take the single.
Well, I'd say by bringing Orla on now, seeing she's only got 3 overs left, that's going to leave them 1 over short at this end, which I'm thinking Gabby Lewis is trying to squeeze. They're trying to pick up the wickets. They don't want them to get anywhere near that 50 over mark. So good captaincy here, trying to attack. She'll still have in the back of her mind, she's got Jane Maguire with a couple left.
Very positive captaincy, very positive stroke from Munasar. And Stefani Taylor just walked down the wicket before that first ball of Prendergast to Munasar. Just had a little word with her, and at the end of this delivery as well, she's, although from the opposite end, just saying a few things to Munasar. Seemingly showing confidence in Munasar's batting ability by taking that single off the first ball of the over, 2nd over in a row.
No doubt there's a few nerves out there for Munasar, and I think she'll start to settle down. To me, she just looks like she knows what she's doing out there, despite batting at number 10.
Yeah. The fact that she wasn't playing competitive cricket at 15, but was captaining the under-19 side a few years ago, suggests that she's got great maturity and leadership. She'll score her first runs here.
Yeah, not a completely convincing shot, that one, but right, gets off the mark. But a lot of players, we've seen them start low. Isabel Joyce has batted in every position, I've been told a few times. I started my career at number 11 as well, got a golden duck in my first game, so up for me.
Golden Duck at 11. You can only go up from there.
Yep, exactly. That's what I was told.
What a career you had.
I could have got a Diamond Duck. Actually, that would have been worse. Oh, actually, no, it wouldn't, because maybe it wasn't my fault. A Golden Duck was definitely my fault.
Yeah.
Anyway, New Zealand. Nightmare.
Oh, you would have had a few unhappy memories against New Zealand.
Thank you. It's a great game we're watching at the moment.
I won't mention
World Cup 2000. Thank you. I haven't moved on either. It's what drives you in life.
Over 25 years ago, Julie. Most of these players weren't born.
Well, I'm not sure which was worse, me losing a World Cup or you saying that. Into the over, 214 for 8 off 43.
The 7 overs remaining. Taylor will be on strike. Munusar has looked rather composed, although the one streaky shot that she played ended up seeing her find the run of Prendergast. Amy Maguire will bowl out her 10 here. 1 for 44.
There's still plenty of options there for Gabby Lewis.
Oh, somebody walking in front of the sight screen.
And the commentators.
Oh, she plays it so late. Great little
unorthodox there from
adaptation.
Jane Maguire, but keeps it to 1. Just get Munusar back on strike again. Yeah, Taylor's certainly not showing any problems at all with getting that single and putting Munusar to face the next bowler.
A third over in a row in which Taylor's taken the single off the first ball.
I'm not sure if that was a catch. I'm not really sure about that one.
That was a bump ball, I think.
It definitely was. Right, I missed the beginning of that. A little bit of concern about whether it was going to be fielded or not. I can just feel the nerves for Ashmini at the moment.
Needs to be put away. Struck very firmly by Taylor, not too far away from Forbes. Just looking to get that run rate up above 5 now, West Indies.
I think 250 would be a minimum that they would be wanting. It's a very nice pitch. They do have a decent bowling attack, the West Indies, but I think Ireland have actually batted quite well in this series despite not winning a game. 241 in the last game, 269 in the first game.
Yeah. Munusar happy to take this. Taylor goes quickly as well. So 4 singles in the last 5 balls here. Final ball of Amy Maguire's spell. 1 for 48 so far. And Taylor, just to cut that away, will come back for 2. So Amy Maguire will finish 1 for 50 from her 10. West Indies 220 for 8 after 44. Well, that was another good spell from Amy Maguire. She's still a teenager. I mean, she's still only 19. It's hard to think, given how well she's bowled in her relatively short international career so far.
Had a few challenges as well.
She has. She's overcome those challenges with brilliant resilience. That's Prendergast into her 9th. Popped up and wide of Prendergast, but short of Jane Maguire.
I think there's an opportunity on Munusar just to squeeze just that little bit more. Got the 3 back. Probably could bring up that deep backward square. I can't see. Well, maybe she is. All the Prendergast might be looking for that shorter ball on Munusar. Got the keeper up at the moment, though.
Oh, and that's going to beat everybody. Race away. And that's going to be 7 to Munusar, a new high score. And I don't mean that tongue-in-cheek. It's a personal milestone for somebody who's relatively new to the international scene. And this innings is an opportunity, and she's been given this opportunity by Stefanie Taylor. And she's put away Ireland's best bowler for a leg side boundary. And that'll build the confidence.
Well, you can see from that shot just there, she's got the full face of the bat. Just hasn't quite got the confidence to play through that field up on the offside now. That's where she's going to be able to score the runs, but she's also quite concerned about just chipping the ball straight to the waiting hands of Gabby Lewis in extra cover.
Oh, right through Munisar. Stefanie Taylor with palms raised skyward as if to suggest, what was that? And now goes down to have a word with Ashmini Munisar.
Yeah, she's just looking for the hoik a little bit here, trying to get a couple of free ones away. Miss stumping, you'd say, from Hunter. Tough one.
Yeah, between bat and batter, they are a little more difficult. This one is bowled. Ola Prendergast knew it. If you put it on top of off, she will play all around it, and that's precisely what Munisar has done. After the previous delivery, Ola Prendergast follows it up with one right on target, and West Indies 9 down, 224 for 9.
Yeah, just the patience of Munisar was tested here a little. Wanted to get them away. Shoulders are slumped as she walks off. She's had a bit of a chat to Stefanie Taylor. Not sure what was that chat about, but she's going to have to go, unfortunately, and they've still got quite a few overs to see out that 50, and that's why Ola Prendergast was just brought back a little sooner. It was to pick up his tail. Really nicely bowled, good areas. Knew that that's the ball that she was trying to hit across the line of it. The ball isn't getting up too much, top of off. And just the wrong shot for that delivery. Well bowled from Ola Prendergast. 224 for 9.
Well, good old-fashioned hoik, the ball before. Prendergast, though, eyes lit up, knew that if she could put it on top of off, she was likely to go through the defences of Munisar, and indeed she does. That death rattle, Munisar doesn't even turn around. She knows what's happened. Trudges off. Taylor, unbeaten on 80, is at the non-striker's end. Karishma Ramarak to face one ball in the Ola Prendergast over. 31-year-old from Trinidad and Tobago. Left-handed batter. Doesn't spend much time at the crease. And that is only the 50th ball she has faced in her last good few one-day internationals. Stefanie Taylor will be on strike, though, on 80. To start 46, end of 45, 224 for 9. Julia Price, Stefanie Taylor has a decision to make here. How will she go about it? She's got to do that.
Yeah, I don't think it's a hard decision. I think
no.
I think she just needs to. And again, as I mentioned, she's coming off 100 in the previous game, accelerated beautifully at the back end. She's got a young bowler in Dempsey bowling at her at the moment. It's going to take the ball away from her as well. She's got plenty of space. I feel that she just needs to back herself through cover over the top of mid-off.
And remarkably, takes the single. I am slightly perplexed by this.
I'm more than slightly.
Okay. It was one of those, oh, so it's not just me moments. Oh. The offside is being loaded here.
I mean, it also shows a bit of faith in the number 11 batter as well.
Angled in, and that's very nicely played near Paul.
They've set that field perfectly as well, knowing the ball potentially could Just head down leg side a little. It wouldn't be where she wanted, but she'll be attacking the stumps from around the wicket. And she does the right thing and gets Stefanie Taylor back on strike.
Stefanie Taylor looks to go long, and indeed one bounce for. She goes to 85. Slightly fuller from Dempsey and put away by the prodigious talent that is Taylor.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking Stefanie Taylor might have just forgotten that there was only one more wicket left after running that single. This time, appropriately, just belts it back over mid-on's head for a boundary. And there's some quick changing happening now from captain and Gabby Lewis, putting herself back at long on, knowing that's a big hitting area for Stefanie Taylor. Brings up third. So you don't want to give any width away here. Stefanie Taylor very, very strong behind the wicket as well.
It'll be wide down leg.
And that could be a little bit of the factor that she knows that she's got no protection on that offside. Three fielders back on leg. Long on, deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square with a cover out.
This is a real examination of Georgina Dempsey. She's up against a set batter, veteran batter, legendary batter, who's going to need to try to force the pace. So if she puts it in the right areas, good areas, she's got a chance.
Yeah, I'm just not sure about this field. That's an excellent delivery. If she can keep it there, this field is wonderful. But just that natural swing from the slingy action does expose her a bit on the offside. I'd nearly be bringing up the deep backward square. Two out straight on the leg.
Yeah, I'd be putting the field in a little.
Two back on cover and backward point.
So Taylor might look for the single here. Final ball of the 46th. Indeed. Doesn't run the first too hard. End of 46. West Indies 232 for 9. Taylor stays on strike. I'm going to say something, and I don't want you, who's on air, and Isabel, who's hovering very close by, to react too strongly here. And this is not jinxing anybody.
You are. You're about to say something that you're about to jinx. Just hold it in, Dwayne. Come on.
Stefanie Taylor.
No.
Only two batters have ever been left in the 90s more than Stefanie Taylor. Only Smriti Mandana and Elise Perry have got 6 scores in the 90s. They've been left in the 90s more often than Stefanie Taylor. 4 away from the 90s here. Facing Jay Maguire. Will take the one. Kai McCartney, good arm from the rope.
It's a good option from Gabby Lewis, knowing that Jay Maguire's a good bowler to left-handers as well as right-handers. Maybe all keeping her for the penultimate over as well on the 49th, or if required. I mean, really, she could have probably kept all on as well, but I like the thinking here. Now trying to squeeze, bringing the field up on the offside.
Yeah, Jane Maguire does bowl really well to left-handers. So Gabby Lewis likely to have looked at that and thought maybe there's a chance, get Ramarak on strike and Jay Maguire have a go at the left-hander. Final wicket partnership for West Indies.
It's a good field as well. She's going to have to, with the ball swinging into the left-hander, it doesn't really give her much room to be able to hit through that offside. She's got the two fielders back. Not a big on-driver either, is Ramarak. Likes to work it off the legs.
Keeps a little lower, just the underside of the bat, and just jogged through for one.
A little fortunate there, but it does bring on Stefani Taylor, so the field immediately spreads again. Firstly as the right-hander, but secondly as the set batter.
Slow ball, straight back down the ground. It's powerfully hit. Gabby Lewis himself comes across quickly. I thought about coming back for a second, just the single then.
Yeah, well, right idea from Ramarak, but a really good shot from Stefani Taylor as well. Just got it a little straight. Gabby Lewis read that very well off the blade down at long on. It's unusual to have the captain always on the boundary, but I think Gabby Lewis just does such a good job. It's important to have your best fielders in key positions.
And Stefani Taylor says we will not be taking the single at the end of 47, 235 for 9.
Jen Maguire may stay on and swap ends for all the Prendergast. That's maybe what we're thinking, just to extend the best bowler in this team, which in fact it looks like they are doing.
You called it. Smaller Prendergast has handed her cap to Claire Polisak. Prendergast to Taylor. And she's batted superbly throughout this series. Unbeaten, 2 not out, 100 not out, 88 not out here. That's 190 runs in the series, and she hasn't given a chance. That's been what's so incredibly impressive about Taylor. She will take the single here, though.
Even on that one, I know that there's a fielder out at cover, but by running the first one hard can put the pressure on the fielder on the boundary, and they might bobble, which would have got Taylor potentially back on strike. To me, to expose someone like a Ramarak to Prendergast at this point is probably not the best plan.
Prendergast can work batters out. She bowls on the stumps when required, in channels when required, shorter balls when she needs to. This is Hunter standing up, though.
It's a good swing too from Ramarak. She wasn't backing off.
She wasn't, but that might give Prendergast an idea of putting this one on the stumps.
Three fielders back at the moment, 2 behind the wicket. Amy Hunter comes back, which means this might be a possibility of a short ball. Has the field set for it.
Thickish edge. Jay Maguire will collect that. Fine third.
And good from Ramarak as well. Just doing the right thing. Stefani Taylor back on strike. 89 runs for Taylor now. Good little partnership. Slightly getting put together at the moment.
So Hunter back up to the stumps. There's an appeal.
Just think that slapped into the gloves pretty hard. It's coming at some decent pace from Prendergast, probably around the 110 mark. So good keeping from Amy Hunter.
Yeah, clear indication that if the keeper doesn't appeal, there was in all likelihood nothing on it. Spraying down leg. Last ball of the 48th over. Only 13 deliveries remain in the West Indies innings. At one stage, it looked like they wouldn't get anywhere near to batting 48 overs.
Well, it's been a good recovery from the West Indies, and mainly because of the way that Stefani Taylor has batted today, but also great bowling efforts from Ireland, not letting West Indies completely get away either.
Looks for the single here. Stefani Taylor won't get there. And she'll be 89 not out with 2 overs remaining. Ramarak will be on strike, end of 48, 237 for 9.
Well, Prendergast 2 for 37 from her 10 today. She's been excellent. Only in some really tight areas. Great to see her getting a 10 as well. I think in the past they've missed a bit of a trick occasionally by not getting her to bowl out.
So goes to mid-on. Jane Maguire will bowl the penultimate over. Tries the little off cutter. Again, just berating herself. Well wide down leg on this occasion for somebody who's, at times it borders on the absurd how good her off cutter slower ball is.
What I'd really like to see from Jane Maguire is to not necessarily have a slow ball for the off cutter. You can be at full pace. She gets a really nice shape away. She can get the shape away and then the cut back. A little Kim Garth style. She does that these days and is excellent at it, and just allows the more movement you can get at full pace. Chances of picking up a wicket or deceiving the batter is a lot higher.
Taylor hits that very firmly and goes into the 90s. Louise Little though. Good clean pickup and whips it in. Ramarak back on strike. 10 balls remaining in the innings. It's not a bad option. Looking for Yorker length.
Well, they've got the field set straight. All the Prendergast practices a technique. She's all done though for the day. She's got her 10 overs in. Certainly not done with the bat.
Pulled away. Oh, that's a decent looking stroke. Again, brilliant speed from Louise Little around the boundary rope. And that's been applauded by her teammates.
It's a little bit of a bonus too. They're probably not expecting Ramarak to be able to do too much other than just rotate the strike, get Stefani Taylor back on there, and maybe why Taylor is just pushing those singles around and giving her the strike.
8 away from 50. 7 balls remaining now. 250 rather, West Indies.
I was going to say she's 45 off 50.
Yeah.
She's batting well, but
they're 8 away from 250. Stefani Taylor 10 away from 100.
She only needs 2 balls, technically.
Yeah, Stefani Taylor is well capable of hammering any ball over the rope. Happy to let that go, Ramarak. 2 dot balls to end from Jane Maguire, and over remaining 242 for 9. Big questions. Can West Indies get to 250? Is it enough? Can Taylor get to a century? Who will bowl the last? That one we know the answer to. Georgina Dempsey will bowl the last over for Ireland. 2 for 44 for Jane Maguire in her 10 overs. Considering how recently she came back from injury, that's a pretty good effort against a batting lineup that has dominated this series.
Yeah, Jane Maguire's been excellent. Really learnt, obviously, from mistakes in the first game, and it was purely just execution. Got it right today. Now, I'll be curious if they get any singles. I think Stefani Taylor will face out this entire last over.
Goes leg side and looks to hoik it. Oh, it's an awkward bounce. Prendergast misjudges it. It'll go away for 4. Taylor goes to 94. West Indies to 246.
Oh, you could see the indecision on all of Prendergast's face then. Do I take the catch? Do I stay back and just take the one? And probably in the end, They should have just sat back and given her the one and put Ramarak on strike. Because in the end, she just wasn't able to get close enough to take that catch, and it ends up in a 4 anyway.
Looking to bring up a century here. Taylor smacks it down the ground, and that's going to be a 1 bounce 4. She's 2 away, 250 up for West Indies.
And we've seen this a bit with the teams that are batting first. They just haven't worked out the timing of when to start accelerating. And for me, Stefanie Taylor leaving this until the last over probably could have gone a lot earlier. When she had, when she was in there with Elaine and when she was in there with Claxton, it was an opportunity for her to still play these shots because she's so good at these shots. Field suddenly spread.
We'll take the single. Once two. They're running hard. Going to come back and will get there for her second successive century. In this series, West Indies have had 2 individuals bring up hundreds in successive matches. In their history, it had never happened before. Taylor 100 not out of 110 deliveries. And that is an innings that is very warmly applauded by all in this ground.
Yeah, magnificent effort from her. She's really kept the West Indies in the game. And just to demonstrate my point about how she's batted today, she had 50 off 55, 100 off 110. So kept the same flat line the whole way. There was no real acceleration in there, whether that was because they were losing wickets or not.
Happy to go. Going to be leg bys. We'll come back for another. I suspect it'll be leg bys. Sounded like pad. No, off the bat. So Taylor has the highest score this series.
Looks like there's a little bit of cramping happening. Right, second last ball. He'd be disappointed if you're the next batter in having to come in to follow what Stefanie Taylor's done, if she has got a bit of cramp.
No next batter as it stands. This one, though, is popped up. It's going to be well short. We'll look for 2, and keeper Hunter tries to get back, but it'll be another well-run 2 with cramp. That is going to be agonising for Taylor. West Indies will bat out their overs. Last ball to come.
They're certainly testing Stefanie Taylor and just how bad that cramp is, but she's managed to get back in time. Good running from Ramarak, knowing she was running to the danger end.
Stefanie Taylor, and just short of the fielder, won't hole out. Might come back for 2. Ramarak decides we're going to go, and that is disappointing again to Stefanie Taylor's innings. She's run out for 105. West Indies all out then for 257, and Stefanie Taylor absolutely exhausted. It's a remarkable innings from Stefanie Taylor, who got West Indies right back in this with her 10th one-day international 100. And she is spent. Ramarak looking to force the pace in the closing stages, but what an innings from a genuine legend.
Yeah, well, it's what the West Indies needed after a magnificent start from Ireland. We don't want to take anything away from them at this point. But Stefanie Taylor, the veteran for this team, shows that she's still got it. Hopefully not just struggling a little bit with that leg, and hopefully it'll be fine for her to take the field later on. So just have a look at the wickets today. Hayley Matthews getting caught behind after a magnificent series from her as well so far. 200s for her in the first 2 games. Straight through Grimmond as well. That was Jane Maguire picking up her first for today.
A very fine bowling attack from Ireland today. 4 of the 10 wickets to fall were bowled. 2 were run out, though, in successive deliveries. One was Shemaine Campbell, and then Janila Glasgow was run out, taking on Louise Little's arm. And that proved unwise by some margin.
Yeah, there were some interesting dismissals today. Some a little unnecessary. Dotton managed to get stumped on a very unusual stumping, dragged the foot out, came off the pads of Amy Hunter. Glasgow, excellent catch from Amy Hunter. She's really been in the thick of it today. Claxton was putting in some good partnership together as well. Elaine also put the foot down at one point, out for 33, she was bowled by Dempsey. Just starting to put some runs on the board. Fletcher, first ball, didn't spend too much time at the crease. She's not in there for a batting. We'll be looking at her leg spin soonish. Another one across the line from Munasar. You can see that fact that Ireland have had so many bowl dismissals today that they didn't sort of go away from the stumps today, which is what they hadn't been doing very well in the first game, more so the first game than the second game. But we have a look at that scorecard today. Taylor sacrificing herself at the end there for an extra run out in the end for 105 off 113 was the key batter for the West Indies today. But some really good input from Dotton, Claxton and Elaine as well, just to make sure that there's a total on the board of 257, which I still think is probably unders a little bit for this pitch. I think it's a really good pitch, probably 300 plus. And the beauty of being able to bowl first, you get to see how many runs you've got to chase. And I think that's where Ireland having had to bat first twice in this so far, it's been a bit tough for them.
Wagon wheel of Stefanie Taylor here at Breedy, 105 before being run out of the final ball of the West Indies innings. The partnerships, it's when Dotton came to the crease that suddenly the partnerships looked to pick up again. Dotton and Taylor combining for 34, then Claxton and Taylor combining for 73. A 50 partnership between Taylor and Elaine. Elaine really driving that partnership beautifully. And then the partnership at the end down to 33 with Stefanie Taylor making 25 of those.
Yeah, Orla Prendergast, probably the pick of the bowlers today. I thought she did a magnificent job, but really everyone bowled pretty well, bowled in some good areas. I think they had their plans right. They've worked hard in this game 3, and they didn't just throw it away all because the series had gone. They all tended to have input on where their field was going to be, what areas they needed to bowl. They looked like they had good plans for the left and right-handers as well. So magnificent effort from Ireland to be able to restrict them to 257 and bowl the team out, which I think is also important.
In nearly 50 years of one-day international cricket for West Indies, no batter had ever made successive centuries in one-day internationals for West Indies women. Indeed, Hayley Matthews achieved that in the first 2 matches of the series, and now Stefanie Taylor, who top scored with 105, has done that in this third and final after an unbeaten 100 in the second as well. This is the innings break. It's 257 all out for West Indies, a target of 258 then for Ireland when they begin the chase, and that'll be in just under half an hour's time. Do join us then. Breedy Cricket Club is where we are. It's the third and final match of the Evara Women's One Day International Series. Ireland and West Indies meeting here. West Indies holding a 2-0 lead in the series, an unassailable lead. They've got the series secure, but they do not have this match secure. Indeed, all out for 258 off the final ball of the innings, led though to a magnificent fight back by Stefanie Taylor's 105 run out off the final ball of the innings. West Indies recovered when they were 4 down pretty early on through some genuine partnerships with Claxton and Elaine most notably, and Taylor getting all the way to 3 figures. Ireland though chasing 258 for victory, and this will be a confidence booster. They're still seeking their first points in the ICC Women's Championship, and this is a genuine opportunity as Sarah Forbes and Gabby Lewis make their way out to the middle to begin the Ireland chase. Isabel Joyce is alongside, and what you have in commentary are the last 2 people in Ireland to bat with batting inners, Isabel Joyce and me. Hello, Isabel. The West Indies innings, though, it looked like it was stalling and staggering and flailing, but Taylor, Claxton and Elaine in particular brought that back beautifully, didn't they?
Yeah, spot on. 82 for 5 when Claxton came out into the middle and added 73 with Stefanie Taylor and just steered West Indies through a tricky period after they'd lost their 5th wicket in the 19th over, made it all the way to the 32nd, and that just allowed Stefanie Taylor to keep on knocking away, chipping away at the runs towards her century, her 10th in one-day internationals. So Ireland, I think, will feel like they probably let too many runs slip. Sarah Forbes to face.
Glasgow for the 3rd successive one-day international, opening the bowling for West Indies. And she was magnificent in the first in particular. 1 for 21 that she took from her 7 overs. She bowled 8 on the trot in the second, which ruined her figures a little in the sense that she was given 1 over too many, her 8th over going for 11. But has still bowled particularly well in this series so far. A 22-year-old from St Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yeah, she's been really impressive, and I think what's stuck out for me seeing West Indies play T20s and one-day internationals is that they have horses for courses. So we didn't see her bowl in the T20s. They feel she's more of a bowler for one-day internationals, and you can see why just from the first couple of deliveries, because it's the type of bowling that in T20 cricket you'd probably take on the infield, but in the longer format it's probably the risk too high for the reward.
This one straying down leg, catches the pads of Sarah Forbes. Huffy Fletcher with the fielding, fine leg. Back for 2, but it's come off the pad, so leg byes gets Ireland's chase underway.
I find myself worried when I see Sarah Forbes running now because of the run out in the first game, but not just the fact that she was run out, but there were a few close calls, a few yes, no's and nearly sorries. It's a strange one because Sarah Forbes originally played for YMCA Cricket Club in Dublin, as did Gabby Lewis. They've played a huge amount of cricket together, these two. So it's not a case of, you know, Gabby Lewis is opening with someone else or batting 3 with someone else in T20 cricket and then has to change partners to Sarah Forbes. She'd know her for so long. So their communication should be good.
First runs off the bat. Looking for 2, and they'll get it here as well. The ball just continually running away from Grimmond. Yeah, you would expect that communication to be good between batters who know one another so very well.
It does look like Sarah Forbes is trying to be more positive against Glasgow when she's bowling straight. A few more attacking looking strokes. Mid off quite wide there.
Couple of runs off the bat, couple of runs off the pads. Ireland 4 without loss after 1. So starting required run rate is a little over 5 for Ireland. 5.16 the required run rate. As things stand. after the opening over. That's 4 runs on the board. Gabby Lewis will face her first delivery as well.
I think knowing what they needed, West Indies was for West Indies was a positive, because it was probably below par what we thought Ireland needed to set to beat West Indies. This is, in and around 260. Ireland will feel is chaseable, so the required run rate won't make them panic for a very long time, unless West Indies bowl absolutely out of their skins.
Speaking of bowling, Deandra Dotton is going to be opening the bowling in the absence of Shawnisha Hector, who is out of the squad today for Ashwini Munusar, the spinner who comes in. Dotton picked up 2 quick wickets in the second. Gabby Lewis just runs it down to third.
I've seen a lot of Deandra Dotton warming up actually in the last while. We haven't seen a huge amount of her actually bowling in games, but it's been Deandra Dotton watch in the warm-ups. And Pricey and I were lucky enough to work on a match in Southampton where she was warming up and she was really struggling in the warm-up. We were out to do the pitch report and she couldn't really land it on the cut strip, so she didn't bowl in that game. That was against Sri Lanka. She wasn't needed anyway. But it's a funny one with bowling. Sometimes it just takes one thing, a different voice from a different coach, and you can feel like you've clicked back into your usual rhythm. We've mentioned that she's lost a little bit of pace. She looks like she's actually moving up in terms of how fast she's bowling in this series. So it is good news for West Indies to see her with new ball in hand and looking like she's got good control of it as well.
Yeah, when you look back at Deandra Dotton initially, and when you look at her now, yes, she certainly looked to have lost a yard or two of pace, but is bowling relatively quickly. Just watching her warm up earlier today. Glasgow as well is bowling quite a bit quicker than she was 18 months ago, it seems, against Bangladesh, when she took a career best 3 for 15. That was in a T20 though.
For Sarah Forbes, she looks completely stuck on the crease. I don't know if she's worried about the bouncer or what. Got to try and persuade herself to come forward at the ball. Deandra Dotton tends to bowl a little bit fuller unless she's really specifically bowling the short ball. So you've got to back yourself to recognise the shorter ball and persuade yourself to come forward. Big gap in extra cover. 3 fielders saving the single on the leg side and the slip in place.
That was some heat. And Dotton slinging another one through.
Interestingly, the ball carrying much better now. I remember a long time ago when the game started, a few hours ago anyway, when Orla Prendergast was bowling, not much carry at all. That was the short of a length delivery from Dotton, and Sarah Forbes, trying to persuade herself to get in the front foot, had danced down.
Full face of the bat, end of 2, Ireland 5 without loss. Sarah Forbes is... I remember watching with a huge amount of interest that almost transformative series against Sri Lanka for Sarah Forbes, because she got called up as cover against Sri Lanka in Belfast a couple of years ago, August of 2024. And then she opened in all 3 of the one-day internationals. And she made that career best 30 at that stage. And it just looked like she started to blossom, went to India, got a good 38 and 41 as she sort of improved her bests there in Rajkot. And then that sublime 55 to open in what was Ireland's highest successful run chase. Chasing 268 off the last ball of the game, she made 55 as an opener. Pulled away, that's bread and butter for Gabby Lewis. First boundary of the Ireland innings off the bat of Gabby Lewis.
Yeah, too short and straight. Gabby Lewis just leans onto the back foot. She's very good at unleashing without increasing her back lift. She just plays through the line of the ball That nice high backlift helps her for those cross-bat shots because she doesn't need to elevate the blade any more than she already has, and makes it look easy.
Goes the opposite side this time. After the pull shot, this time trying the cut. Straight to the field though, and no runner cruise.
Don't know about straight to it.
Well,
that's a little bit harsh.
Beat the fielder.
What an incredible stop from Deandra Dutton though. It was travelling at pace, and I thought 4 as soon as she hit it, but Deandra Dutton enters the picture and it was a brilliant stop. They've got a packed point field. They've got 1 in close and 2 off the wings of her. And it's going to be very, very difficult to pierce that gap. We did see Gabby Lewis manage it in the second game. There was very little space, but now I think it's Mandy Mungrew is in kind of a, it's not, I don't know if it's catching point, but closer in at point, and then Deandra Dutton off her left shoulder, and I think it's, I can't quite see Jazara, is it Jazara? No, Ramarak is in cover off her right shoulder. Claxton in mid-on, where we saw her take that catch, was in mid-off obviously for the left-hander, but the same area. They've opted to keep her there. So what that does is it forces Gabby Lewis to try and play a little bit straighter. Keepers up to the stumps as well. So I think that Gabby Lewis was quite far out of her crease, which was playing with the length of Janidia Glasgow.
Fuller this time. Striker as well.
So changing the field for Forbes, they don't feel like they need quite as much protection in point for her. She has skewed it off the inside edge a couple of times, so shoring up that area with Mandy Mungrew in square leg. I'm assuming it's Stefani Taylor who's not taken to the field after she looked like she was cramping on the final delivery of the batting innings.
End of 3, Ireland 10 without loss. Yes, it looks like Stefani Taylor's not taken to the field. Quimman, Matthews, Dotton, Glasgow and Claxton. Campbell obviously keeping. Elaine, Matthew Fletcher's just been in front of us. And Munasar and Ramarak are both on, so yeah, Stefani Taylor. Another mammoth innings from her. 10th one-day international century. Deandra Dutton to continue from the clubhouse end. Zalia Lane. She might be eager to get ball in hand as well this innings. But going with the additional spinner, so seam options are not plentiful for West Indies today, but they've got several spin options. You would almost expect 4 of those spinners to bowl in Fletcher, Munisa, Ramarak, and indeed the captain, Hayley Matthews.
Well, 4 seamers still for Hayley Matthews, so she could bowl 40 overs of seam if she wanted. I don't think she will. Obviously, choosing 4 spinners, they feel that that's a good option at this ground. But Jazara Claxton, we haven't really seen her. She's another option that Hayley Matthews could turn to if she feels that seam is a better option today.
Movement back in from Dotton.
For me, Gabby Lewis looks a little bit squirrely. It has me worried for Ireland. It looks keen to score. There's a big gap in extra cover that I think will be tempting her. And the other one is that there's 3 fielders on the leg side saving 1. And with the way this pitch has held up, she plays it into the leg side, needs to get her timing right so that it doesn't go aerial to those fielders.
Untidy, but Deandra Dotton Having Gabby Lewis hopping around a little here.
Oh, look how close this is. We've seen one in each innings now, coat of paint, and the off bail would be knocked off. So Gabby Lewis maybe a bit tentative, needs to cover her stumps a bit more with the swing coming in from Deandra Dotton.
This time Gabby Lewis getting behind it and holding her pose as well.
The volume from West Indies is noticeable today. They've come out in the second half and maybe buoyed by the fact that they recovered from 82 for 5 to get to 257. I recognise they want early wickets. They're trying to get into the minds of these Irish batters.
So, maiden over from Deandra Dotton, her second. She's only gone for 1 in her first 2. Ireland 10 without loss.
2 for 15 in the last game. Only bowled 5 overs though, which was a bit of a surprise.
I was surprised by that. It was the wickets that she got, both openers, Lewis and Forbes, that she managed to dismiss. Both caught behind.
Well, Lewis was caught down leg, so
yeah.
I mean, it's not that you don't count that wicket. Obviously, it goes to her, but it's not like that tells you she was bowling brilliantly. But the lack of runs that she went for, just 15, maybe that would have been an indication she deserved another spell. But so many bowlers West Indies have in their lineup.
This one striking the pad and up goes the finger. Claire Polisak says that is out. Sarah Forbes must go for 2. Trapped LBW by Janelia Glasgow. And breakthrough for West Indies.
Not an assured looking forward defensive from Sarah Forbes. Hasn't looked comfortable today at all. 2 from 13 for her. Ireland lose their first, 10 for 1. Well, Glasgow has been very disciplined by and large with her lines and lengths. One short delivery was punished when Gabby Lewis pulled, but aside from that, she's been impressive, as she has been right throughout the series. You feel like West Indies are looking for a new opening bowler. Hector was the other option, but Glasgow has been really good. An unusual one that held its line, and sometimes the shot tells you everything you need to know. Sarah Forbes looked up hopefully, but saw the dreaded finger.
Glasgow. She's been bowling very straight, looking for that movement away. This catching Forbes on the back foot. Maybe one that she played for the swing possibly, that didn't move away from her. Traps her on the back foot, out LBW. Brings to the middle Amy Hunter, Ireland's highest ranked batter in Women's One Day Internationals currently, and someone with 163 runs in the series. Hunter off the mark immediately. Runs it down to third. Munisar whips it in, just the single. In terms of batters that are familiar with one another, Hunter and Lewis are very familiar with one another.
They certainly are, both in the 50 over and the T20 team for Ireland.
Oh, the misfield from Claxton, and that might not quite enough on it. Just taking a little off it there, Claxton. Yes, please, Glasgow, get back for 2.
Yeah, far too casual from Claxton. A strange one for one of the best fielders going around at the moment. That clip of her taking a catch in the last One Day International, catching Leah Paul, made the rounds. It'd be hard to tally, wouldn't it? That piece of fielding and then that catch.
Yeah, she's properly gone viral. This is Zara Claxton. firmly, and a misfield from Ramarak. Means Lewis is going to get another 2 here. Glasgow might be feeling a little aggrieved.
Well, as a very good fielder herself, you then feel very frustrated when other people in your team don't back you up and field like you would if you were in that position. It seems like a silly way to look at it, but especially when there's 2 pieces of fielding in a row, you might feel targeted.
This one though, very good stop from Ramarak, diving to her left end of 5, 15 for 1.
Misses the more straightforward one and then stops the tougher one. Typical.
Complacency setting in so early. So Hunter and Lewis at the crease for Ireland. Forbes departing trapped LBW for 2 in that last over. So nearly a Glasgow. It was an eventful over in the sense 2 misfields led to 4 Ireland runs. But the wicket, importantly, of Sarah Forbes. So breakthrough, and one of the openers gone. So Amy Hunter will take guard for the first time to face a bowler from the clubhouse end. Deandra Dotton will continue.
Well, you can often tell how a player is going to play, obviously based on history and what you've seen from them before, but I'm often surprised by Amy Hunter's options early on, especially. She's someone who, for example, if there was no fine leg in place now, which there is because she's swinging the ball into the right-hander, but if there wasn't, Amy Hunter would have no problem just moving across and ramping, or with the fielders up on the straights, she could come down and look to lift it over the top.
Looking to run it past Matthews. Good hands from the captain.
So yeah, it's great to be unpredictable.
She's playing slightly smarter cricket in the sense that a couple of years ago she was looking to ramp, reverse sweep, anything on the stumps, and you miss. She was out LBW, she was out bowled. She's doing less of that at the moment.
Yeah, I think that was probably more her T20 game, to be fair, than 50 over, but she does seem to be using it as a way to move the field around.
Going for it. Mangru very quickly around.
That's not good signs, the communication there between Gabby Lewis and Amy Hunter, because when she called no there, Gabby Lewis, then Mandy Mangru collected. Amy Hunter looked up inquisitively to Gabby Lewis as if to say, why not? And Gabby's going back and saying, we're not running that. So that disagreement, you usually after someone calls it and yes and the other one calls no, you agree that the no was the correct call. Not on this occasion.
Well, Dotton is stringing together a series of dot balls here.
I can't believe you resisted saying Dotton is dotting.
1 run scored of her 16 deliveries so far across 2.4 overs.
She's looked more in control. Definitely,
yes.
Because she had occasions where she would stray down leg side, which is usually the way you falter when swinging the ball in like she is, but she's got good rhythm.
Shorter, and between 2 fielders, Glasgow's off after it, might make its way to the boundary and does. It's a Hunter, first boundary of the innings for the destructive wicketkeeper.
String of dots broken by Amy Hunter. She did well, in fact. It looked like it hurried her a bit, but managed to get it between those fielders on the ring. If she'd misdirected it, it would have been an easy catch for Glasgow or Grimmond.
Wider. Can't pierce the fielders inside the ring. End of 6, 19 for 1. Very disciplined bowling from Deandra Dotton early.
Mandy Mangru looks pretty settled in there, doesn't she? Doesn't look like she's checking to see if Fanny Taylor is looking to come on the field. I think we probably have seen the last of her for the series.
Mangru it it is, doing the fielding. She's lively in the outfield. These days plays more as a wicket keeper. As the backup keeper to Shemaine Campbell. She looked very comfortable with the gloves in the T20 International Series, given that she's been keeping for a little over a year properly. It's a tremendous effort. Deliberately worked on her wicket keeping to work her way into this squad. Just enough on it to go fine and to run away. Another boundary to Gabby Lewis.
Evara straying in line. And Gabby Lewis pivoting on it. I thought that might have hit pad, but it's been given runs. You love that as a batter, don't you?
You take it as a batter.
Yeah, 100%.
A little straighter, a little fuller from Glasgow. How long before you expect to see spin today?
I think Deandra Dutton will probably bowl to the 10th over and then we'll see spin. So Glasgow, you'd imagine, will bowl 7 again. Probably not the 8th after seeing what happened in the second game, but with 4 spinners in, maybe you just bowl her in the power play and whip her out because you've got 40 overs of spin available. You can use the seamers to break those spinners up if you want.
Looking to pick the gap here, Gabby Lewis. She's hit it firmly, but Elaine is very quick across the turf to cut that out.
I think Gabby Lewis had to take some of the pace off the shot there. She didn't try and hit it as hard because it was all about trying to get it forward of the wicket. They've bowled quite full to her, so she's having to squeeze it out, and it goes much squarer when that happens. Fine leg coming finer for Amy Hunter.
This one, though, it's past Mangrove. Elaine tidies up. That's the end of 7. Ireland 25 for 1.
Still in that period of the game now, Ireland, with the run rate that, even though the run rate's been hovering between 3 and 3.5, that required run rate isn't climbing much. You've got about 15 overs before that starts to climb when you're not meeting the run rate required. So time to just build an innings, build a partnership here.
Yeah.
2 important batters for Ireland. Dutton continuing.
Straight back past the bowler, but Elaine prevent it from going for 1. Trying to build the partnership, clearly, Hunter and Lewis, but even though they did a lot right in bowling West Indies out for ultimately 257, there might have been a little more momentum with West Indies towards the end of that innings. But coming into bat, given that we haven't seen huge partnerships and many batters have got starts, does that make it a little more difficult for Ireland to get into trying to find those partnerships, build those partnerships?
Is that an existential question? No, I don't have an answer for you. But I think that what it does do is that Ireland would have been elated and really excited about the fact that they had West Indies 80 odd for 5. So to then go from that to still feeling like you bowled well, like if you had offered Ireland that at the beginning of the day, they might have probably taken it, considering how comfortably West Indies chased down the 2 targets that they did set. But we are on a new surface today, and obviously Ireland have set and they haven't chased in this series, so yeah, 258 is still going to be tough to reach. So I think that the fact that West Indies probably won periods of that second half of their batting innings will play on the minds of Ireland, and when wickets go down you think, oh, if only we had got Taylor on 40 or something like that, then You've got to try and stop yourself from thinking that way.
Fuller, wider, put away by Hunter. She goes to double figures with a beautiful shot.
There's just something about her, the way she strikes the ball. Amy Hunter makes it look so easy with the minimal effort put in, taking all the pace on offer from Dotton. The width was there. She found the gap. That offside has been shored up by slip coming out and filling the extra cover space, but Hunter's still able to find the gap with ease.
Runs us down to third. So 11 off 13 at the moment. She is in Women's One Day International cricket the fastest scorer for Ireland by some way. Her strike rate is very impressive. Not quite 90%, but it's a very healthy strike rate for somebody who accumulates runs the way she does. And that's going to be a boundary on the other side. Gabby Lewis gets a boundary of her own off that over. 9 to finish. 9 off the last 3 deliveries. End of 8. 34 for 1.
Well, she'd only gone for 5 in the previous 3.5 overs. So costly couple of deliveries. Not a huge amount wrong there from Dotton. Just slightly too straight. A little on the full side. Gabby Lewis balances excellent. And with the long levers, reaches out in front and pierces the gap.
So off that good over for Ireland. Maybe just a little pressure released as well. Boundary's not quite flowing, but they're coming. So Afi Fletcher is off the field of play now. Zayda James has made her way on, so 2 substitute fielders on for West Indies.
Oh, that's not ideal, is it, when you'd be thinking that Afi Fletcher would want to be bowling fairly soon. Janelia Glasgow will continue. She's got the 1 wicket so far today. I like her bowling with keeper up, I have to say. It's just the one area where you feel like you could attack her is if the keeper is back and you can come out of your crease to her, upset her length, because she's such a rhythm bowler. But with keeper up, and Campbell is someone who you feel like if you do miss it, she's a good chance of stumping you even against the seamer. 3 fielders saving 1 on the leg side for her for Amy Hunter.
Shorter. Tickle down to fine leg where James, who is just on, gets her first touch of the ball. And yeah, I do like the idea of Shemaine Campbell standing up, particularly with Amy Hunter on strike, because she's not only capable, she's rather adept at coming down the wicket at bowlers, just putting them off their lengths and even lines. Substitute fielders are very much in the mix here. James fielding the last one, Mangru fielding this one.
Well, the thing about having substitute fielders is you get to choose which of the substitutes get to field. So you're generally choosing the best foot fielders to go out.
Looking for power, looking for that gap between Matthews and Ramarak. To the right of Ramarak, who does well to get down and deny Lewis another boundary.
Gabby Lewis, that was there are certain bits of fielding that can have a big impact, and I'm not saying that was an amazing stop, but Gabby Lewis felt that was a ball she should have hit for 4, and you feel that at her absolute best she would put that between Ramarak and Matthews in cover.
Well, we've both seen Gabby Lewis play some extraordinary innings for Ireland. I think one of the best innings I ever saw was watching her make that unbeaten 141 in the Metro Bank One Day Cup final over in England. late last year. Lancashire beat Hampshire by 6 wickets. It's a big target as well. End of 9, 35 for 1. It was the way she measured that innings that was so incredibly impressive. Recognised that she was losing wickets around her, needed to bat within herself when she had to, and then just started to build. And when it's like there was this permission slip that came out, and suddenly Gabby Lewis started to play one of those incredible shots that we know she can produce. And they chased 290 odd, with her making an unbeaten 141. So Dotton will bowl the last over of the power play.
I think you and I were working on an Ireland-England men's match that day.
That's right.
And everyone was going around with their phones saying, have a look at this. Never mind about the fact that Ireland are playing England. Gabby's playing in the final across the water. It's great to see.
She wasn't just playing, she was absolutely dictating terms in a final. Yeah, it was fantastic to see. When she gets going, she is sublime to watch. 5 of Ireland's 7 fastest 50s have been scored by Gabby Lewis. Rather remarkably, she's never scored a one-day international century. She scored a century in T20s, but never in one-days.
It's something that I'm sure plays on her mind. I remember working on a game when she was approaching the centre and trying not to mention the fact that she'd never made one before, but it's like the thing that's standing in her way, or it's some kind of block so far.
Oh, excellent fielding from Hayley Matthews. She's going to look at her elbows after that one. Diving onto that. There we go.
War wounds, just showing how good she is in the ring. But that's why a lot of the Irish players are wearing long sleeves, I think, to prevent the skin being taken.
Let's go.
That's optimistic. Let's go. Play and miss.
I thought I'd soften the blow. That was a wonderful delivery from Dotton.
A great change up, because she's brought Gabby Lewis forward, and then with the previous shot being so assured but being fielded excellently by Hayley Matthews, pulls the length back and the feet not moving back maybe as well as they otherwise would have, and she's lucky not to edge that one through to the keeper.
That one is put away. Gabby Lewis racks up another boundary. Ireland 40 for 1, 1 ball remaining in the power play.
Well, she'd practiced her feet at that occasion, looked much more comfortable going back, having been a little bit slow onto the back foot the previous delivery. Short again, transfers the weight. And beautiful gap finding. Weighted forward ever so slightly so that she could send it behind point. Ireland with this pair just slightly improving their run rate and keeping that run rate required in and below 5.5.
On the end of the power play, Ireland 40 for 1, chasing 258 for victory. On the end of Isabel Joyce's first commentary stint in the chase. Always too humble to mention, but Isabel Joyce still has one of the fastest 50s for Ireland ever. 29 ball 50 against Pakistan back in 2009. Gabby Lewis, 5 of the 7 fastest. It's not about the speed today, it's about accumulating the runs in a chase. 218 still to win then for Ireland. Glasgow will continue beyond the power play, as we've seen throughout the first 2 matches this series. Julia Price makes her way back into commentary. If you were to give a scorecard for the first 10 overs, Julia Price, who would you be giving big ticks to.
I'm going to say it's bang on even. Both of the teams at 40 for 1. Just had a quick check of the 10 over mark. Obviously picking up Matthews was a big wicket for Ireland in that first 10. Forbes probably not one of the big four that sort of, well, three that score for Ireland. So if they had picked up Amy Hunter, I think West Indies would be nearly on par. I think the fact that these two are getting in there, trying to get settled at the moment, doing a very good job.
Worked away. And just finding her runs.
Yeah, it just looks quite placid, this pitch now. There's not a lot in it. It just needs some sensible batting.
I think Stefani Taylor proved that in her innings today. She didn't really play anything risky at all.
I actually just think she maybe left it a fraction late
Yeah.
to accelerate. I didn't think she backed her own skill sets. And what a outstanding batter she is. Maybe that if she'd got an extra 20 or so, just suddenly makes that score to get closer to the 280 mark and just makes it that little bit harder for Ireland, if not mentally.
That one is hit firmly, but again, nicely fielded. Amarak this time straight to her.
Yeah, they've got a very nice attacking field. Field set at the moment with the two behind the wicket, deep third and fine leg. Generally means they're going to be attacking the stumps, keeping it nice and tight. Some good support from the offside fielders in the ring as well.
Full over, gets away with it. Gabby Lewis takes her hand off the bat, gesticulates and then goes through a few practice shots.
Yeah, just tried to got a bit of reverberation through the bottom of the bat on that one. Just close to a Yorker length. Can't really use her feet too much with Shemaine Campbell up as well to change the length of what Glasgow bowls. She just keeps it on an absolute spot, doesn't she?
A little more of an effort ball there from Glasgow. And after 6, she's got what her career best international figures are. 1 for 21, 42 for 1 after 11.
I heard Isabel Joyce mention it before, but obviously Zeta James has come on, Afi Fletcher off. Normally comes on, well, the last 2 games has come on in the 21st over, but I just feel that she might, depending on how soon she comes back out, she may have to wait a little longer before she can bowl.
And it's interesting that they're going to seam now. Aaliyah Lane is coming into the attack. Dotton is done after 5. Aaliyah Lane will bowl from the clubhouse end now. After a very attacking innings from Aaliyah Lane, 33 of 30 before she was bowled by Georgina Dempsey. Aaliyah Lane takes the ball and is seeking wickets for West Indies.
Well, it wasn't a technically perfect innings, but it certainly helped get that score up.
I was talking about the intent. Speaking of intent, first 6. Massive from Lewis. A little short from Elaine, but Gabby Lewis so very quickly onto the back foot and able to put this away.
Well, she actually came down the wicket, which immediately encourages Campbell to put the helmet on. She comes down the wicket. This is what she's been wanting to do. She's just put the bowler off their length, and Campbell straight away up to the stumps. You won't be wandering out of your crease anymore. That's all right. You just
apologies. That was
did a little lie down.
So used to Gabby Lewis rocking onto the back foot and clubbing one over the rope, but it was big.
Either way, it was a 6. Yeah, straight up to the stumps now. Field stays the same, knowing that she won't be able to use her feet down the wicket. They're just checking, I'm assuming that this has gone all the way.
Might be checking
no ball.
For no ball, yeah. clearly gone all the way. It is a no ball. So, free hit. And because the batter remains on strike, no change in the field is possible, which means Campbell has to go back. She can't come up to the stumps.
She was right on that. So you know what she's going to be doing this ball.
I'm glad I got that right after, after the last one. Gabby Lewis gets a little underneath this one. It's all the way. So back-to-back sixes for Gabby Lewis.
Yeah, well, this one she sits deep in the crease, goes onto the back foot, gets under this. So he goes straight back straight away. Wonderful shot, slog sweep, goes all the way.
And what it does do is bring Ireland's 50 up in spectacular style.
It also shows how true this pitch is, and it's just about backing the shot that you're going to play. Slight change of field.
While Gabby Lewis can hit massive shots and plenty sixes, particularly in T20s, coming into this game, she had only ever hit 5 sixes in the one-day game. She's just hit 2 back-to-back here.
One was a freebie.
It was. I mean, this is somebody who's approaching 300 boundaries, and only 5 have gone for sixes previously. Genuine intent, though, from Gabby Lewis. But what it is immediate pressure on the new bowler. And that'll disrupt Hayley Matthews' plans somewhat. That's how Elaine comes back from this, as Ireland take the single.
Yeah, with the field she's got set as well, she knows that she's going to be bowling back of length. Let's do that little drop and run on the back foot. Loves to play on the back foot as well. Nice and straight. Drop and run. Good communication between these two. Easy single, rotate a strike.
Maybe Hunter gets that firmly, but there is cover. Mungrew's out.
I'm sure she got the length quite right there, or the line. Maybe got away with one. It's nearly about trying to work out. Amy Hunter does like to hit square of the wicket, but I think when it's that wide and they've got the field set wide, you could actually try and attack forward of the wicket, find that boundary with pretty much a half volley.
Second dot ball of the over, and it's still gone for 15 and one delivery to come.
This is going to start to test the bowling attack for the West Indies. They've had it all their own way with the morning pitch for the 2 former games. They're just going to have to work a little harder in this afternoon session.
Big call of no, end of 12, 57 for 1. Still no sign of Stefani Taylor, but Afi Fletcher is making her way back onto the field now.
We didn't know what over she went off in, did we?
Just before the end of the power play, so it's only a few overs. Doubt she's going to need to wait long to get back into the attack. Hayley Matthews is bringing herself on now. So first bit of spin will be from the captain and from the Mason Road end.
A few running repairs. It's one of the players out in the middle at the moment from the physio. Yeah, Munsar just sort of hurt the knee before when she fielded a ball. So the physio's just coming out to give a little bit of attention to that knee.
Hayley Matthews, it's not often in games where she doesn't perform with either bat or ball, often performs with both. And having been out caught behind for only 6 today, get a sense that she wants to do something special with ball in hand.
It's Andrew Dotton was getting a bit of attention. Yeah, picked 2 wickets up in each inning, each game so far for...
3 in the first.
3 in the
Yeah,
first.
3 in the first, yeah.
Well done.
Joint leading wicket taker so far, Hayley Matthews. And Amy Hunter looks to reverse sweep 1 on her stumps. Goes away for 4.
Yeah, it was an interesting option straight away to Hayley Matthews. It was a pretty straight delivery, and she is an excellent player of the reverse sweep. And, you can see Hayley Matthews thought she might have had her there for a moment. Races away for a boundary. Again, going hard early at the beginning of the over puts the pressure back on this bowling unit. They have to change the field slightly. They've now put a deep third in, which is odd for an off spinner.
Partnership up as well with that boundary. Amy Hunter 19, Gabby Lewis is on 37 currently, but these back-to-back sixes certainly elevated the run rate. Doesn't get it past Ashmini Munasar.
Interesting, they did identify that they wanted to put that fielder straight back from the off spinner because it's an unusual field, and you nearly would think you'd be happy for her to play that shot, encourage it nearly. If you're going to take on the stumps with the off spin.
Yeah, the risk is there, but the reward would be so much more significant if they did get the wicket of Amy Hunter.
I think you should want to give away a couple of boundaries in order to take a wicket.
Yeah, you're not defending 85. The target is 258. One to come in the over. There's confirmation of the partnership. 51 runs between Hunter and Lewis. Not a single extra. Well, 1 extra.
that would be a single.
I don't remember one, so. End of 30, 61 for 6, 61 for 1.
Wow.
We're having a day.
Well, that's a magnificent comeback from Hayley Matthews. Went for the boundary off the first ball. It was a reverse sweep, changed the field, and then really tied up Amy Hunter. So maybe they think that that's her more confident shot that she's going to go with rather than the traditional sweep. So just didn't know where else she was going to find a run from then on, but what a comeback, just the 4 runs off the over.
So we're not going to see Aliyah Lane continue. Instead, we're going to see spin from the opposite end as well. From the clubhouse end now, Karishma Ramarak is going to make her way to the attack. And there's a little delay here because she bowled a practice delivery to Jazara Claxton and it went right past Claxton. To run to the boundary rope to collect the ball and get it back in. So spin from both ends. Both spinners off spinners. Both spinners bowl with glasses and caps on. Gabby Lewis does exactly what Amy Hunter did to Hayley Matthews. Let's put the first ball away for 4.
Yeah, she actually started to line this up for the reverse sweep and then went, whoa, that's right down leg side. An easy boundary as well. Just the 45 in play, just had to be able to pass them. That's a great comeback.
That's a fantastic comeback, as you say. Did a figure of 8. This one, though, darted in towards leg. And Lewis misses it in the flight.
Yeah, looks like that was missing leg stump reasonably easily then. Just a little over pitched. Smart bowling from Ramarak. Just maybe a fraction off line. You can see a little tiny bit of turn in that wicket as well. I wouldn't say she's bowled her best so far in this series.
Second one, though, is a little straighter from Ramarak. Playing over the top of it there, Gabby Lewis again.
Yeah, that was probably a little closer. Probably pitching middle and leg, but going to go down leg just. I don't know if she'd want too many more of those, Gabby Lewis.
This one, though, that's good, solid stroke from Gabby Lewis. Clears the infield and away for 4. 2 boundaries in the over so far.
Yeah, Ramarak just changing a line there to put it outside the off stump, and Gabby Lewis very comfortable with hitting the ball in the air over mid-off. Been trying to manipulate the field a little with the sweep shot. And West Indies were having none of it. They kept the field as it was, but Ramarak just did change a line slightly. Capitalised on it from Lewis.
Looks to go hard, straight at Matthews, end of 14, 69 for 1. Yeah, Ramarak hasn't bowled with quite the wicket-taking ability that she might have liked. She bowled Cara Murray in the first game, and then she was the beneficiary, shall we say, of Jazara Claxton's absolute world-class screamer of a catch behind her to dismiss Leah Paul in the second match. And she puts a lot of balls on the stumps. This just invites the batter to risk at their own peril.
Last 5 overs, they're going at 6s, so they've just started to get comfortable out there.
Hunter goes again, and this is 2 square for the fielder who's out. It'll be another boundary to start. 3 successive overs in which Ireland have begun with a boundary.
Yeah, maybe didn't quite get the line right for this one, but Matthews immediately throws back. The fielder knows that she's going to go square, so she's protecting the boundary now. Still got that deep third end, doesn't want that reverse sweep happening. They're going to try and encourage her either to give her the 1, or if she wants a boundary, she's going to have to hit a lot straighter.
Fuller looks to turn it around, but Alfie Fletcher is well positioned. Puts the ball in quickly. Yeah, so Dalton's deep square leg at the moment. Fielder in front of square, Mungrew out in the boundary protecting leg, and you've got long on, so 3 fielders leg side out on the rope.
It's very unorthodox on drive. It's sort of nearly like a sweep that's forward of the wicket that's straight. But each their own if it works. It didn't on that occasion.
It's clean contact. This time it is headed out to Mungrew.
Really, Matthews just trying to slow down the brakes on this scoring effort from Ireland at the moment. They're looking very comfortable. Just trying to shift that momentum.
And Gabby Lewis take the single here, goes to 46, 4 away from a half century. Dot ball to end, 15 done, 75 for 1. If you like symmetry, run rate is 5. 75 through 15 for Ireland, chasing 258 for victory.
That's sort of a forward slap. Wonderful fielding from Matthews. That's a hand on it. Sometimes people just tend to, bowlers intentionally, just get a little finger on it and flick it onto the stumps when they're out of their crease. You can see Gabby Lewis and Hayley Matthews have known each other for quite a long time, having a bit of a laugh about it. Both having played, here's a bit of trivia, both having played, well, Hayley Matthews played for the Hobart Hurricanes. Gabby Lewis was in Hobart as the associate player in the second year after Kim Garth had been with the Hobart Hurricanes. So Both have had a Hobart experience.
Hobart on the island of Tasmania. I'm going to prevent myself from telling you facts about Tasmania.
I can't wait for this.
This one is hit very firmly as well over the top. One bounce four. And that's 50 for Gabby Lewis, her 16th in one-day internationals.
Yeah, well, this is a wonderful shot, and one of her strengths as well. And as you can see, well, you probably can't see, but I can see that they've put back a long off right now, because that's where she's been hitting the ball. You nearly want to make her go with the ball, but they've also got Glasgow, I think it is, down at the long on. She does like to play nice and straight. They nearly might want to encourage that sweep.
Gabby Lewis, only 21 runs away now from becoming the first Ireland batter to reach 2,000 one-day international runs.
This is a much better field for Gabby Lewis.
But it's also a little more comfortable looking Gabby Lewis. She's playing her strokes a lot more confidently now.
It's just about blocking up those boundary areas, though, for both of these batters.
Better ball from Runruck.
Absolutely. They're probably just taking a little too long to work this one out from the West Indies, giving them a bit of a head start. They can still reel it back, but they're going to have to work pretty hard. Run rate just dropping under 5 now, requiring 5.24 to get this total.
End of 16, 79 for 1.
Come on, Dwayne. I want to hear these facts about Tasmania.
I love first Western explorer to set eyes on Tasmania. Is the great Dutch explorer Abel Tasman, after whom the island is named. And yes, in Australian schools you call it Abel Tasman.
It's not Tasmania.
But his name was Abel Tasman, which literally means bagman. But Abel Tasman, the
Stop it. Abel Tasman, please.
Great Dutch explorer, remarkably discovered New Zealand and Tasmania, but somehow missed Australia.
Well, lucky for us.
Which is...
Otherwise we'd be pronouncing it Apple Tasman. Hayley Matthews to continue.
Very nicely played, but excellent fielding from Buffy Fletcher. Those can be very difficult sometimes when they're skidding by at ankle height. Got down quickly. Manages to prevent that ball going beyond her.
Yeah, nicely pulled back the length. Even though she's got the field set straight, she knows that Gabby Lewis likes to hit down ground. And varies the pace so well. Bowls into the wicket, can bowl the shorter ball. We haven't seen that for a while. It does take a bit of effort to bowl quicker. Excuse me.
Yeah, and Hayley Matthews is one of the very best at changing things up. Only the third West Indies woman to take a hat-trick in international cricket, T20 match, and it was against Ireland. It was after Anisa Mohammed was the first, and then Stefani Taylor, but she had Rebecca Stokel caught and bowled Arlene Kelly and Ava Canning. It was in July 2023 in the Caribbean. Just phenomenal with both bat and ball in hand. There was real pressure from Ireland starting to show, and Hayley Matthews has just brought it back. Only one from that over after 17, 80 for one. And with that, drinks.
Wicket. It's cricket for girls aged 12 to 15. It's Wicket. Try out batting, bowling and scoring runs. Try it out with your friends. You'll love it. It's Wicket. Find out more and register now.
Commoners of Ireland doing great work for vulnerable young people throughout Ireland. Visit their website to look at all the work they do, and indeed, if possible, donate to the Lord's Commoners of Ireland. All set to get underway again here. 17 overs gone, Ireland 80 for 1. The bowler for West Indies from the clubhouse end. We're in 9. Afi Fletcher.
For 1, Ireland chasing a target of 258. 17 overs done, and we are going to see more spin. Amarak being replaced by Afi Fletcher. With Hayley Matthews, joint leading wicket taker this series. 5 wickets. She picked up 4 in the first game against Ireland. Only 1 in the second. But she's bowled well. Has, though, been targeted a little by the Ireland batters. Amy Hunter in particular took a liking to Afi Fletcher, and then she ended up bowling Hunter 4 short of a century. Clearing the front leg and looking that out leg side where Dutton comes off the rope to field. And the This is also a smart move from Hayley Matthews, bringing on Afi Fletcher. She's a genuine wicket taker. I get a sense, though, that Amy Hunter's going to want to go after Fletcher again. Lewis this time gets in on the act, and it's straight to Deandra Dottin, and Gabby Lewis falls for 50. Afi Fletcher strikes with her third delivery. Ireland 81 for 2.
Gabby Lewis just puts her hands in her, or head in her hands, in fact. Just absolutely belts this one straight down the throat of Deandra Dottin at Cow, and knows that she's just thrown a potential 100 away because she hit them so well today. Very, very frustrated with herself. Was looking for that 6 and just didn't get the elevation that she needed to get it over the head. The awaiting hands of Deandra Dottin. Very disappointing for Gabby Lewis. And what a wonderful innings from her, and a good partnership as well with Amy Hunter. Just short of a length, just didn't get it the whole way. Deandra Dottin doesn't drop those.
Didn't need to move much. About half a step. Deandra Dottin well placed. Good solid base, takes a fine catch, and Fletcher strikes in her first over. Orla Prendergast now, out to the middle. Bowled really well for a couple of wickets in the West Indies innings. Ireland's main protagonist over the last few years. Off the mark immediately.
Before that wicket, I was going to say this has been the bogey end a little bit for the West Indies. Since the 8th over, there's been 46 runs scored from this end and only 14 from the other.
Which is very similar to the numbers in the first game.
It is.
Second game was slightly different, though.
I was just about to say, there's a little ridge, you can see that just as she stepped over it there. And I thought that might be causing a few issues with run-ups, getting the timing right into the crease.
Amy Hunter is not going to be slowed down here by any wickets falling. She takes another one to the boundary. She goes to 30.
It shows good maturity from Amy Hunter. Just continues on with her plan. She knows which balls she needs to hit where, how to find the boundaries. And I like the fact that she's not changing her game at the moment. For her, that's a low-risk shot. Outside the off stump allows her to be able to hit across the line, knowing that she's not going to be trapped in front.
This one is an edge, and it's held on to. Amy Hunter is caught by Hayley Matthews. Fletcher strikes twice in her first over, and suddenly Ireland are 3 down, 86 for 3 now, and danger player Hunter is gone.
Well, I'm not sure who was more surprised then. Was it Afi Fletcher, was it Amy Hunter, or was it Hayley Matthews? Because this has come off the back of the bat and gone straight to first slip. Trying to work this one around the corner with the ball turning away from Afi Fletcher, and Hunter can't believe that she's managed to catch an edge on that.
So caught by Matthews. Afi Fletcher picks up her second wicket in the over at the back of Amy Hunter for 30. Let's another look at it, Julia.
That actually looks like Ramarak as well.
Oh,
that's Ramarak.
It is
at
Ramarak.
First slip.
What an over from Fletcher. 2 Ireland wickets. Suddenly 86 for 3. Rebecca Stokel to the middle. 2 new batters at the crease. Orla Prendergast has faced 1 delivery. Stokel will face her first when she gets on strike. She's at the non-striker's end. Hayley Matthews to bowl from the Mason Road end to Orla Prendergast. Now suddenly, feel The weight of expectation and responsibility on the shoulders of Ola Prendergast.
Well, that's exactly the breakthrough that they needed. It was just looking a little easy for Ireland, and they've just somehow, one, managed to hit the ball straight down the throat of the fielder on the boundary, and then secondly, managed a very unique dismissal.
Now Ola Prendergast with a nervous moment.
Yeah, around the wicket, unlikely, pitching outside leg, it's never going to be out, and turning down leg as well. And to me is a sweep shot waiting to happen.
Kind of wait, grim and sharp.
She does love that shot, and I think that's why Hayley Matthews comes around the wicket, trying to encourage her to play square of the wicket to a ball that's turning in to her stumps.
This one a lot finer, and it's got it fine enough to run away from the fielders. Munisar will reel it in. Prendergast does add 2.
This is a wonderful comeback from the West Indies. Really, there was nothing special about what was going on.
Again, fine from Prendergast. This will go all the way to the boundary.
Maybe Hayley Matthews ruining the fact that she hasn't got a slip in there, knowing that Ola Prendergast does like to look behind the wicket, square of the wicket on the offside, very strong through there. She's just scored a few of her runs, thick edge here. Knew that that's where it was going to go, knew there was space there. Educated edge, we'd call that one. Still no fielder in that position. From that reaction, you'd expect there might have been a little tickle on that one.
Certainly seemed to be. Outside, and that's a dot ball to finish. That'll be the end of 19. 6 off that over, 92 for 3.
I can see what Hayley Matthews is trying to do here at the moment, but I just don't think it's... They just need to tweak the field a little. Any ball outside the leg stump, immediately she's going to be able to sweep and sweep safely. No protection back behind the wicket either, just a 45. I just don't think, if that's what they're trying to bowl, if they're trying to get her to do the sweep and get an LBW, she needs to have that offside protection to allow her to bowl past. That's miles outside leg stump.
Yep.
They need to be able to have her bowl past the stumps to bring it back into the stumps, so that way she can get a bit of space on the offside.
Stokel to face her first delivery. This one just sent down leg from Fletcher. Just bring it back quite enough. It's a wide ball.
I think Fletcher's been absolutely wonderful this series. She's been very, very good. Only picked up 1 wicket in the last game and 4 in the first.
It was the quality of the wickets in the first game. She bowled Amy Hunter, who was on 96. She got Ola Prendergast bowled as well. And one of the first times I've seen Ola Prendergast genuinely flummoxed by her delivery. And she got Dempsey and Jane Maguire as well. That's nicely played by Stokel.
She picked up Stokel in the second game as well. Maybe was a little more expensive, but I just love her control. She's got the wrong and uses it sparingly, and I like that. It's sort of, they know she's got it now. They're looking out for it, but she just doesn't present it until it's really necessary. Just having a quick chat with Hayley Matthews, captain here, just to see how they're going to bowl to Ola Prendergast. Potentially she's going to have to bowl pretty straight. She'll be looking to maybe expose the stumps and punch it out to the cover fielder on the boundary.
Tosses it up, just a little leg side. Prendergast can't get it away for a single. 7 wickets in the series so far for Fletcher, leading wicket taker. And it was that double strike in her first over that really transferred the pressure from West Indies to Ireland.
And that's the ball she wants. She wants her to play nice and straight. Hayley Matthews there at extra cover. Maybe just trying to force one and hit it a little straighter.
Well, we've spoken about a few deliveries that looked like they were a coat of varnish away from removing the stumps. That not too far away. That's a glorious delivery.
Well, it's a good delivery to someone like Orla Prendergast, who likes to go back as well. Just creates a bit of doubt. Nearly want to follow this up with the wrong one.
And this one is chipped unconvincingly, but into an area of space at the end of 20 then. Ireland 95 for 3 with that changing commentary.
Oh, welcome back, Isabel Joyce. Just they bring on a little bit of Tina Turner. Oh, it's a fan favourite out there.
Great to see some dance moves from Dwayne DeLocke as he makes way.
I think they were accidental.
Whatever way they come, we'll take them.
Matthews continuing around the wicket. I'm just not 100% with this. I can only say it so many times, and I won't say it again. I'll let you do it. You're the expert.
Well, the field as it stands, long on mid-wicket, and yeah, just those two out. Well, given a caught behind, but Orla Prendergast seems completely perplexed. So, from her point of view, she thinks it's hit the thigh pad, but she's been given out, and that is a huge blow for Ireland. Prendergast goes for 8 from 13 deliveries, just the one boundary, and after a very bright-looking second wicket partnership, Ireland in all sorts of trouble, 95 for 4.
Well, they persisted with that around the wicket. I feel that she thought she might have just got a little bit of thigh pad on that one. No need to play at it, really. Good keeping from Shemaine Campbell. Again, just pitched a fair way outside. And her batter's...
Absolutely nowhere near.
Yeah, okay, let's say nowhere near. I was going to be a little more diplomatic, but
yeah,
you can understand the frustration on Orla Prendergast, but left the field immediately. Just so frustrating when that happens. Unfortunately, Ireland now find themselves at 95 for 4 in the 21st over, and similar position that West Indies were in the first innings. They lost their 4th wicket, mind you, at 48, so they were 5 for 82. Ireland maybe slightly in a better position.
Yes, but Stefanie Taylor's still in the middle at that point, so that's a whole hell of a lot of experience and runs under the belt. So Ireland's middle order very much out there in the middle. Stoke will just face the 2 deliveries. Paul, the left-hander, is in, and Hayley Matthews, never one to shy away. She's going on the attack. 2 slips. Well, a slip in a gully.
Yeah, well, sort of a gully. It's a very close gully, isn't it?
Yeah.
For the off spinner. But obviously, the closer they get to the batter, the tighter together they are. But I like this. I agree with you completely. The attack of the off spinner, taking the ball away from the left-hander. Leah Paul hasn't had a lot of time in the middle either this series.
And she's looked uncomfortable against Matthews as well. If it was a T20, I think Leah Paul wouldn't mind. Obviously, you're not going to have those 2 catches in a T20, but you might have one. She would happily just go to the reverse sweep, and from ball 1, because she's a middle order player now, she'd be happy to keep going. But there's a target of 258 that it seems a very long way away now. It's really wide of the crease on that occasion, Hayley Matthews. And it's been notable how up and about West Indies have been. They've all gone up as a unit for any appeals, anytime they feel like they can ask the question.
Plays this one very late. Maybe just to keep it down as well, but I can't see. Andy Matthews would be unhappy with seeing that shot.
Yeah, it's a very strange option. And we saw this kind of from Leopold in the first game, where she looked stuck between a rock and a hard place, not quite sure how to go about things, and she really struggled. When she actually took the positive options, she looked a lot better. Wicket maiden.
Oh, speaking of positive, that's very positive for the West Indies. 95 for 4 after 21.
Well, for most of these West Indies players, they can see the end in sight of a very long tour. I think you were talking to Hayley Matthews, who's sticking around to play the 100, so for her it's a long time away from home, but for the majority of the squad, they're looking at maybe closing out the series 3-0. About half an hour ago, you'd say they were thinking, oh, have we thrown one away here? But
yeah, and I think that's the difference with this team now. They've worked on their fitness a lot. Shane Dietz has done a great job with them to ensure that they're being able to play out the full 50 overs and be competitive right to the end. They push for 1. Stokel moves to 2. And I just feel that there's championship points up for grabs, and that's why I really like the fact that they've put that in place. It used to be nearly like if you'd already won the series, it was about, let's give a few people, let's see how they're going to perform in certain roles. Now it's about best team nearly all the time.
yeah, absolutely, totally agree with you there. No freebies.
Just a slight shift of the field, a little square for Leopold. Field is up on the offside. Just tries to work this one around the corner, has a 45 in place, so no run.
Well, a good example of how Ireland are now playing within themselves, because Leopold's a very good sweeper of the ball. She'll sweep generally, but definitely on line. That was leg side-ish from over the wicket as well. Why she didn't just play a sweep shot? Because she's thinking defensively. And if she's not going to take runs that are on offer, then it's hard to see how Ireland are going to dig themselves out of this hole. So a change in mindset is important. Just the 2 fielders out as Hayley Matthews hunts a 5th wicket.
And puts this one down leg side, just a little off line from Fletcher. Good keeping from Campbell.
It's something that's happened right across the series, Ireland playing at balls down leg side. The previous one where she didn't sweep it, that's not going to be a wide. But that one, it's hard to see why you'd play at it.
Punches this one down to deep backward square for 1. There's space that she could have potentially hit that too.
I think when you're not in, like Leopold isn't, 1 from 7, you're just happy to hit the ball wherever it wants to go. You're not thinking, how about I hit this between deep square and mid wicket for 4? I think a couple of days ago, when she was batting nicely in that second one-day international, absolutely.
Good areas from Stokel. But it's about having that plan when you first come out, and it's about a safe plan. Just how are you still going to be scoring runs, but keeping it low risk? A slightly fuller delivery from Fletcher. End of a good over. 98 for 4.
Yeah, see that it's a good over in terms of how many runs she went for, but what she's actually delivered there, Afi Fletcher, if Ireland are bowling that in the last innings, that's gone from like maybe double digits. Which, I mean, maybe me being harsh, I don't know if I've got my Irish glasses on and I'm thinking they should be scoring off not all the deliveries, but yeah, it's hard to see where this game is going. It feels a little bit like there are no answers now. It's frustration with the Orla Prendergast dismissal for sure. But Afi Fletcher coming into the attack, and I mean, leg spinners they're worth their weight in gold, aren't they? The way they can just change a game.
It's interesting that Ireland chose not to pick their leg spinner, Cara Murray, today. Just managed to squeeze it square a lot. This is Leah Paul going with the spin.
Her first movement there was back, and then she came forward, so there's no opportunity really to get to the pitch of the ball when that's your first movement. And Hayley Matthews reads players so well. She knows that Leah Paul would rather go on the back foot and cut her.
Another full delivery, this time coming over the wicket. Just really wanting to push this across Leah Paul.
You're bowling to her field.
Does manage to step back though and create some space. Finds it out there at deep mid wicket, and a much needed boundary for Ireland as that brings up the 100.
Well, trying to set Leah Paul up, she's got a slip and a gully or a second slip, whatever you're having yourself, but goes too straight for the shorter ball. Also just sits up for Leah Paul. Sweet sound off the bat and huge space on the leg side for the left-hander to play with. Wide mid-on and deep backward square, the two fielders out there, as well as a 45. So generally Hayley Matthews is saying if you can get it over there. I wonder would Leah Paul do something different, like bat on off stump and almost say, well, if you're going to leave that gap there, I'm going to just try and get it there whatever way I can. If that was Amy Hunter, or Gabby Lewis, they're going to run across and take it leg side, you'd have to think.
Yeah, look, well, particularly Amy Hunter, very strong on the sweep. So is Leah Paul, but that is, you could absolutely drive a truck through that through that space on the leg side. And she's encouraging her to try and take it there with the ball turning away from her as well.
Round the wicket now. She fell into that gap the other day. She's not going to fall into it again, not on this occasion anyway. Leah Paul, 23 gone, Ireland 102 for 4. So run rate required, this is around the time that the run rate required will start to creep up. If they have quiet overs, Ireland, that will start to move up, and the closer you get to the end, it'll move more sharply.
In saying that, it's a very good cricket wicket, and it is possible, so long as they have clear plans out there, they keep their confidence and the intent up, it's still a very chaseable score. It's still under 6 required.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's so doable. It's just about that mindset. And obviously 4 wickets down, losing Gabby Lewis at the time that they lost her as well. She was looking the most comfortable we've seen her this series.
Into the pads, and they're going to take a little cheeky leg bye. And that's what they need to do, that take every run that's on offer, whether it's off the bat or not. And you can see that Rebecca Stokel just starting to use the feet on the previous ball. Didn't quite get the timing right, but good positive signs.
Well, there's been a lot of those kinds of shots from Leah Paul where there's actually no scoring shot that you think that she can play to it. It's like waiting for, I'm not sure what delivery actually, but I'd like to see her have an area she's actually looking to play the ball to. It should be clearer to us.
Does really like to hit with that back shoulder. Sort of means that the bat does come through on a slight angle, which can get her in some trouble occasionally.
What West Indies have been able to do is keep 7 fielders in the ring, which just means those singles are not coming.
Gets this one away with the spin. She's had to have 3 dots before she was able to get that single, so it's really about positive play at the moment. They've got to try and do something here to break what West Indies have done. Field back now for the end of the over. Again, uses the feet. Takes on mid-on and does it successfully. Gets through for the single. Another good over for the West Indies. 105 for 4.
Yeah, I like that option from Rebecca Stokel because long off is back and Stokel's recognised the danger there. Now, she can hit a 6 over that fielder's head, obviously, but with mid-on in, she's very clearly trying to play with that fielder. And even though it didn't really hit the bat very well, the thought process is good.
And by trying to hit the ball over a fielder's head, that obviously increases the risk of the shot. At the moment, they don't need to lose any more wickets. They just need that consolidation. Still good intent, still scoring options. There's plenty of space still out there. Just got to have good intent. I use the word intent a lot today.
Yes. I think if you're playing for a team, Julia Price is coaching, make sure you're showing intent. How to get picked on a team.
3 out now on the leg side. Hayley Matthews bowling into the wicket. 5 on leg side, not leg stump.
Well, what West Indies have been able to do, even though they've only got 2 or 3 fielders out, is to match up some dots, and then it's just a single, it's not a boundary. So it's a very good 50 over cricket. You're saying there are singles there, but you're only going to find 2 or 3 maybe, and if you want more than that, you've got to take risks.
And again, I think the footwork, ironically, if Stokel was to the left hand, to the leg spinner, who's going to be taking the ball away from her, so the risk is a little bit higher than it is to the off spinner, yet she's staying in her crease to Hayley Matthews. To me, she needs to be able to come out to Hayley, find that space. They've got the mid-wicket. They're trying to clog her up on that leg side. Around the wicket, looks for the reverse, just gets it over the top of the first slip in Ramarak. Races away for a boundary. Well, they've found some space. I'm not sure if the risk was low, but they've found some space.
I think the way she was playing was riskier. Leopold, just playing within herself. Play your strong shots. She's very good at this shot. She reverse sweeps and reverse pulls beautifully. Just one catcher in now and nowhere near Ramarak. I think if that was to be caught by Ramarak, that shot, it has to just go straight in your hands, kind of like Richard Ghosh against England in that test match we saw. Did you hear any of the interviews with her about that catch?
I did not.
I'll let you watch and see what you think.
And the viewers.
I was interested to hear what she said about, her preparation for the catch and how much she knew about it. Second catcher goes back in. Not sure why she came out, actually.
Gets a bit of space. Doesn't hit it quite well enough to beat the fielder and Grimman a deep backward square. This is good signs from Ireland, just starting to settle. It's taken a little while to feel comfortable out in the middle. It's good squeeze and good pressure from the West Indies.
That's the one, isn't it? That's the one that Stokel has to maybe come and attack. Only 4 fielders on the offside, all in the ring. She's got that reach, and there was a bit more air given by Matthews.
7 off the Matthews over, 112 for 4.
So at the same stage in the last innings, West Indies were 116 for 5. But for Ireland, with those wickets falling, they've just got 17 for 1 in the last 5 overs. So they were scoring more freely, to say the very least, right before those wickets fell.
Grip and turn. Matthew Fletcher. Stokel really prefers that front foot, just sort of plonks it down, and fortunately didn't reach too much for that delivery. Gets across, manages to get a good amount of bat on this, and this might nearly make it. Good chase from Munasar. They get through for 2.
I still marvel at seeing Rebecca Stokel sweep because I've seen her for such a long time. I feel like I've watched her bat since she came back from her broken back in her teen years. She was a bowler, then broke her back and spent a year in bed and came back and became a batter. So it shows some good resilience. But yeah, sweeping is, I think I've just seen her play it in the last 2 months. So it's great for a player like her who has natural attributes of going down the ground, very tall, long reach. That was the way she generally scored her runs, but teams will quickly figure you out and needed to add another option. So the sweep shot's been that option she's added.
Nice shot from Leopold. This beats the fielder at extra cover. The 4 fielders on the offside with the leg spin going into the left-hander. Oh, good connection. Straight over the top. 1 bounce for Stokel. Didn't have to use her feet on this one.
Read the line and length perfectly, Rebecca Stokel. Little bit of width, and that allowed her to bring her bottom hand in with the fuller delivery. And with the long off out, it was important that she went over the bowler's head or over mid-on, which is exactly what she's done.
That was the wrong in that time. Didn't come back enough to cause any concerns, and Rebecca Stokel takes the single. Good over for Ireland, 121 for 4.
They've weathered the storm a little bit, these two. Found it really tough when they first came out. We've kind of said that throughout, which is why it's been so damaging for Ireland. They've generally lost a couple of wickets at a time. And then you've got 2 players starting at the same time, which really stalls things. But searching for wickets, maybe Hayley Matthews, and I think Afi Fletcher not looking her best, even though she's got pretty good figures, not looking at her absolute best. So Ireland moving along now.
Ashmini Munasar is the change of bowler. Haven't seen her yet today. She's replacing Hayley Matthews. Matthews bowling the 5 overs, picking up the big wicket of Orla Prendergast, if not controversially.
Well, I'd say there's still steam coming out of Orla Prendergast's ears, if I was to guess.
I wouldn't imagine there's too many people walking in that change room right at the moment.
You know, I don't think I played. No, I didn't play any international cricket with Orla Prendergast. Played some domestic cricket with her, but she was at that point not as invested, I would say. She was really talented, but I think the more into the game that you get, the more store you place on things like being given out in that way. But I think this is an interesting time in the game. I think it's a really good bowling change, but Munasar, being a youngster, she has shown that she sometimes gets a little nervous. And for Ireland, they need to be ready to pounce on any short deliveries. She tends to drop it short if she's going to falter. But only 2 fielders out for Leopold, square and mid-wicket.
Straight away, pounces on a slightly wider, shorter delivery. Boundary, second ball.
I like the way Hayley Matthews is attacking, but perhaps for your youngster coming in for her first game of the series, you could give her a bit more protection early on in her spell. There to hit Leopold, very good on the back foot, finds the gap with consummate ease, and the outfield does the rest of the work.
And I think that'll be that discussion that Hayley Matthews, as an off-spinner herself, would just say we want to get her on the front foot, we want to try to drive at this. That's why we've got Ramarak there at first slip. Much better length in that delivery.
I think even the length, if she bowls straight, isn't as important. She's got protection on the leg side, so Hayley Matthews might be saying get her on the front foot if you can, but if you're going to focus on something, focus on bowling straight.
Much better. She's learnt the hard way, going for a 4. And I was going to say, and we can discuss this, you don't have to tell me any names, but are there any... who's the angriest cricketer you've ever played with that you have to know, you have to get out of their way and be nowhere near?
I know exactly who it is. I wonder, can you guess from the Irish team that I would have played with?
This one's going to be given a wide down leg side. I can, but I don't want to say her name.
Go on, no, go for it.
Well, is it your sister?
No. No, nowhere near.
She had a bit of a temper. She used to scare me a little.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it
That's
out there.
the lawyer in her.
Yeah, that would be it, actually.
Slip comes out.
Sneak through for the single.
Love that single because it was never getting through, but fielder had to move laterally, and if you go straight away, you should be able to get down the other end if you're both on the same page, if there's no goose step. Now I'll give you one more guess. Played with for almost the exact amount of time, same amount of time. In fact, I played with her longer than Cecilia.
Claire Shillington.
Correct.
Ooh, plays and misses. Inside line of this one. Doesn't turn. Gets away with first over just for 7 runs. Ireland 128 for 4.
I will put an asterisk. Angry when given out. You know, like that. Not angry overall.
Yeah, just fuming when out.
Fuming, yeah. And I don't know if you remember when she bowled.
I do.
And she was one of those bowlers who thought she was going to get a wicket every single ball.
Well, I thought that was spinners.
Yeah, no, more so her.
Okay.
Yeah, which was great. They love a spinner who thinks that way. Anyway, back to today. You can all tune back in. We're going to focus on the cricket again.
It's good cricket stories. I like a bit of a cricket story. This team seems a very calm team, though, the Irish.
I thought you were going to say this West Indies team, and I was thinking, there's a bit of niggle there.
Yeah, definitely. But the Irish seem very calm. It's the green, I think. It's quite calming on the eyes.
Especially this new green.
Yeah, there's an easy single there. They should be taking those singles, going to the left of Hayley Matthews. As good as she is, she's not great with the left arm.
As a fielder, you're thinking, as they say, wait, this is great. This is a dot out of nowhere.
Works this one squarer. They're going to look for the 2.
Oh, dear.
Confusion, absolute confusion between the two of them. Absolute disaster for the Irish. Leopold looked to come back for the second. Stokel didn't want any of it and then realised her partner was coming. Set to take off, and Leopold just stops in her tracks, and unfortunately they haven't crossed, and Rebecca Stokel is going to have to go run out for 14.
That's a barbecue. Leopold was the one who called the second. Stokel moved on her say-so, and then it was Paul who decided to bail on it. So I don't think there was ever a second there. It was like Leopold realised halfway through the first run that there was an opportunity, and if you don't get going immediately, then you're in trouble. Let's have another look. 14, Rebecca Stokel goes for. Stokel stops, and then when she sees Paul running, decides to go. But for me, Stokel should have just said no and stayed in her crease, but not the best.
Not the best, but I feel that that's 5 for 128 Ireland now. They just handed another wicket to the West Indies. Problem with that running is that all because you're running the first one hard doesn't mean the second one is a definite. It just means it's a potential option if the fielder misfields it. In this case, absolutely not, and therefore you have to woe up on the run a little. So unfortunately for Ireland, lose their 5th wicket. So we see Louise Little come out to the middle. She's been in some good touch with the bat.
Just a little bit early for her, obviously. I mean, she might grow to be a top order batter, but you'd be comfortable with her coming out needing 60, not needing 130.
Anyway, Fletcher going 2 wickets again for her today. That run out won't go to her, obviously. There's been a few run outs, 3 in the West Indies innings earlier on today.
Now, one of them was just trying to get extra runs at the end, but
True.
the 2 in the middle of the innings could have really destabilised them. They did really well to fight back from that.
This one gets straight, gets a little hand on it. I think Little has got back into her crease in time. I think they might have a little look at this.
Couldn't resist.
No, sorry, terrible.
Yeah, safe. I think like there are run-outs where you're not sure, but that's one where Louise Little will be just waiting for confirmation.
Yeah, good awareness from Louise Little. Normally you can tell by the setup of the batter where they're going to be hitting and how far you can come down in your backing up. West Indies just glancing up at the lights to see if this is going to be given out or not. So we have another look at this deflection.
It's all about timing in cricket in general, and Louise Little was back in time. The West Indies just taking the opportunity to have a little sit down. It's been a warm day by our standards here.
It's a lovely day, nice breeze. I'm sure the West Indies girls are very happy as well with the weather, considering what the Tri-Series is like at Clontarf. Not sure what they're checking here. Whether she's touched it or not is irrelevant in the case that the bat is in her ground, before the ball hits the stumps.
Yeah, it's pretty clear cut. She put her bat down, then the ball hit the stumps, so not out.
I'm just going to have another look at the side-on angle. It certainly wasn't a no ball. And that clearly indicates that the ball has hit the stumps after the bat was grounded.
Maybe they're trying to see how long the bat was grounded for before the ball hit the stumps. There we go. Everyone can resume.
So they might have to warm up again after that. Fletcher, one ball to come. It was a bit of a loose one as well. This time they will look for the second run. Good fielding from Mangroup. They get back for the two. An eventful over from Avi Fletcher. 132 for 5.
Well, it can be difficult after a drinks break to land the ball as a leg spinner. That's what that felt like. Like it was such a long review, but yeah, the run out. I mean, is there ever a good time for a run out? But the timing of that one seemed as bad as it could get for Ireland, just as those two were building a partnership.
Yeah, I think there are good times for run-outs when someone's not scoring any runs. People just retire them these days. That's what we used to do in the old days, is run someone else out if they weren't scoring any runs.
How old are these old days? This is before my time.
Oh, really?
Maybe we just didn't have enough people scoring runs that you could afford to run someone out.
No, I think they tried to run me out a few times, but
so you were the recipient. That's how you know it so well.
Mundasar, second over for her. What's this one down leg side? Another wide to the tally for Ireland. What do these two need to do out in the middle, Little and Paul, to start to get back on track?
Well, I think the only thing you can do is just forget about the fact that these are the last real recognised batters, as I quickly check who's coming in next. but I mean, 5 down, you lose 1 or 2 more and the game is pretty much gone, certainly at this stage anyway. And Jane Maguire carded to come in next, so very much a bowler who can do a bit of batting, but much better against seam than spin. And there's a lot of spin to come, and West Indies have seen that Ireland's lower order are a little bit vulnerable to spin. So you've got to just pretend like you're at the start of the game and play it normally, and then if you play to win and you lose your wicket, then you can live with that. But it will go down as an opportunity that went begging. Interesting to see that Matthews is still opting to leave that mid-wicket area open for Paul with Munasar bowling.
I think they're feeling they're in a situation at the moment they can afford to just rotate the strike. They're going to get Louise Little now on strike and have a go at the new batter.
Long on mid-wicket and square, the field is out.
Again, another possible... Hayley Matthews is a little wily sometimes when fielding, just takes the time to get to the ball to encourage the quick single if they feel it's there.
It would be interesting as well to have Matthews watch, because she wanders around in her fielding position depending on where she thinks the ball might be worked by the batters, which is, I mean, not allowed, but very rarely picked up on by umpires.
Pretty good over there from Ashmini Munasar. 135 for 5.
Yeah, the reason I recognise that in Hayley Matthews is because I may be a fielder who also does the same thing. Just as the batter checks the field just after they've looked at you to see where you are, as they look back at the bowler, just move back to where you were planning on being originally. But the other way you can do it is if you're in mid-wicket or in point, for example, walk a different line towards the batter when you're walking in with the bowler, so that you're changing your angle.
Again, also not legal.
Not technically or even at all legal, but yeah, these are the things that we do. After that little warm-up at the end of the last over, Matthew Fletcher back on the money. How deep do Ireland take this before they start to try and accelerate? Because it's still manageable, under sixes.
Looks to the sweep then and decides against it. Yeah, it's a good question. And again, we sort of probably saw the West Indies take a little bit of time before they started accelerating, and it is a pitch that you can get in on, but I think it's nearly that. It's when you feel comfortable and still know you can get that run rate required. Plays this one nice and late. Space behind. Going to get back for the 2 here. Leopold takes on the throw and makes it easily.
Yeah, poor fielding that, because I can see why Riliana Grimmond looked to throw immediately, but once they're actually taking the run, set yourself and try and hit the stumps or try and get it really close to the stumps. The pick up and release is when you're trying to prevent them from taking the second. So she just didn't recognise, obviously she's facing the other way, so she didn't take a split second to see what the situation was.
Leg side field 4-5 for Paul, still protecting that boundary. It's very square. There's this one late under her eyes, but straight to the fielder.
Well, you do get that leniency with Leopold that you can bowl fuller as a spinner, because she doesn't quite have the power through the covers that some of the other players that we've seen on display, particularly from West Indies, have.
A conversation between the captain. Last ball of the over. Maybe to see how they can dot her up. Keep Little on strike. Perfectly works to a cunning plan from Hayley Matthews. Straight to mid-wicket, 137 for 5.
So a couple of starts. Lewis got to her first half century of the series before holding out to Dotton, and then Hunter followed soon after of a slightly strange dismissal caught by, well, it says Matthews there. I think it was actually Ramarak, yeah. And then Prendergast won't be pleased with how Shu is dismissed. Stoke will probably feel similarly, having been run out, but you would have to say it was Leopold who sold it down the river. Munasar continues. Louise Little continues to help the ball around the corner. Excellent work in the deep. Brilliant stuff by the opening bowler, Janelia Glasgow, and she saves a couple. And back in position, Dwayne DeLocca.
Thank you, Isabel Joyce. So Leopold, 23 not out, on 35, looking to stabilise the innings. Louise Little, 4. Seeking more here, but Alfie Fletcher behind square on the leg side, standing in close. Louise Little just drops her head, shakes her head in frustration, feels like she's let an opportunity go to score some runs. Dropped in a little shorter and a little straighter. Single there though. It's the loss of wickets that'll be most concerning for Ireland here, and the fact that they lost 2 genuinely set batters, sort of back-to-back in one Fletcher over, Gabby Lewis and Amy Hunter.
Nice bit of drift in to Leopold there. Yeah, absolutely not what they needed at all. And I think for me, watching Afi Fletcher today, she's a brilliant bowler. She just hasn't looked as good today as she has on other days, but today's the day that she's managing to take wickets, and it's been disappointing for Ireland a couple of times when they've just given positions away in the series. And I mean, a good example there of them playing at balls they don't need to play at. That down leg from Louise Little, if she had actually hit it, it's probably just going straight to Afi Fletcher. So just a couple of things that I feel are frustrating across the series.
Straight to Afi Fletcher, as you mentioned, previous delivery, end of 31, 142 for 5.
That ball, if she hadn't hit it, was a wide. So what's the... If there's no 45 there, go for your life. Take the 4, but there is.
2 fielders behind square on the leg side. I absolutely concur. Leave it, let it go wide, bowl another delivery. Some of the younger players who are out.
I'm trying to figure out what team that is. It looks like the Leinster. Yeah, that's the Leinster under 14 girls team. Now a couple of those players, they've been up representing the province. Lainey Hart in the front there, future star for Marion Cricket Club. Not that have favourites, but I actually just know her and I don't know necessarily the rest of them.
Fletcher to continue, all turning in a little bit of grip there into Leopold.
Well, Hayley Matthews was talking for a while to Afi Fletcher before that delivery, and I think she was trying to persuade Fletcher to come around the wicket to the left-hander. And I think that's because she knows Leopold likes to play backward of point, so she's trying to just cramp her up for room there.
A little bit of extra grip from Fletcher. It certainly lacked pace, but didn't lack any turn on the angle.
The reverse sweep, I can see why Leopold's gone to it, because there's just one point in place, but with the turn, could she back herself to get it between that 45 fielder and deep backward square?
Gets over the top of this one nicely. Just the one though. Brings Louise Little on strike. Mandy Mongrou doing the fielding. She's been very involved today on the field for Stefanie Taylor.
I'm trying to see in the distance if I can see Stefanie Taylor out in front of the change rooms. Wondering whether she's even wearing her kit or is she just in her travelling gear because she's done for the day, having made 100 earlier.
It's glancing across. I can see Kiana Joseph and Shonisha Hector. Fletcher to continue. It's coming over at the right-handed batter, take the quick single. So they don't need to necessarily look at the run rate now, Ireland. They need to consolidate to a degree, but they can't let it get away from them completely.
Bit of a fly mid-on here. Just think Hayley Matthews is always thinking how to get wickets, and I think that's clearer in the second innings actually when she's defending a total. But Jazara Claxton, who caught Leah Paul in the last game, but that was at mid-off for the left-hander, was at mid-on, but kind of 7 yards outside the ring. Slightly strange position, but as a captain you love when those gambles pay off.
End of 32, 145 for 5. So that's the start effectively for Ireland at the ICC Women's Championship for the 2025-2029 cycle. So they begin here against West Indies. They visit England in September as their second series. Still got to host India, New Zealand and Pakistan, and they travel to Australia, Sri Lanka and Zimbabwe. So
there's some long trips there. Sri Lanka's the closest.
Yeah. Although Zimbabwe's certainly been a happy hunting ground for many of the Ireland players. And this is about collecting points in the ICC Women's Championship. Karishma Ramarak makes her way back into the attack. So all 4 spinners have been used today by Hayley Matthews. Ramarak only bowled 2 overs, went for 12. Back into the attack now.
Ramarak tends to bowl fuller than the other 2 off spinners, so it's not a bad thing against Leah Paul, who's generally a sweeper and plays off the back foot. It's tough to play off the back foot sweep against someone bowling full of a full length.
This is set up the way that they got the Leah Paul wicket in the last game. Jazara Claxton is at mid-off. Leah Paul on strike. Ramarak bowling. Maybe trying to encourage her to go over the top again, but I wonder if Leah Paul will play into that.
Now, I think that she's probably looking single to cover, and if there's going to be an attacking option, I still think she'll go with the reverse sweep because there's a pretty big gap between third and point.
Now, how many times have you called things in today's game, Isabel Joyce? Right on cue, Leah Paul whips out the reverse sweep and sends it to the boundary for 4. She goes to 30.
Well, I'm usually someone who says don't play this shot when there's 2 fielders there, but when it's one of your strongest shots and the gap is right where you usually hit it, I think it's a good option. For me, Hayley Matthews needs to pull point further back and pull cover almost into a deep point, and then you might be able to shore up those runs in point for Leah Paul.
This time, turns it leg side. Grimmond in off the rope to collect. And that, the 150 up for Ireland. It's the 5 wickets down that will be of concern. Louise Little on strike though for the remaining 2 deliveries.
Long off, long on mid-wicket and square the 4 out, so cover up.
Short, and it'll be at the fielder in and race away. Goes past Munisar and to the boundary. Second boundary in the over. 9 off the first 5 deliveries.
It's not often you say Hayley Matthews has made a misstep in her change in bowling, and there's still time for it to work out for West Indies, but Ramarak digging this one in, leg side as well, and that's an occasion when Louise Little is probably the best player to play that shot. She gets so well inside the line of the ball and helps it past deep backward square.
Fuller slightly wider. Grimmond at full dive, full stretch to parry that into the path of Dotton, who whips it in after 33, 155 for 5. 10 off that Ramarak over. A good one for Ireland. on the point of the ICC Women's Championship. I spoke about Ireland's duties. West Indies started their campaign with those consecutive home series defeats to Sri Lanka 2-1 and 3-0 to Australia. This is their first away series in the cycle, and they still need to visit Bangladesh, South Africa and Zimbabwe as well. They host India and Pakistan. So for West Indies, they'll be targeting 2 points here and a positive net run rate. Fletcher. 2 for 32 and 8 so far, but it was those 2 wickets in her first over, the wickets of Gabby Lewis and Amy Hunter, that really stopped Ireland in their tracks, so to speak. They had to restart.
That's a good ball to Louise Little, because she is good down the ground, but turning away from her, I think she would prefer that delivery from an off spinner turning into her. And she'd be happy to take on mid-off, but against the leg spinner, slip is ready.
She's a wily bowler, Afi Fletcher. That delivery to bowl all of Prendergast in the first match is, for me, one of the genuine deliveries of the series. Big appeal.
Well, from what I've seen of her googly, she doesn't necessarily deliver it as well as she would like. We've seen it a few times where it just hasn't landed in the right spot. The one against Orla Prendergast landed beautifully. And Rolly Black able to see able to see middle stump and off stump. So a pretty easy decision for him.
Last over went for 10 this over. First 5 deliveries, no runs. Cut away. Louise Little will retain the strike, but that's to come after the drinks break. 34 overs done. Ireland 156 for 5.
Takes us through to the final drinks break here at Brady in this third Evara one-day international. 34 overs gone. Ireland 156 for 5 they require. 102 from the final 16 overs. We are delighted to welcome Evara as the title sponsor of this one-day international series between Ireland and West Indies, and indeed as the main sponsor of the Ireland women's cricket team. Thank you to Evara for their continued support of women's cricket, inspiring the next generation. A quick reminder of upcoming fixtures for Ireland's international teams. The men's team have a 5-game ODI series against Afghanistan coming up in August. 2 games here at Brady, 3 at Stormont. And of course, our women's team may finish at home today, but they have a one-day international series against England in September. We travel to England at the start of September for that 3-match series against England. international series between Ireland and West Indies. Ireland 156 for 5. 16 overs to go. They require a further 102 runs.
So drinks done, 16 overs remaining. Ireland require 102 from 96 deliveries. Hayley Matthews from the Mason Road end. Good strong call of weight. There might have been 2 Dottons left, but quickly around. And quickly back in.
I thought you were saying something about there being 2 Dottons. It was one over and done. Unfortunately for Karishma Ramarak, it just didn't come out right in that over, and it's that type of game, and she's got that many bowlers to turn to. Hayley Matthews, if you can't show signs that you might take a wicket or bowl in good areas, she's going to take you out of the attack.
This one over the infield. This little just rocking back. Mandy Mungrew in off the rope. That bounced well short of her, but yeah, Paul back on strike. And the left-right combination helping Ireland maybe just a little.
It's that type of time in the game where, as a fielder, you're thinking, could someone else not go to point? Does it have to be me? Deandra Dotton being preferred to Afi Fletcher, which is understandable. But there is space for Leah Paul in her favourite area at point. Hayley Matthews backs herself to execute. In fact, I lie. I didn't see Zayda James there. She's being hidden. She's at deep, quite square third on the boundary.
Just prods it into the gap. Dotton with some fancy footwork. Another single cruise. So exactly 100 to win now.
Showing her age there, Didas. Using her feet rather than bending down. And much better from Hayley Matthews. I was slightly surprised to see her dig the ball in earlier in the over to Louise Little, who's looked, well, I know that she's good on the front foot. She's not looked as assured as she does on the back foot.
Good over from Hayley Matthews again. A couple of singles in the middle of it. End of 35. Ireland 158 for 5.
Well, when you look at the graphic down the bottom of the screen, it doesn't look too bad for Ireland, actually. 100 runs to win, 90 balls left, 5 wickets in hand. Doable.
Yeah, on the face of it. But
go on.
Do feel, however, that there is limited experience, shall we say, in the tail. So in terms of batting to come, there's potential and certainly opportunity, but it's not backed up by much past experience. West Indies have got through the more recognised batters. They will know that. They will want to get into the tail as quickly as they can. But Louise Little and Leah Paul are building a nice partnership here.
4 fielders out, cover square mid-wicket and that fly mid-on.
So Fletcher will complete her spell here. Starts her 10th over with a dot ball. That's going to be stumped, surely. Well, that's a very disappointing and somewhat timid end to a rebuilding, consolidating innings of Leah Paul. Afi Fletcher just sent one in a little wider, got some spin. Leah Paul looking to go down the wicket and has walked past one, and Shemaine Campbell does the rest. Fletcher with her 3rd wicket. Paul's gone for 32, and Ireland 158 for 6.
He added 30 for that partnership, Little and Paul. And a slightly strange dismissal because the ball did turn, it turned in. So the line that Leah Paul was playing, not quite right. She actually had a chance to get back in if she'd tried to. And she realised quite late because Campbell didn't take it clean, had to kind of get control of it. But gets it back to the stumps in time. And Leah Paul had committed quite heavily to the shot. And while they're going to check it, Leah Paul is out. So 158 for 6 now. The most set batter, Leah Paul, out for 32. So the option of coming around the wicket paid off for Afi Fletcher. She had to be persuaded into it by her captain. And Georgina Dempsey out into the middle now.
Can swing the bat hard, Georgina Dempsey. Needs to play probably the innings of her international career to get Ireland over the line here. As things stand, Louise Little is the senior batter. She's got a highest score of 27. Georgina Dempsey, though, can do some damage. Facing Fletcher, 4 balls to go in her spell. 3 for 33.
Fletcher nearly bowled out, so I mean I'm not really one for this situation saying face someone out, but it doesn't seem much of a point in running down for Georgina Dempsey. I talked about 100 runs to win with 90 balls remaining and 5 wickets in hand. That equation changing quite markedly in this over.
Well, Fletcher's got some of the bigger batters in terms of experience. Leah Paul the most recent after Lewis and Hunter. A wicket maiden to finish for Afi Fletcher, who started with 2 wickets in her first over. 3 for 33 figures after 10. A magnificent spell from Afi Fletcher, who might just have turned the tide for West Indies, certainly with ball in hand. 158 for 6 after 36 Ireland. So some conversations to be had between Little and Dempsey. He's Little, proper all-rounder, really good batter. Has opened before as well, not in internationals, but can play some fine strokes and is looking to prove that here. Grumman trying to reel it in, will do so. Back for 2. And Dempsey, I think the standout innings was a unbeaten 45 against South Africa a few years ago.
I'm taking a lot of what I know about these 2 batters from seeing domestic cricket and club cricket as well. And genuinely in club cricket, which is I understand is very different to playing international, but when Georgina Dempsey comes out to bat and Louise Little, they are match winners.
Yes.
That obviously changes when you move up to then domestic cricket, but Louise Little, she would have opened the batting quite a lot for the Typhoons when there were 3 teams, and she really struggled for a season there, and I think that dented her confidence. And for me, I think this new role for her suits a lot better.
Good fielding from Grimmond.
Because of her injuries with her bowling, trying to become an out-and-out batter, which is understandable, but now that her bowling is making its way back, and we've seen that across this series, it's a perfect position for her to be lower middle order and bowl half the overs. But generally used to be really good down the ground, really hung on the front foot, used to kind of stay leg side and play over the infield on the offside, and while working on other elements of her game has kind of lost that a little bit. like to see her going back and working on those strengths and having a more rounded game.
This one coming back in quite sharply from Matthews. Looks like it's off the pad and away. It'll reach the rope. Was it off the pad?
It has to be off the back, because if it was off the pad, she'd be heading back
Well, that's
to the
what I
clubhouse.
was wondering. Okay.
Yeah, we don't have the best view of this, to be fair, but the outcome sometimes gives you the evidence you need. That's flown off the outside edge. No chance for Shemaine Campbell.
Good way to finish from Matthews. 6 off the over. 164 for 6. I think the difference is for Louise Little is that she's so often batting with senior batters on the opposite end, and you can have full trust in the batter on the opposite end to get the job done, and you'd have wickets in hand. And this is a slightly different situation for her, where she's now the senior batter and very little experience to follow.
I think as well, when she was opening the batting, it was very much on her to try and hit over the top and score boundaries. And if you're not in good nick and you're still having to play like that, it can, I imagine, having never been there, but it would be difficult, as opposed to being middle order and being able to work the ball around when the field is spread. Ramarak now from the clubhouse end. Georgina Dempsey's strengths are mid-wicket and then over extra cover. So, you know, a slightly strange combination, but her bottom hand slightly opens when she's playing over the top.
All the fielders up on the offside. The fielders out leg side for Dempsey.
And I think there's only one thing she's thinking about, which is getting off strike. There's a big gap in mid-wicket. She's trying to find a way to get it there.
Good pressure from Ramarak. It's putting her on a good spot. Dempsey battling to get this away. This one, though, wide of Matthews, who tries a rather athletic attempt to throw almost over a left shoulder, running away from the wickets. Dempsey off the mark. Little back on strike for the final two deliveries of Ramarak's fourth.
Well, the problem with that is it's taken her 4 deliveries to get off strike. So if you're going to play that way, you have to do it earlier in the over and try and give Louise Little strike for longer in the over. Field spreads now. Ashmini Munasar in extra cover moved really nicely to her left. I think that's been something I've seen her improve since captaining at the Under-19 World Cup.
Straight back to Ramarak, only 1 off the over. 38 done, 165 for 6.
She'd gone for 22 in her first 3 overs, so that's a handy number for Ramarak, trying to claw back her figures.
Matthews will finish her spell from the Mason Road end. So then they've seen off Fletcher and Matthews. There's still 6 other bowling options for Hayley Matthews, effectively.
Well, Fletcher, they saw her off and by losing a wicket they couldn't afford to lose. So from an Irish perspective, they'll hope that that's not the case with this final Matthews over.
Trying to go big, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary. It's going to be byes. Ireland will take those.
Well, you feel as a bowler, well, and as a keeper, that this is unfair. Cricket is a funny game. Georgina Dempsey looking to go to her strong area in mid-wicket, and good theatrics meant that Campbell was unsighted and couldn't collect.
little more venom in that delivery.
It's a great change-up for a spinner because you're just not expecting it as a batter. It's not a great ball if you know it's coming, but it's the element of surprise that gets you the dot and then earns you the frustration of the batter that might make them do something poor. She'll often follow it up with the really slow ball. She's a really brave bowler. She won't mind the fact that mid-off is in the ring. Just 3 fielders out long on, mid-wicket and square.
Bowled. Hayley Matthews returns to the top of her mark. She has got the wicket of Georgina Dempsey. Gone for 1 off 11. Matthews has her second in this game and her 7th in the series. Ireland 169 for 7.
Well, the 10 dot balls in that innings showing for Georgina Dempsey with that shot. Goes for 1 from 11. And Ireland 169 for 7. Dempsey not really able to back up a decent bowling effort from her with her batting. Quicker ball the previous set Dempsey up for this one. Frustration. She just has a hoik across the line. Clears the front leg. Bowl it straight and you give yourself the opportunity. She had missed the stumps earlier in the over there, Hayley Matthews. She'll feel that was just reward.
So Jane Maguire next in. 3 wickets remaining, still 89 to win. West Indies look well on top in this third and final match of the Evara Women's One Day International Series.
Just a little bit slow off the surface, so you need to go towards the ball in that instance. Front foot going to leg side meant she couldn't reach forward. It was kind of swing and hope. The hope is that you hear the ball hitting your bat rather than hitting your stumps.
It's Jane Maguire, an older of the Maguire sisters, still only 23.
So if, you know the way the buys don't go against the bowler?
They don't.
Then would this be a maiden if
Yeah.
dots?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever thought about that before.
Leg buys and buys can be bowled in maiden overs.
Shows you how much I looked back at the scorecards when I was bowling. Worrying. Anyway, Matthews has bowled well once again today. If she doesn't take a wicket here, and she's certainly searching for it, she'll have taken 7 in the series. She'll be keen for an 8th.
Yeah, considering Fletcher has 8. Jane Maguire will deny her that and take a single as well. End of 39, 170 for 7. So required rate now has climbed significantly. Just 3 wickets in hand, but plenty of dot balls coming for West Indies. And they've applied that dot ball pressure. They've taken regular wickets as well. And in a match in which we've seen massive momentum shifts, it's West Indies who find themselves on top once again. They're 3 wickets away from successfully defending 257. Ramarak to continue. It's the very accomplished coach and commentator, former World Cup winner Julia Price, back into commentary for the remainder of this innings. It's been a little subpar from an Ireland side that showed so much promise without necessarily getting it all right in one innings.
Yeah, I think they'll be pretty disappointed at this point. Obviously, there's still an opportunity. That 87 off 64, a little bit of T20 cricket back end. Louise Little and Jamie Maguire both can bat.
And this is firmly played, but straight towards Jazara Claxton, who somewhat remarkably puts it down. Jazara Claxton, who took a worldie in the second one-day international to remove Leah Paul. It looked regulation. It's somehow gone through her fingers.
Yeah, it wasn't the best shot from Louise Little. She's got 2 fielders back, and she's managed to pick out probably one of the better fielders in the West Indian team. A little bit of luck for her just not getting it judged quite right. You've pretty much told her that only went for 4 as well. She's right in front of us here in the commentary box as well, so no doubt won't be appreciating any comments that we're saying right at the moment. But maybe it was just a bit too easy for her.
Well, everybody's done it. Anybody who's played this game long enough has been through exactly that moment. Doesn't detract from the fielding prowess of Jazara Claxton, who is one of the standout stars for West Indies in that regard.
Well, she's also not going to forget the long look from Remarak as well. The top of her mark.
Bold. Ramarak will have her wicket this over. She gets Louise Little for 23. And Ireland now 2 away from defeat. 175 for 8. West Indies closing in on the win.
Yeah, just played all around this one. Nicely flighted ball from Ramarak. Louise Little just throws her head back knowing that she's just probably gone a little too hard at this delivery when the pace was taken off. A bit of extra flight, smart bowling from Ramarak. And nice to see Ashmini Munasar and Hayley Matthews both going up to Claxton and just saying, mate, it happens. Don't worry about it. We've all been there. I'll just have another look at this dismissal. And just that nice little bit of flight went on top of middle. Not a big celebration after it, probably a little bit of relief, having thought she might have had her sooner. See that side-on angle, just didn't quite get back far enough. Not really committed to the back or the front foot on that. West Indies inch closer to a victory here at Breedy Cricket Club.
Amy Maguire joins her sister Jane out in the middle. Turns it away and gets a single with her first delivery. End of 40, 10 overs remain. Ireland 176 for 8.
Are you wanting to know what they were going to discuss when they got home? We're probably doing that right now as well. Just how are we going to reel this back? Still statistically possible.
So Amy Maguire will take guard. Change of bowling from the Mason Road end. Hayley Matthews has bowled out her 10, taking 2 for 37. Ashmini Munasar makes her way back into the attack, going at 5s. 15 conceded off her 3 so far. The only change for West Indies today, and a little pressure on Afi Fletcher here from Jane Maguire. Calls Amy through for the single.
Well, every run counts, doesn't matter how it comes. Thought there might have been a leg by, but they've called it a run. Maguire out for no runs. Caught in cover, bowled Fletcher in game 1. Oh, goes right across the line here. Campbell asked the question, but I don't think she was too convinced herself that she'd got that stumping. In fact, apologises, puts the bowl back on.
Maguire gets enough bat on this. Hit firmly, just the one though. Munger, a very efficient fielder, both with their footwork and hands.
Didn't really look for the second run there. Jane Maguire is the senior batter.
Amy Maguire whipping out the reverse sweep.
Someone's been doing some training. Brought out the reverse sweep and very successful. Good ball to do it too as well. You can really score some decent runs off the reverse sweep. It can be really difficult to defend, and they weren't expecting that, I think, from Amy Maguire.
Two players playing against one another here, both made their names under 19 World Cups. Ashmini Munusar, West Indies captain in 2023. Goes again, and goes very firmly. Amy Maguire, back-to-back boundaries to finish. Splendid. 10 off the over. And Amy Maguire has gone to a career best 10. At the end of the over, 186 for 8.
Maybe a little glint of hope here for Ireland. West Indies certainly aren't home yet. Still a couple of wickets to get. 72 off 54.
10 or 4 for Amy Maguire. Some real intent. Genuinely positive. Ramarak back into the attack. Behind square on the leg side. Outside edge, it's wide of a lane.
It is not too convincing there from Maguire that time, but she's doing a pretty good job at that moment. 11 off 5.
Living dangerously, Ireland. Jane Maguire pulls out the reverse sweep now. I'll come back for a second as well.
I really like this. They know that there's space. They know they've got to find some boundaries. They're not giving in at all. There is that sometimes that tendency to just pull up stumps a little and just sort of knock it round. And they're certainly fighting hard here at the back end.
There's an element of freedom about this for the Maguire sisters. Hayley Matthews is having a protracted conversation with Karishma Ramarak. Bowled. Ramarak goes under the bat of Jane Maguire and has her second in this game. She's 2 away from 100 international wickets. The West Indies are 1 away from a series sweep.
Well, sweep was probably not the right option or the right word there, Dwayne. Unfortunately, she manages to go right underneath this. Gets a little bit of extra bounce, change the pace on the delivery, a little bit of turn into the leg stump as well, but just too much to do at this back end for Ireland. A real shame because they were in with a great shout. They bowled so well today, winning the toss, putting the West Indies in. I'll just be a bit disappointed that they weren't able to get over the line. Mind you, still 1 wicket to go. But some smart bowling here from Ramarak. It's that variation of pace, a little bit of extra flight, flatten this one out. Bit fuller, straight over the top of it.
So final batter in for Ireland on the occasion of her second one-day international. It's the first time that she is batting for Ireland. Didn't bat against Thailand in her only previous one-day international. So Kaya McCartney will face her first delivery in international cricket. Somebody who excels at most sports, playing Very talented hockey player. She's going to need a few major strokes. Negotiates the first ball in international cricket.
It's always a nerve-wracking experience. She did better than I did.
Also batting at 11.
That's exactly right.
Faces the first two without incident. Top balls. End of Ramarak. 6th, 2 for 33. Successful over for Ramarak and the West Indies. 190 for 9. Ireland with 8 overs to go. So just taking a look at this batting card. There was hope at the top when Gabby Lewis got to 50, the early LBW against Sarah Forbes. Glasgow picking up the wicket. But then Fletcher came on and she removed Lewis and Hunter back to back. Later came back to get the wicket of Leah Paul. Stokel run out in a yes, no, sorry. Prendergast dismissed by Matthews. But it's a final wicket stand for Ireland. Massive, massive ask for two very young players in what is already a very young team. Claire McCartney, a 21-year-old in only her second one-day international and her first time on the wicket. And Amy Maguire will be on strike, still 19, playing in only her 16th one-day. Looks to go again with that reverse sweep that brought her 2 boundaries in her last over against Munisar.
Well, it's a good option for her. Knows that she can do it against the off spinner. Assuming you're not doing it for the first time out in the middle, she would have been practicing this in the nets leading up to this. Trying to find a way of how do I manufacture some boundaries when we're in desperate need at in the tail. It's maybe a little wide there. Munisar, not the delivery she would have wanted, although she has got a deep third in. Not sure, they're probably expecting maybe McCartney to come out and maybe whip out a few reverse sweeps as well.
Looking for that first run.
He just couldn't quite squeeze it in covers. But again, good intent.
This will be Kai McCartney's first international run. Just behind square on the offside, fielded by Dotton. And she can breathe that sigh of relief.
Yeah, she's probably still got the nerves for a few more balls, I would imagine. But
heart pounding, palms sweating. But she's off the mark. Darted in. Shemaine Campbell with a very hopeful appeal.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was off the back of the bat or gloves or something on the way through, but maybe trying to just see if Claire Polisak was watching and those blue lines down the leg side. It's a traditional sweep in this time. It's been quite effective for her. I'm not sure if they need that long on down there for Amy Maguire at this point. Into the over, 193 for 9. Usually in the middle, when you're having a little bit of a chat, it's working in 5 over brackets or 10 over brackets and trying to get to that next small target. It's always about the small targets, just to continue on. At the same time, trying to keep an eye on that run rate that's required. I was going for the sweep again this time.
Very close.
Sorry. And that was an excellent decision. Excellent ball as well, but this one was definitely going to be hitting in front this time. It's gone one too many on the sweep. Fortunately, that means the demise of the Irish today, out for 193 after such a promising start, and a clean sweep as well to the West Indian team in this Evara ODI series. Amy Maguire out to Ramarak. She's managed to clean up the tail, has Ramarak. Maguire out for 13 off 9. Put up a little bit of resistance for a while with the reverse sweep and traditional sweeps. Let's have another look at this decision. Batting on nearly, just on middle. It's actually gone the other direction. I think it's going to hit the middle stump as well, and West Indies very happy to clean up that tail. They're wagging a little and just not enough for Ireland to get over the line today. Chasing 258 for the win. They're all out for 193, and they'll be pretty disappointed. All the cards today. Let's have a quick look at the batting lineup. West Indies today scoring 257. All out on the last ball with the run out of Stefanie Taylor, and she was magnificent today. Really timed her innings well. Thought she might have been able to go a little harder towards the end and put a slightly bigger total on. Had a little bit of a resurgence in the middle order. Deandra Dotton, Jazara Claxton and Aliyah Lane all getting starts. But a very good effort from the Irish bowlers to contain the West Indies just to 257. Look at the partnerships today as well. 73 for Taylor and Claxton. Very important partnership, as well as Aliyah Lane, who came out and got a quick fire 33 off 30. And that partnership of 50 with Stefanie Taylor. Ireland with the ball. Prendergast excellent today, 2 for 37 from her 10 overs. Dempsey also 2, Jay Maguire 2, and Amy Maguire, she's been pretty consistent throughout this tournament. 1 wicket for her today.
So much hope for Ireland, having had West Indies at 82 for 5 at one stage. Look to chase down the eventual target of 258 after 257 all out for West Indies, who were looking to defend. And after the wickets of Lewis and Hunter in very quick succession, there had to be some consolidation phase. It didn't quite materialise for Ireland. Prendergast for 8, Stokel for 14. Leah Paul played well for her 32 before eventually waltzing down the pitch and being stumped by Campbell. The partnership between Lewis and Hunter, though, promised much until Ivy Fletcher came into the attack and in her first over struck twice. Not many partnerships beyond that. 3 wickets apiece for Kanishma Ramarak and Afi Fletcher. Ramarak tidying up the tail. She's got 99 international wickets now, Ramarak. Afi Fletcher, though, leading series wicket taker. 8 wickets across 3 games. 1 for 21 from Glasgow, who got the wicket of Forbes very early on. And then Matthews, 2 for 37. She finishes with 7 wickets and 265 runs, which is a phenomenal return for a 3-match bilateral series. As things stand, Julia Price, a quick reflection on this match, but also on the series from what you've seen.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ireland were completely outplayed in the first game, and every game they came back and it improved, and that's really all you can ask for with a team. It can be difficult to obviously win every game, and that's cricket, unfortunately, but I think Ireland have definitely learned a lot about themselves from this series, and I thought they got better and better with the ball, understood their lines that they needed to be bowling, and their execution today I thought was outstanding. With the bat, they were also a lot better, but today I also felt like they threw away their wickets when they had an opportunity to really nut this out and take the win from the West Indies today. So a little bit disappointing with the bat today. Maybe a little unlucky when we have a look at that. All the Prendergast decision down leg. And just clipped the thigh pad on the way through. But again, that's also cricket, unfortunately. And yeah, Ireland just probably not getting the big partnerships they needed. We spoke a lot about them getting those big scores, and we saw, the West Indies have picked up 4 100-run scores, mainly between 2 individuals, yes, but they're the big scores, and that's why they're going on to win these games, because they have got one person every time standing up. And that's where Ireland need to find that person. And who is it? We saw Gabby Lewis today hitting them absolutely beautifully and then put it straight down the throat of Deep Cow. And that's sort of where the demise, and that was the turning point in the game for me today.
When you look back at the history of West Indies women's cricket in one-day internationals between 1979 and 2026, no batter and got back-to-back centuries in one-day internationals. Hayley Matthews did it across the first and the second. Stefanie Taylor did it across the second and third. They have been breaking records. Two players who've been breaking boundaries for years as well. Stefanie Taylor going past 10,000 runs as well in one-day international cricket. Quite remarkable achievement for one of the stalwarts of the game, and second on the list of all-time scorers in one-day international cricket. It really has been a phenomenal series. It's a very successful one for West Indies as well in the grand scheme of things. In terms of the ICC Women's Championship, it's 6 valuable points for the 3 wins back-to-back. Quite convincing and dominant in the opening 2. They were made to work in the third. They came back spectacularly well. Just final thoughts then ahead of West Indies having a bit of a break, but Ireland off to England in a little over a month's time. Julia Price, what do they need to learn from this series to take into England?
Yeah, well, I think it's just about that partnerships and not throwing away your wicket, just being a little clearer on what you need to do. If you are going well, just make sure that every ball and every over you're sort of having a consideration as to where you are with your own game. Where are my scoring areas? Constant changing. You're going to have someone like, so obviously, Hayley Matthews, an outstanding captain who's going to be challenging you constantly with bowling changes, with field changes, and that's going to happen as well with England, with Nat Siva-Brunt or Charlie Dean, whoever is going to be available for that series. And they're not going to let up on Ireland at all. They love winning England, and they'll be a bit disappointed from their T20 World Cup as well as just the recent Test match as well for England, who want to get back on the winning ways.
So that the end of the series there in the Evara Women's One Day International Series between Ireland and West Indies. West Indies having won by 9 wickets and then by 6 wickets, and today by 64 runs against Ireland. 3 matches, plenty of quality, and a deserved series victory for the visiting side. Ireland, though, up against a side that they challenged but weren't able to quite get over the line against. Ireland will take some positives, particularly from the batting and the emergence of some young talent as well. But that's where we leave it from the commentary position. We head now to the post-match presentation with Isabel Joyce.
Post-match presentation, and West Indies winning this one 3-0, winning by 64 today. First of all, Cricket Ireland would like to start by thanking its valued sponsors, Evara, series title sponsor and primary sponsor of the Ireland Women, as well as Toyota UK, Corpay, SD Bells, SIG Energy, Fulcha Solar and DMG Media. So joining me for today's presentation, the President of Cricket Ireland, Brian O'Donnell. Invite you to come up, please, sir. There you go, nice round of applause. And it was a pretty easy decision, player of the match, for her 105 of 113 balls, leading West Indies to recover from 82 for 5 and becoming the 5th woman ever to score 10,000 runs in international cricket. It's Stefanie Taylor. Stay with me, Brian.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much.
Going to get home.
I am going to get home. Thanks, Brian. We'll be seeing lots more of Brian, but Stefanie, you enjoy batting up here in Breedy, back-to-back centuries. Just tell us what was so effective for you.
Well, I like when I bat long and then I don't have to feel, so that's the nice part. I think the pitch is really good, and even the atmosphere up here has been fantastic. So I think, I guess batting was easy. I guess spending time out there makes it a bit easier as well. So,
you looked a little surprised to hear that you got past 10,000 runs, something that you didn't realise until I just said it there?
Yeah, I don't necessarily watch my stats most of the time. Like, my media manager would tell me, on this or, but for me, it's just, go out there and play cricket.
What about the Women's Championship? Because you guys had won 5 out of 6 so far. Really important for you to get some points on the board.
Yeah, I think that's one thing we spoke about, try and get as much points out of these games so that, we don't have to go to qualifiers.
Yeah, definitely on your way to that. Thanks so much, Stefanie. That's our player of the match today. Now can I ask Ireland's Gabby Lewis to come up and have a quick chat? Gabby, bowling first today. Things look like they're going your way. Where do you think things slipped away?
Yeah, I think we had a really good start. Good opportunities taken, and I think it was just they batted quite well in that middle period and took it deep. I think we fell off the bandwagon a bit in the middle, a few misfields and things like that, and I think we just let our standards drop. But I think going into the second innings, we definitely felt confident and felt like we could chase that total today.
What about this Women's Championship? No points in this series, but signs that performances are there from different players. How do you look at the next couple of seasons and that championship?
Yeah, 100%. I think, that's the benefit of this championship, is that every game matters. You can look at it as a series, but if you can get a couple of wins here or there, hopefully evade qualification, that's still our aim, and I think that's still going to be our aim going forward. It's still early on. It's a 4-year cycle, so there's plenty of games left.
I have to ask you, up in Breedy, the weather's been amazing, the pitches have been fantastic, the support's been amazing, everyone up here. How much did the team enjoy coming and playing cricket here?
Yeah, it's great. I think it's always amazing when you've got the sun shining here in Breedy. And yeah, credit to the ground staff and everyone that's made the pitch and the whole club look amazing. We've been really looked after up here and had great crowds as well, which is great. So I want to say a massive thank you to Breedy Cricket Club and everyone that's put in the work today to make this series as good as it has been.
Final question before I let you go. England coming up in September, huge series that you've got to work towards. What are the one or two things you think that you need to just put into place from this series to move forward into that?
I think it's we've shown in parts that we can do it. I think it's just doing it for a longer period and keeping our standards for those whole 50 overs. I think that's a big thing for us, not only with the ball but with the bat and in the field. Just that mental toughness, I think, is big for us leading into these games. Yeah, I think 1 or 2 wins, you never know.
Okay, thank you so much. That's Ireland's Gabby Lewis. At this point, I'll invite Brian back up. He's got plenty of trophies to present, and we go to Player of the Series, and back-to-back centuries for the captain and 7 wickets at 265 runs and 7 wickets. Our Player of the Series is West Indies captain Hayley Matthews. Thanks, Brian. We'll see you again soon. Hayley, a very different game today, but must be pleasing for you to see that your team has found a way to win when you were up against it a little bit.
Yeah, I think we probably were on the back foot a bit early on, but the way we recovered was great to see. I thought partnerships are very crucial. Obviously, a big knock from Stefanie Taylor there, but I think the way Jazara Claxton and Aaliyah Aline were both able to build some 50-run partnerships with her were massive when it came to us getting a score on the board.
Looking at your Player of the Series awards, you missed out with bat today, but you've taken wickets in every game. How much do you enjoy having something to do with every facet of the game? Captaining, taking wickets, batting, and even run-outs and catches as well?
Yeah, it certainly helps, I guess, when I don't do too well in one area that I can make up for it in another. But yeah, I think, look, as an all-rounder, I think I try my best to be able to impact the game in any way possible. So yeah, when I can go out there and score runs or take wickets and help the team to do better, I always cherish that a lot.
Moving forward, the team will have a little bit of a break now. You've been away for a long time. How pleased are you to take 3 wins after only 1 in the previous 6?
Yeah, it's been really good, I think, being down here. Getting 6 points on the board has been massive for us and probably puts us in a bit better position on the table now going into our next series against Zimbabwe. So I think as a group, the entire tour has been long, but I think when we look at results, we can be pretty pleased with the way that we've played.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I'm going to invite Brian to come around. You're going to have to wait a second. Hayley, come across and get your trophy. You can come right across here. The Evara One Day International Series between Ireland and West Indies. The winners, West Indies. I'll invite you to take that back to your team, Hayley. Thank you so much. Brian as well. He's been busy presenting awards. So that brings a conclusion, the Evara Ireland Women's versus West Indies Women's One Day International Series, with West Indies winning 3-0. We'd like to thank the North West Cricket Union and Breedy for their exceptional work for the series. They brought the sun and they've brought some brilliant pitches as well. For Ireland, the next games in the ICC Women's Championship campaign come in September, early September. So until then, thanks for your company and we'll see you again soon.
One, go. International Series, the winners of the Evara Trophy, West Indies.